In the monastery of the cult of the Heavenly Demon, everything went on as usual in one of the halls. The Heavenly Demon sat humbly and motionless. Suddenly his peace was disturbed by the Demon Fist, the first elder of the monastic order. He was worried that all 9 sects were subordinate to them, and the Patriarch was still inactive. The fact that the leader was a famous master was not enough. The elder did not know how to proceed. The spirit of the Patriarch, who was nearby all this time, asked him not to talk nonsense. Only outwardly the spirit seemed carefree, but inside he was grieving, because one day his body and soul had separated, and now he could not return back to his body. During his story, the elder kept repeating that the Patriarch had no concern for the monastery. Enraged, the Sky Demon shouted for the Fist Demon to stop roaring. He swung his arm and wanted to hit him, but his fist slipped through the kneeling elder. After all, no matter how much of a master he was, without a physical body everything was useless. Suddenly a black hole appeared in the middle of the hall. This unexpectedly appearing force began to draw the Patriarch into itself. The master did not give up so easily and used the magical technique of rock weight, which increased its mass to 6 tons. Without a physical body, the spell didn't work, and he continued to be sucked in. And then the hole disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The people around him claimed that anyone was better than him, and that it would be better for a commoner like him to get lost and not interfere. He was even compared to a 90-year-old man who had an E-class. These people filled him with indescribable horror. But it was just a bad dream. One day, portals to other worlds opened simultaneously all over the earth, and hundreds of monsters emerged from them. They destroyed everything that came their way, and humanity went on the attack with the best weapons of its time. But modern weapons were useless against the monsters. Humanity was threatened with complete destruction, and then superpowers began to awaken in people. Among them, S-class hunters stood out, having awakened abilities of the highest power. Their weapons were effective against monsters. When the war ended, these hunters gained unlimited power. But there was still 1% of ordinary people without superpowers. Ordinary people, like Park Hyun-soo. Due to lack of money, he could not pay for his brother Hyun-tae's hospital stay, and if he was discharged, he would die in pain, so Hyun-soo decided to die himself. It was better than seeing his last relative die in agony, because if there was no guardian, the state would take over the care of his brother. This decision was very difficult for him, but he did everything he could, and there was no other way. Just as he was about to put the noose around his neck, a black hole suddenly appeared in the room. From there, some old man fell right on top of him. Park Hyun-soo asked in surprise who he was, and the old man was even more surprised to learn that he could see him. The guy was seriously scared. He decided that it was a thief, but he had nothing to take. The old man tried to figure out where he was. He flew around Hyun-soo's room, looking at things. Everything around him was unknown and strange. The Heavenly Demon remained incorporeal. Park Hyun-soo decided that it was the ghost of death that had come for his soul, and began to beg for mercy for his brother's sake. But for such comparisons, the old man gave him a flick on the head. Somehow he was able to touch Hyun-soo. The demon suddenly turned sharply and ran out through the door. He found himself on the street of the modern world, where people rode in horseless carriages that were surprising to him. He had definitely never seen houses like these before, and they also seemed strange to him. But people on the street didn't see him. It seemed that it was material only for the boy in whose house it had suddenly appeared quite recently. Suddenly he felt drawn in again. At this time, Park Hyun-soo finished patching up the black hole in the wall of his own house, which scared him a little. If this was indeed a portal, then he should have reported it to the authorities. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Hunter Kim Hok's son calling him. There was a situation on the portal. Support was urgently needed, and the guy agreed to help. Now he realized that death was not a way out at all, because a Class B hunter called him. Suddenly someone's voice behind me said that when you talk to yourself, you are called a holy fool. The Heavenly Demon, to whom the voice actually belonged, said that he tried to leave, but an unknown force pulled him back. The guy said he needed to get to the portal and asked his new friend to find another place to live. The old man didn't know what portals and hunters were, and this made Hyun-soo wary. Park Hyun-soo didn't have time to explain all this, so he told the strange old man to get out of his apartment before he called the police. But the guest did not lag behind. He decided to help Hyun-soo, because it would take him a very long time to get there on his own 2 feet. And grabbing him by the hood, he lifted him up on the wings of a heavenly demon. The people below watched in bewilderment as the boy flew through the sky, thinking he was a new awakened one. Park Hyun-soo begged the old man to come down, because people were looking at them. But the old man let him go only when they reached the place. Finally, sitting on the bus, Hyun-soo thought the Class B portals were very dangerous. But there was a huge upside to this situation if he survived. There would be enough money to pay off his hospital debts. Suddenly the old man appeared through the roof of the bus again. An unknown force brought him back every time he wanted to leave. The guy didn't know what to do because now some kind of ghost was following him. But now the old man at least had someone to talk to. The man announced over the loudspeaker that a portal had opened at the top of the mountain, and that the supports were ready to move out. Among them was Park Hyun-soo. The operation was led by Hunter Kim Hok's son, the same one who called Hyun-soo. Yarin, one of the hunters, asked the battle-hardened ones to keep an eye on the newcomers. Everyone started checking their equipment. Hunter Choi Jun-sung, seeing Park Hyun-soo, asked why he came. Was it really not enough for him what he had done during the last operation? This hunter was beating people up left and right. He was deliberately provoking everyone, pretending that he was just joking. Park Hyun-soo greeted him reluctantly. Jun-sung began to ask who had invited him here, and pushing him in the chest, he mockingly asked him not to do it like last time. Choi Jun-sung always caused trouble and blamed others. But hearing all this, the old man, instead of pity, slapped Hyun-soo for his weakness and inability to stand up for himself. The guy couldn't understand why he hit him. At this time, the operation began. The old man stepped into the portal after Hyun-soo. In this portal, the old man experienced the same sensations as when moving to the boy. On the other side of the portal was dry land. The team had no idea what kind of world it was. The hunters began to conduct an analysis to understand what kind of world they were dealing with. The old man told the boy to go out first and scout everything himself, but Hyun-soo resisted disobeying the order supports like him weren't allowed to take the initiative. To this, the old man called him an ordinary servant who could do nothing without an order, but there was nothing to say in response to this. There was a desert above, but the old man felt the movement of underground waters. The hunters' measuring instruments confirmed the heavenly demon's version. They indeed showed that the essence of this world is water. They double-checked and the result was correct. Suddenly, fountains of water began to gush out of the ground from all sides. Monsters started to crawl out from everywhere. There were a lot of them. These were mermen, quite strong creatures. The supports tried not to panic and stick to the hunters. The monsters had no intention of waiting for anyone they attacked indiscriminately. Usually there was a safe zone at the entrance to the portal. But now even Class B hunters were having a hard time coping. One of the hunters tried to get a spear, but one of the mermaids was too close. The harpoon of one of the monsters pierced Park Hyun-sung's bulletproof vest like it was a rag. One of the monsters that had burst forth from the depths of the earth was approaching Park Hyun-soo to attack. Frightened, frozen, unable to do anything, Hyun-soo watches the merman's weapon pointed at him. At the moment of the attack on Hyun-soo, someone shoots to kill the merman. Having cast a spell, the sky demon attacked the mermaid. Standing on the high ground, the heavenly demon enjoyed his power. Having regained his ability to cast spells, the master summoned his energy to attack. The master deftly dodged the mermaid's spear, which flew past. Gathering his energy into his hand like a spear, the master swung to cut the monster. Sharp as a sword, the master's blow cut the mermaid in half. Concentrating a powerful charge of energy in his hand, the master directed it at another monster. Using the Chaos Flash technique, the master prepared to deal a crushing blow to the monster. The blast wave felled several monsters at once, and the master enjoyed the power he had finally realized for the first time in many years. The Class B captain was shocked by the sudden defeat of the monsters by an unknown force. One surviving monster suddenly roared and prepared to attack the foreigners. The master recognized the surviving mermaid as the Fish Prince. Quickly gathering his strength, the master swung for the decisive attack. Suddenly, the old man discovered that his energy had disappeared somewhere. The master now watched as the mermaid's clawed paws passed through him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of those creatures appeared above Hyun-soo's head. The mermaid struck Hyun-soo with his spear. Hyun-soo's well-timed block prevented him from being seriously injured, but instead sent him flying several meters away from the monster. Exhausted by the mermaid's attack, Hyun-soo knelt down on the ground. Suddenly, the master appeared nearby. The mermaid chasing Hyun-soo didn't have time to hit him, because the master grabbed Hyun-soo in time and carried him away, saving him from the attack. Hyun-soo was exhausted from chasing enemies. The master noticed a weak spot in the mermaids. They had rather thin bones in their legs and collarbones. The master, having given the young man some parting words, kicked him so that he would listen to them and attack. Trembling with fear, a frightened Hyun-soo looked at the huge monster. Growling at the young man, the monster ran, ready to strike. Having made up his mind, Hyun-soo gathered his courage and got ready. On the master's advice, he attacked the mermaid with his elbow towards the collarbone. Shocked by the direct hit on the enemy's weak spot, Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. The master called out to the surprised young man. Hyun-soo, doubting his own strength, took up the spear to deliver the final blow. Standing over the body of the still living monster, Hyun-soo decides to strike. The master warns him to hurry, otherwise the monster will wake up and kill him. Hyun-soo hesitates to act. His comrades are defeated by the monster's attack. The mermen are vigorously attacking their comrades. Hyun-soo delved into his recent memories. He finally realized that everything that was happening around him was a war between people and monsters. The young man remembered how another monster once overturned the car in which he, his parents and brother were riding. Tears of bitterness flowed from the flood of memories. Hyun-soo lost his parents back then, and his brother is still in the hospital. Anger and despair overwhelmed Hyun-soo, and all the hatred he had for these creatures poured out in a spear strike. A transparent blue aura enveloped Hyun-soo, and strength awakened within him. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. He was lucky. He finally became awakened. Data about his abilities was revealed to the young man. Hyun-soo has gained the ability to follow clues. A sign appeared in front of Hyun-soo. Expectations were not met. The acquired abilities turned out to be not as useful as Hyun-soo imagined them to be. The exhausted team captain came to the conclusion that the formation was broken. The puzzled captain couldn't understand why monsters immediately appeared in their portal. Choi Jun-sung screams that their intelligence failed them. The portal turned out to be of a higher rank, and that they need to leave. Irene supports his words, telling everyone to leave before more monsters arrive. She shouts that everyone who can stand on their feet should help the wounded. The soldiers curse the monsters, writhing in pain, and are helped to leave the portal. The protagonist thinks that this is the first time he has encountered such a dangerous situation. He says he wouldn't have survived if it weren't for the help of the heavenly demon. Kim Hak-sung tells Hyun-sung that when everyone returns, they need to talk. The young man does not understand what this is connected with. He is perplexed as to what he managed to do wrong. The guy passes through the gate, realizing that he still hasn't done anything to deserve a reprimand. The loudspeaker announces a minute of silence in honor of fallen comrades. Choi Jun-sung thinks to himself that this incident will be blamed on them as their superiors. The loudspeaker congratulates Hyun-soo for becoming awakened. He flinches, not understanding how they found out. People are asked to put away the equipment in the same order as it was found, as it is the property of the association. Choi Jun-sung approaches Hyun-soo with a mean smile and asks him if he is probably already happy to be awakened. He says that the world is definitely going crazy, and the young man does not understand what this vile man is up to. Jun-sung slaps the protagonist on the cheek and tells him with emotion that someone died and someone woke up. He asks him about his new ability with a cheeky grin. People on the sidelines are discussing the situation. They are also interested in learning about Hyun-soo's new ability. He thinks about whether he should speak, but calls her anyway. Everyone around starts laughing loudly. The guy says to himself that he certainly doesn't want to be a laughingstock. The heavenly demon asks him if he is embarrassed by his ability. Jun-sung frowns and asks Hyun-soo who he is talking to, wondering if he has lost his mind. He swings at the guy, saying that he wants to test his abilities. The heavenly demon gives the young man a hint to take a step back. His opponent shamefully misses. He stands up and threatens the protagonist. The heavenly demon tells him what to do. Hyun-soo doesn't understand what's happening. It's as if time has stopped for him. He blocks the opponent's blow and delivers a counterblow that is very powerful for the opponent. He flies away, unconscious from the impact, several meters away. People are surprised that a recently weak hero was able to easily defeat a hero of such a high rank. Another hunter checks the pulse of the defeated man and asks for medics. Hyun-sung is shocked by his new power and can't believe he was able to defeat his enemy. Hak-sun tells him that using force against a colleague is prohibited and punishable by law. However, this time he will pretend as if nothing happened. He tells him that he will put in a good word for Hyun-soo at the association, but he needs to come to the class assignment. The protagonist realizes that everyone is delighted with his achievement. Ayarin approaches him and congratulates him on his awakening, hoping that they will work together. The young man turns sharply to the old man, who asks about his indifference to this girl. He tries to tell him something, but he is afraid. However, finding his courage, Hyun-soo asks the heavenly demon to take him as a disciple. The master rejects the guy's offer, causing him to suddenly cry out in bewilderment. The old man says that he does not take anyone as students, claiming that then he himself will have no time to practice. The young man objects to him, saying that he is incorporeal and does not need training, and begins to blackmail him. The protagonist wonders if the heavenly demon is bored with everything. Then why does he need to train? He tells him that if he dies, then the demon will return to where he came from. The heavenly demon realizes with annoyance that Hyun-soo is right. The main character says that if it weren't for the old man's help, he would have already died. The demon asks if Hyun-soo will be able to move freely if he becomes a top-ranked hunter, not only through portals, but throughout all worlds. Hyun-soo thought about the teacher's question. Class A hunters can go wherever they want, but if he rises to the S-class, he will become untouchable. The master was not known for his modesty. He said that he was already untouchable, and Hyun-soo froze in bewilderment. The master suddenly flew up so that he was above Hyun-soo and asked him to go through the ritual of 9 bows. It took Hyun-soo a long time to understand, but he finally understood what his mentor wanted from him and was delighted. But he was a little worried that he would have to do this in front of a lot of strangers. People watched in amazement as Hyun-soo bowed while kneeling in the middle of the field. They thought he was not quite right in the head. The mission ended. The heroes returned to Hyun-soo's home. But suddenly the master soared to the ceiling and sternly told his new student to clean up the room. The teacher threatened Hyun-soo if he didn't clean the floor immediately. Suddenly the old man noticed a piece of paper stuck on the wall. Hyun-soo pulled back the corner of the paper and showed his mentor the portal through which he had come. Before Hyun-soo could react, the mentor was already passing through the portal. The mentor pulled Hyun-soo into the portal. The master said that this was an excellent place to go through the trials of life and death. Suddenly, the teacher told the shocked Hyun-soo not to contradict the teacher, but to take off his shirt and sit in front of him. Hyun-soo bared his torso and crouched in front of the master, who began to concentrate on gathering his divine energy. Seeing the bright glow, Hyun-soo turned to the demon in fear. The teacher, continuing to collect energy, explained to Hyun-soo that he was adjusting the flow of his meridians and energy nodes. Hyun-soo relaxed and continued listening to his mentor. The mentor, having accumulated enough energy, directed a powerful stream of energy at Hyun-soo to complete the final ritual. Hyun-soo was in too much pain and couldn't hold back his scream. The mentor said in surprise that he had not seen such a healthy body for a long time. Hyun-soo fell to the floor, exhausted. When the mentor sat down opposite Hyun-soo and asked how he was, he heard that he was just a little bit older and he would have died. The instructor thought it was a pity, because Hyun-soo's body was perfect for martial arts. Having completed the ritual, they returned through the same portal. Hyun-soo suddenly felt lighter and realized that all his fatigue had vanished. He even tried a couple of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Hyun-soo felt so light that he even wanted to fly. He concentrated and tried, but accidentally hit his head on the ceiling and hung there. The teacher turned to the hanging Hyun-soo and said that he forgot to say something. The teacher forgot to say that he shared his chi energy. That is, a piece of the divine mastery of the heavenly demon, with Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo fell to the floor in surprise. The mentor honestly admitted that it was dangerous, and that he was still in shock that Hyun-soo survived. Hyun-soo quickly jumped up and rushed at the mentor, shouting indignantly that he almost killed him and that the mentor had gone crazy. The teacher reacted quickly and hit Hyun-soo on the chin, causing him to fly back and somersault, reprimanding him for raising his voice at the teacher. Confused, Hyun-soo asked what he would do if he killed him. The mentor replied that if Hyun-soo hadn't been able to withstand it, there would have been no point in continuing the training. Yesterday he had learned about the only technique available to mortals. All night long the light was on from Hyun-soo's window, and their argument could be heard. In the morning he came to the company where Hunter Kim Hak's son was supposed to enroll him to be assigned a class. The girl sitting at the information desk was very happy when she saw Hyun-soo. She quickly grabbed his arm and asked to take a selfie. She then suggested where to find the appraisal department, adding that it needed Chief Appraiser Nok-soo. Hyun-soo was riding down the elevator and was very nervous, but his mentor tried to cheer him up. When Hyun-soo arrived in the basement, he heard a strange sound. It was the sound of an impact with a force of 687 points. In the room were the girl who had struck and a happy young man. The girl, showing her hands, said that she could hit even harder and score more points. However, another man stopped her and said that she was not yet ready to perform Class A attacks, the power of which exceeded 900 points. Nok-soo heard footsteps and looked out of the doorway. The young man arrived a little early, but Nok-soo had been warned. Hyun-soo felt awkward. The environment was completely new, and the center's employees apparently had heard about him. The young man who was watching the girl undergoing the test bowed politely to Hyun-soo, saying that it was an honor to see him. It turns out it's all about the rumors that have spread, especially the one where Hyun-soo puts Jun-sung in his place. News of the new hero quickly spread throughout the association. The girl and her tests were practically forgotten. She asked with displeasure whether the testing would continue. The girl's name was Han-ul, and they met eyes with Hyun-soo. The teacher could not hide his awkwardness from the lady's gaze. The master asked his student about his unhealthy fear of women. Han-ul looked at Hyun-soo again, thinking that he was talking to himself. Han-ul doubts that this is the awakened one. She was a fighting girl and couldn't wait to face him in battle. The tight suit she had to wear made Hyun-soo very embarrassed. The mentor is also not happy with the cut of modern clothing. He does not understand why people wear such obscenities. The master thinks that walking around naked is even more decent. The hero is under pressure. The fear of making a mistake is too great. The old man reminds him where the source of power is. The more successfully the energy is used, the more powerful the attacks. The enormous momentum that Hyun-sung was able to create destroys the testing shield. 1,120, and the girl had only 700. The guy couldn't even imagine how much power control of his chi gives. The appraiser is delighted. The hero's level corresponds to Class A. If this blow had hit Jun-sung, he would already be dead. Nok-soo is confused. Hyun-soo wants another try. Nok-soo is forced to report that there are no spare shields, and Hyun-soo will have to move on to another test. The kick test also goes amazingly for Hyun-soo. The teacher is furious that his student isn't concentrating enough. Just a little bit more and Hyun-soo would have made it to Class S. But the checks are not over yet. Not only strength indicators are assessed, but also speed. Nok-soo loudly announces that the young man is definitely Class A. He has a stable result at exactly this level. The most important test is yet to come, a battle simulation. Nok-soo suggests postponing the test until the next day, but Hyun-soo is unwilling to do so. Hyun-soo hadn't eaten ramen for a long time. It had become an exclusive dish, unaffordable for a typical support, and therefore highly coveted. The fragrant broth with hearty noodles was now more valuable than gold. Hyun-soo pounced on it like a hungry beast. The teacher, who had never seen Hyun-soo so hungry, was puzzled as to whether the dish was really that delicious. The sight of a guy greedily devouring ramen would make anyone's appetite wet. The hero couldn't resist making a sarcastic joke about the spirit. Hyun-soo knew that without a body, it was impossible to eat ramen. It was his turn to take revenge for his master's past remarks. Hyun-soo's wounded acquaintance emerged from the battle simulation room where he was heading. He looked at her in amazement, and was even more amazed when she said that she had succeeded. Hyun-soo realized that it would be very difficult for him. Nok-soo began to tell Hyun-soo about the office he found himself in, and the combat simulation machine. The guy's mood was somewhat shaken by the sight of Han-ul, but he listened attentively to the appraiser. Nok-soo gets straight to the point, explaining that they will have to fight monsters. The injuries and mutilations, despite being simulated, are real. There are 10 levels, but since the guy is A-class, he will start from the 4th. The level has begun. The sunny forest where Hyun-soo finds himself does not give a sense of danger. Virtual reality seems to be the most real. The mentor talks about the magic of mystical dimensions. He is surprised by its use. It is a rather rare technique. For the master, this is just a slight deception. They don't have to wait long. The monster is rushing towards them. The heavenly demon repelled the monster with a blow of one hand. He was more inspired by the fight than ever before. The wolf-like monster was torn to pieces. Hyun-soo's hand was covered in the monster's blood. Hyun-soo asked Demon what he thought of his abilities now. A pack of monsters pounced on Hyun-soo at once, but he dodged them as ordered. The wolves weren't the most terrifying enemy of this level, but suddenly a giant ogre appeared from the forest. His huge fist almost landed on Hyun-soo, but he managed to jump away. He dodged the raining blows of the huge monster, asking the teacher for help. But the teacher wasn't going to help him. This was a great opportunity for Hyun-soo to find out what he was really worth. Hyun-soo knew that if he ran away, he wouldn't get the class, so he decided to use a kick as one of his strongest attacks. His blow landed on the ogre's knee, a good tactic to knock him to the ground. But it didn't work. The ogre didn't even falter. The ogre got angry and grabbed Hyun-soo with both hands and began to lift him into the air. Hyun-soo struggled. He knew he couldn't lose consciousness. The teacher finally appeared next to him and told Hyun-soo to calm his breathing and distribute the energy throughout his body. And Hyun-soo felt it, the energy of the heavenly demon spreading throughout his body. He gathered all his strength and tore the shackles from the ogre's hands. His next blow landed right in the ogre's face. Hyun-soo passed the level. Nok-soo announced that the level had been completed and said that level 5 would be ready in 5 minutes. He thought he had never seen anyone break through the physical suppression system. Suddenly, a red-haired girl entered his office. Her name is Lee Mi-na. She is an A-class hunter. Nok-soo was surprised by her appearance, or rather by how quickly rumors about new talents reached the association. Mi-na thought that she couldn't allow such a rare fighter to be snatched from under the guild's nose. The 5th level began. Hyun-soo felt a wild cold. Teacher was surprised that the weather illusion was used. Even among those who master the technique of mystical dimensions, few are capable of weather illusion. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the house in front of which the heroes were standing and fell into Hyun-soo's arms, asking for help. Suddenly, the pretty and defenseless girl grew fangs and her skin darkened. She grabbed Hyun-soo by the throat and began to choke him. He was surprised that the 5th level was a fight with vampires. Mi-na, who was watching Hyun-soo, thought that he had a rare talent that she had never seen in an awakened person. She noted Hyun-soo's impractical fighting stance, as if from an ancient martial arts movie. Meanwhile, in the simulation, the battle was in full swing. The vampire with glowing eyes told Hyun-soo that he was a worthy opponent. Hyun-soo pierced his chest with his hand and grabbed his heart. The teacher admitted that Hyun-soo was doing quite well and was making great progress. Nok-soo announced the completion of the 5th level. He asked Hyun-soo if he agreed to move on to the next level. There would be a 30-minute break. Hyun-soo walked out of the simulation room, tired but thinking he could have done better. Nok-soo assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Hyun-soo was the first to pass the 5th level among Class A fighters. Nok-soo told Hyun-soo that he needed to go to the office to get the documents, and they bowed respectfully to each other as they said goodbye. Hyun-soo turned towards the elevator. Suddenly he was called. Lee Mi-na was standing behind him. She introduced herself and extended her hand to him. Hyun-sung was stunned. He finally shook her hand, and the teacher asked him how he was feeling, clarifying that since he was a student, women would be lining up to meet him. Now they were sitting in the office. Mina handed him a contract from the association. She said any Class A hunter would be attracted to the conditions they offer. Hyun-soo held the contract in his hands and couldn't believe that he would become a hunter. The contract offered a stable salary and bonuses for expeditions, and Hyun-soo remembered how he had to pay for himself to become a support. Mina mentioned that the contract was tailored specifically for him. The teacher, sitting as close as possible to Hyun-soo, remarked on the girl's beauty. He asked Hyun-soo what he would do. Mina looked at Hyun-soo carefully while sipping her drink from a straw, and it seemed to her that he didn't like something. Park Hyun-soo glances at his disembodied teacher in confusion. Hyun-soo's fingers grip the association agreement tightly as he reads the terms, noting the term of service. Park Hyun-soo, frowning slightly, sets his conditions for signing the contract, causing Lee Mi-na to flinch in surprise. Lee Mi-na looks at the protagonist in confusion, weighing the pros and cons. She is surprised by Hyun-soo's conditions, but understands that the association needs him. An unknown girl kicks open the office door with a bang. Striking a confident pose, she, a hired hunter, reproaches the association for the harsh contracts for mercenaries, causing shock not only to Park Hyun-soo, but also to Lee Mi-na. The hired hunter introduces herself, slightly hovering over the instantly blushing protagonist with a smile. She is Ha Yurak from the Red Lions Guild. Ha Yurak talks cheerfully to Park Hyun-soo, shaking his hand until he almost cries inwardly with delight. The teacher laughs loudly and contentedly as he talks about Ha Yurak's beauty, earning a puzzled look from Hyun-soo. Ha Yurak confidently sits down on the sofa next to Lee Mi-na, talking about the advantages of the Red Lions, causing the latter to become indignant. Lee Mi-na is openly outraged that Ha Yurak was allowed into the building at all. The disembodied teacher speaks with satisfaction about the strength of the leader of the Red Lions. Park Hyun-soo turns his gaze to Ha Yurak, also thinking about her strength as an S-class hunter and the leader of the Red Lions. Ha Yurak confidently begins to talk about the advantages of his guild as opposed to the association, which makes Lee Mi-na even more indignant. But these counter-arguments are immediately cut off by Yurak, since her guild now has the same rights as the associations. Lee Mi-na doesn't believe Ha Yurak's contentment while the protagonist admires the Red Lion Guild. Park Hyun-soo gets up from the sofa, attracting the attention of the two arguing girls. With his hand on his heart and a smile, Hyun-soo tells the girls that he has made his decision. Lee Mi-na and Ha Yurak look at the protagonist with their mouths slightly open in surprise, waiting for his final decision. One of the supports is terrified during a mission in the portal. The support desperately fights against a horde of aquatic monsters, deep underwater, assessing the situation. He loads a flare gun to call for help. The squad leader, seeing the light of the signal fire, gestures for the squad to retreat. The support, understanding the sergeant's gesture, looks at him, thinking that he will definitely save them. The chief uses his shadow clone technique to help his squad escape from underwater. One of the sergeant major's clones pulls a support to the surface of the water, while monsters swarm behind him. Thanks to the chief's clones, many supports find themselves on land, even though sea monsters are still clinging to them. The support, taking off his oxygen mask, anxiously asks where the sergeant major's real body is. A loud splash of water is suddenly heard behind the sergeant's real body, causing everyone to turn towards the sound. An aquatic monster, huge and dragon-like, bites off almost the entire upper part of the squad leader's body. Ha Yurak remembers how Park Hyun-soo stood up from the sofa, attracting her and Lee Mi-na's attention. Hyun-soo bows respectfully to the girls, taking the time to consider all the possible proposals, surprising them both. Ha Yurak is angry at the behavior of Park Hyun-soo, who has already left the office. Lee Mi-na looks calm and agreeable, closing her eyes and crossing her arms. The leader of the Red Lions is indignant, biting his lower lip. Yurak becomes so angry that her power engulfs her body in flames, causing a roar to escape her throat, frightening Lee Mi-na. Lee Mi-na sighs as she watches Ha Yurak run away, noting that she hasn't changed at all in her hot temper. Park Hyun-soo, already at home, looks at the window of his new skill in shock. Hyun-soo sits in the traditional kneeling position, listening to his teacher's lesson. The protagonist, looking up at his teacher, echoes the name of the new skill after his teacher. Energy flows around the teacher in blue streams as he explains to his student what is the basis of combat. The teacher speaks more quietly, instructing. The teacher demonstrates the beginning of the first part of the Demon Superiority Gate in front of Park Hyun-soo. His energy takes on the shape of lightning on his right arm and leg. Park Hyun-soo watches and remembers, with delight and disbelief, while receiving a notification from the skill system at the same time. The teacher demonstrates the entire first part of the Heavenly Demon's Superiority Walk. Park Hyun-soo makes a thoughtful sound, shocked as he notes the details of the technique he noticed. The teacher finishes the demonstration. The energy around calms down, while the protagonist is still sitting on his knees. The teacher's eyes sparkle with power as the energy swirls around him again. He intends to teach Park Hyun-soo the technique until he masters it perfectly. The teacher moves abruptly from his place, demonstrating the second part of the Heavenly Demon's superiority gate, the flight of the Heavenly Demon. The teacher, having finished demonstrating the second part of the technique, turns to Park Hyun-soo, explaining why it is needed. The teacher immediately uses the second part of the technique, ending up behind Park Hyun-soo. He even gets up from his knees in surprise, looking back. Hyun-soo's comprehension level was 31%. He hadn't quite grasped what the master was trying to explain to him. The master says that if he can master the appearance of the Heavenly Demon and the flight of the Heavenly Demon, then he will be able to learn the 6 techniques of his cult, crushing blows from the sky. Hyun-soo received information about the Transcendent class skill, Heavenly Crushing Blows. The master tells Hyun-soo in a serious voice to stop making faces and listen to him carefully. The third set of movements is even more difficult. The demon demonstrates the skill of dissolving into thin air. Hyun-soo's system was unable to obtain information on this technique. His understanding level was 0. Hyun-soo was shocked. His mentor simply disappeared before his eyes. The master suddenly appears behind Hyun-soo, saying that this is the technique of the release of the soul of the Heavenly Demon. This is a special set of movements to get behind the enemy. The teacher demonstrates another technique to Hyun-soo, the fourth complex. The whirlwind of the soul of the Heavenly Demon. The name says it all. You spin so fast that you create an invisible vortex that absorbs the enemy's soul. Hyun-soo is shocked. How can he repeat something he couldn't even see? The teacher says that if he masters the soul vortex and soul exit, the following 5 techniques of crushing blows from heaven will become available to him. There are 12 techniques in total. To know the 12th technique, you need to learn the 5th complex, the gate of the superiority of the Heavenly Demon. Hyun-soo is shocked, that is. Even if he completely masters the technique of the superior gate, it does not mean that he will be able to master the 12th technique of the crushing blows of heaven. The Heavenly Demon demonstrates the 5th complex, the descent of the Heavenly Demon Sovereign. Hyun-soo is in shock. The mentor only stamped his feet once, and the ground has already gone out from under his feet, and the whole world has turned upside down. Rise up so that everything around you bows down before you. That's the whole point. Headquarters, one of the leaders says that only 4 B-class hunters and 5 supports survived. Everyone present is silent. Elder Odae-ho has died. This is already the association's 3rd raid into the portal of the Ilcha Mountains, and again, a defeat. Several people present angrily ask what the intelligence department does. They are clearly giving incorrect information. Another member of the headquarters joins the conflict, saying that the department has never made a mistake. Lee Mi-na decides to interrupt their conflict, saying that even if they fight here, it won't solve the problem. The girl confidently says that she has a solution to the problem. Hyun-soo doesn't understand how he ended up in his bed. His mentor angrily says that he failed the training and fainted. Hyun-soo recalls that he tried to study the gate of the Heavenly Demon's superiority. The teacher says that this is a skill that allows one to move both on earth and in heaven. Hyun-soo never wants to go through something like this again. The mentor tells him that he is not ready. Now he needs to focus on increasing his energy potential. Those present in the headquarters room ask Lee Mi-na what solution she can propose. The girl thinks the best solution is cooperation with other associations. She says that they need cooperation with the Red Lions Guild. Everyone is perplexed as to how the director could come up with such an idea. Those present indignantly say that they have already given them the right to use the portals. Lee Mi-na wondered if they even understood what it meant to raid a portal. None of them had ever been there. So how could they say that? Hyun-soo is happy to receive his salary. The first thing he did was pay for Hyun-tae's treatment. Hyun-soo was upset, and there was almost nothing left from his salary. With a smile on his face, he says that if he had signed the contract, Hyun-soo is pleased. The best guilds offer him cooperation. Hyun-soo offers the mentor a snack of ramen. The mentor is unhappy with this proposal and is ready to strike Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo dodges the blow. He happily says that he has finally mastered something about the appearance of the Heavenly Demon. Hyun-soo and Master entered the store and Yoon greeted Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo asks Yoon if everything is okay with her, and she says with a smile that everything is fine. He asks her if she also works part-time on weekends. She replies that she has to because of her brother and little sister, who need her help. Hyun-soo says he will ring up the goods himself so that she won't be distracted. Hyun-soo left the money next to the cash register and said goodbye to Yoon with a smile on his face. Yoon runs out of the store, saying that Hyun-soo forgot his change. He says with a smile that he doesn't need anything. The mentor asks Hyun-soo with disdain if he really decided to buy a girl's heart with money. Hyun-soo replies with surprise that it is not so. Yoon, like him, lost her parents when the portals opened 2 years ago, and now she is raising her brother and sister alone. She sacrificed her schooling to earn money for her family, just like Hyun-soo. The teacher slaps Hyun-soo on the back of the head, saying, "It's not fitting for my student to sing his own praises." They came home and cooked ramen. Hyun-soo is happy with the taste of ramen. Teacher asks if it is really that delicious. The teacher intercepts Hyun-soo's chopsticks. He tries the ramen. Hyun-soo says in surprise, "You did it." The teacher really liked the ramen. The teacher could only eat from Hyun-soo's hands. The teacher laughs and tells Hyun-soo to feed him. Hyun-soo says mentally, "Well, here comes another inconvenience." Yoon, happy, goes home, saying that she was lucky. The lunch boxes that the kids like weren't all taken. Yoon is shocked as she sees manhole covers opening on the street and water pouring out. People start to drown, screaming for help. Monsters appear from the water and start killing people. The leader of the monsters says that this land is now ours, and we will drive out all who have infested it, and we will be its rulers. Hyun-soo is meditating. The mentor thinks that it is very strange that this dimension is deserted, but there is always a surge of energy here. Hyun-soo tells his master that he feels refreshed and energized after this energy circulation practice. Energy circulation not only increases energy potential, it also clears the flows of negative energy. Hyun-soo says with surprise that if he practices it, he will no longer need doctors. Hyun-soo remembers that his cognitive abilities were not at their best during that training. Nevertheless, he tries to reproduce the technique. The mentor is surprised. Hyun-soo is really gifted. He didn't think he would do so well the first time. The headquarters is in panic. A monster invasion is taking place. The director mentally admits that she guessed that this would happen. She understood that she needed to unite with the Red Lions. The director loudly tells her subordinates that she needs to be in the center of the fighting, that she needs to send all the fighters she can. The director understands that the Isaac Guild cannot cope without outside help. Hyun-soo and the mentor teleport home after training. The instructor, with a smile on his face, tells his student that he wants to have some ramen after training. Hyun-soo is unhappy that he has to cook ramen, and the master tells him to light the magic lantern. Hyun-soo turns on the TV and the news channel says that the Gangdong-gu area is currently experiencing floods and chaos, with fishmen filling the city and killing citizens. Hyun-soo was mentally shocked. They broke out of the portal in the Ilcha Mountains. Did the third raid also fail? The teacher asks Hyun-soo the Ilcha Mountains. That's where they were recently. Hyun-soo says that's exactly how it is. Hyun-soo panicked. He remembered that his friend Yoon was in the area. Hyun-soo quickly leaves the house. He has to help Yoon. It's too long by car, but if he could run in a straight line, he would be there in 20 minutes. But there are buildings in his way, so he decides to take advantage of the flight of the Sky Demon. The mentor is pleased with the way Hyun-soo uses the technique. Monsters continue to kill civilians. A panther rushes to help the people and kills several fishmen. This is the panther Choi Hyun-woo. He tells his squad to fight confidently, without unnecessary panic. Bang Bo-gum, the local butcher, agrees with the captain. A fishman flies out from behind Ban Bo-gum. He is saved by a teammate who shoots an explosive arrow at the monster. She kills a couple dozen more monsters and says that she is an archer chemist from Gangdong-gu. Bang Bo-gum thanks the archer for her help. While Bang Bo-gum was thanking the archer, the monster attacked him from behind again. This time, he fell right into the creature's mouth. The archer is shocked that Bo-gum was eaten and wants to shoot an arrow. Choi Hyun-woo stops her, saying that he doesn't want to be eaten too. The leader of the monsters rose above everyone on a wave, holding his staff in his hands, and said that hunters make excellent food. He thought with a greedy grin how wonderful it was that there were so many of them. Hyun-soo's left tiger crouch came in handy in this battle, hitting the monster that was chasing Archer and Panther. The Archer and the Panther were fascinated by the battle between the unknown boy and the monster, assuming that he was definitely an S-class. The monster opened its mouth wide in an attempt to grab Hyun-soo. After receiving the appearance of the heavenly demon, Hyun-soo felt a wild pain in his legs. The teacher pointed out his mistake, that you can increase the strength of your muscles many times over when you distribute your energy. The road in the city was clogged with cars, which definitely made Lee Mi-nu furious. The news showed a stream from one of the viewers, and everyone could clearly see that some very skilled hunter was fearlessly fighting a monster. Lee Mi-nu was in incredible shock. She couldn't believe that the hunter who fought the monster so fiercely was Hyun-soo. She realized that it would be faster to leave the car and walk than to crawl through traffic like a turtle. Hyun-soo repeated his Sky Demon flight move once again, adapting it and using all his strength. Hyun-soo was pleased with his performance. The huge snake howled from the blow to its chin, which was its most vulnerable spot. The teacher encouraged the boy, advised him to get closer to the snake and give it an uppercut. The woman who led the monster invasion stood with her hands raised to the sky, praying for the forces to come to her aid in this difficult battle. She ordered the snake to kill the boy immediately, as he was very dangerous. The boy, thanks to the technique, got close to the snake's chin. He remembered that this was its most vulnerable spot. He dealt a deadly blow to the snake's chin, but the snake, sensing danger, managed to dodge. The woman again ordered the snake to absorb all the boy's strength and grow. The snake threw Hyun-soo back with all its force, pinning him against the wall of the building. The teacher saw that the witch was supporting the monsters with her healing power. Throwing her hands up in triumph, she rejoiced that this world would be theirs. The Sky Demon had never felt such a desire to interfere. The snake opened its mouth, approaching the exhausted body of the boy on the wall. The teacher realized that it was time to save the student. Suddenly, Ha-yurak appeared on the battlefield, burning in all her magical splendor. She praised the boy's efforts, and noted that he had not known about the existence of the witch who was on the side of the monsters. But if he had, he would have won a quick victory. Her eyes were burning with anticipation of the battle. Now it was her turn to fight. She rushed towards the snake in flight. The teacher took his weakened student and flew away from the battle, repeating that this was not a flight, but a strategic retreat. The fishmen were approaching Yun to kill her. She screamed for help. The archer approached the panther in the boat, smiling, holding her bow in front of her in victory, and together they killed the monsters that were attacking Yun. Archer said she would take Yun to shelter. Panther said he would go look for survivors. The teacher waited for Hyun-soo to come to his senses. Hyun-soo was weak and tried to remember what happened. The teacher replied that the snake was controlled by a witch, and if it weren't for her, Hyun-soo would have won. Hyun-soo was angry with the teacher for having to flee, and he hadn't heard about any strategic retreat. The teacher said there was nothing to worry about. There was an explosion near the window of the building where they were. The teacher added that the warrior came to the rescue. The boy blurted out that the hell with it. The snake was his and only his prey. He tried to get up, but his exhausted body gave in and he collapsed to the ground. The teacher said that now is not the best time to rush into battle. All that is needed for recovery is meditation and energy circulation. The boy assumed that the warrior was the leader of the Red Lions Guild, Ha-yurak. The teacher confirmed the suspicions and added that this warrior would be able to deal with these two. The student was eager to see the matter through to the end. despite the warning that his body simply would not withstand another battle. Hyun-soo couldn't stop because he remembered that he lost his parents to such monsters, and his little brother is now in the hospital. He felt that he had gained strength thanks to the teacher, and was ready to see the matter through to the end. The teacher was pleased with his students' fighting spirit and talent. Hyun-soo was determined to continue the fight to finish the job, his eyes burning with the flames of rage. Cheon-yeon appears in an aura of lightning and looks at the frightened Park Hyun-soo with a terrifying look. He says that there is one very dangerous way to defeat the sorceress. The pink-haired girl unleashes a fiery attack, piercing the air at breakneck speed. A powerful explosion of energy occurs, engulfing the battlefield in flashes of blue light. The girl with the power of fire looks at her enemy exhaustedly through the ashes and smoke. Cheon-yeon performs a ritual or power transfer technique by surrounding Park Hyun-soo with lightning flames. Chun-yeon places his palm on Park Hyun-soo's head, strengthening it. Yurik fights against water monsters in a fiery whirlwind. The girl's fire attack is aimed straight at the mouth of the huge blue monster. A sorceress in a red cloak with an ominous gleam in her eyes watches the battle. Hayurak flies into the attack with a smile, engulfed in flames and determination. Fire Maiden charges forward, engulfed in flames, straight at the hooded figure rising from the water column. She smirks with confident energy, preparing for a powerful blow. The girl in the red cloak responds with a defiant gesture and shows off a weapon, a huge spear. Park Hyun-soo, surrounded by blue streams of energy, experiences an awakening of power after Cheon-yeon's intervention. The fiery girl casts a daring glance, anticipating the moment of revenge. She runs forward across the water's surface with determination and fire in her eyes. Soaring into the air, she launches into a furious attack filled with anger. Her body is pierced by flames as she flies towards her enemy in a furious charge from above. Enveloped in an energy vortex, she increases her power at the peak of her attack. The giant water monster looks down at her as she tells him that he has nowhere else to hide. Park Hyun-soo and Ha Yurik stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to attack together. Lee Mina rushes to help resolutely. Despite her excitement, she runs past a sports store, noticing cast iron weights in the window. She buys one of them. Lee Mina turns it into a weapon, or rather, into a means of transportation. She spins the weight with magic and flies up on it. Park Hyun-soo, filled with confidence from his newfound strength, came to Ha Yurak's aid. The fiery girl answers him with a smile, combative and warm. Park Hyun-soo, and she looked towards the enemy. Now they are one team. The girl in the fiery aura straightens up proudly, illuminated by the sun and blazing determination. She is suddenly faced with a flashy attack from her opponent, and her eyes widen in surprise. Park Hyun-soo flies into the air, dodging the giant mouth of the monster that is ready to swallow him whole. Park Hyun-soo screams, releasing violent energy as a powerful black and blue aura envelops his body. The blue monster's head is torn to shreds, blood and energy scattering across the city street. A concentrated Park Hyun-soo prepares the next technique, gathering streams of energy in his palms. Cheon-yeon watches the scene with a serious expression and wisdom in her eyes. The monster crashes into the ground with force, destroying everything around it with its mass. Park Hyun-soo raises his hand upward, activating a new form or attack with heavenly energy. The powerful blow pierces the monster through and through, tearing its body apart with a burst of fire. Hayurak was floating in the air. Watching the incredible scene, Lee Mina appeared next to her. She looked funny with a weight in her hand. They were both amazed by Hyun-soo. A surprised Park Hyun-soo realizes how quickly everything happened. The temporary awakening of the ability was stopped. A seriously wounded Park Hyun-soo hits a wall, bleeding profusely, so weak that he can't stand up and falls off the building he was standing on. Yurak and Lee Mina rush to save the falling Park Hyun-soo. Cheon-yeon watches the fall from the rooftop, and mockingly thinks that Hyun-soo took the two beauties for himself. Yun, in tears, hugged her two children as she met them at the door. She was very happy to see them healthy. An archer in golden armor on a jet ski reports the situation over the phone. Panther reports over the radio that the situation is gradually improving. The leader of the Red Lions has dealt with the witch. The archer suddenly becomes wary when she hears that an unknown hunter has dealt with the snake. She leaves on a jet ski, continuing to coordinate by phone. Yun comforts the children inside the building, hugging them and holding them close to her. The archer telling her that the danger has passed. Park Hyun-soo wakes up in a hospital room, and Cheon-yeon floats calmly nearby in meditation. Park Hyun-soo, who has already woken up, tensely asks about the outcome of the battle, preparing for a disappointing answer. Hyun-soo didn't remember anything at all, but the teacher's calmness made him uneasy. The teacher informs him that he lost consciousness after receiving crushing blows from the sky. Hyun-soo is surprised. Despite the successful completion of the fight, the teacher was in his element, yelling at Hyun-soo for the inept use of his heavenly strikes. Hyun-soo's recent saviors came to visit him in the hospital, bringing flowers and gifts. A journalist interviews the leader of the Triforce Guild, Choi Hyun, and asks him to comment on the situation that has occurred. Lee Mina peels the fruit. Hayurak sits on Hyun-soo's bed and feeds him with a fork. She's angry, the whole situation looks very comical. Yurik teases Lee Minu with a spoon. Lee Mina hands the hero a black box. Inside the box lies the heart of a monster, and the teacher announces that it is an elixir of incredible power. The teacher carefully examines the reward lying in the box. Lee Mina smiles with a beaming expression, giving off a feeling of pride or joy. Yurik looks back with a sly smile. She says that if you eat the heart, the indicators will increase significantly. He says that the snake was not very big, but judging by the heart, it was very ancient. The teacher says that the elixir contains 500 years of charge of chi energy. Yurik vigorously strokes the guy's head, causing him to feel embarrassed, and the other girl to feel bewildered. An argument breaks out between two girls. The two girls continue their argument, trying to lure Hyun-soo into their guild. The guy with the bandaged hand feels awkward. The old man says that his method of absorption gives 70%. It's a tense scene. Both girls glare at each other, preparing for another verbal attack. A boy in the hospital screams in horror as the old man leans towards him with a menacing grin, asking which girl he will marry. Two girls with threatening faces loom over a guy in a hospital room, and he fearfully tries to explain something. Lee Mina happily shows Hyun-soo the document, and he calmly looks at her while lying in bed. A close-up of the girl's face, showing a mixture of awkwardness and tension, with a bead of sweat on her cheek. A girl with long brown hair comes out of Hyun-soo's room while Yurak stands outside the door. Now it's her turn. The pink-haired girl sits down on the edge of Hyun-soo's bed. The pink-haired heroine asks him if he liked the conditions of the association, and the old man watches from the ceiling in the lotus position. The protagonist smiles awkwardly with a drop of sweat, as if accepting the situation or agreeing with someone. Yurak looms over the hero. She asks if he was offered immunity from criminal liability for killing people. Hyun-soo looks at her in fear, not knowing what to answer. The protagonist, looking up, asks how she knows. Yurak says that this is nonsense, because he will soon reach S-class and will not need immunity. Yurak tells him that power now belongs to those with Class S. She stands in a confident pose with her hands on her hips in front of the scared guy in bed. He turns around and calmly leaves, leaving the guy perplexed, and says as a parting shot that the only thing he needs before he reaches Class S is patronage. The patronage of the leader of the Red Lions Guild, that is herself. Near the exit, she waves to another girl with a slight smile. The second girl smiles shyly, looking away. She touches her hair and blushes as she stands next to the hospital bed. The guy in the bed looks confused and tense, asking if the association can help him while he is in the hospital. The old man jokes, looking at him, that impudence is the second happiness. A girl with a short haircut and a happy smile bursts into the room. The younger children were woken up and sent to wash. A brother and sister sleepily brush their teeth and discuss what they will have for breakfast. They are discussing how ordinary people do not survive in this world. There is a bathtub filled with water nearby, and a monster's head appears from it. Yoon screamed in panic when she heard something wrong. The monster broke down the door and the children ran away in terror. The girl, trembling with fear, covers her brother with her body, protecting him from the monster. The older sister rushes at the monster with a knife to save the younger one. The monster throws the girl aside with all his strength. Lee Mina bursts into the house. Her blow is so powerful that the monster is thrown away, breaking the walls. Daggers and a stream of energy appear around the girl. She focuses all her power to unleash a magical attack. The girl lies unconscious and the others rush to help her. Yoon holds his sister in tears, and the witch smiles with relief. She says that it was Hyun-soo who asked her to help them. A guy in hospital pajamas looks at his hands in shock. The doctor and nurses reproach the patient for removing the plaster cast without permission. The doctor smiles as he talks about the incredible speed of recovery. The nurse enters data into the computer with a smile. The old man says that a girl named Hayu Rak cares for her people. The guy looks at his phone screen with frustration. Suddenly he opens his mouth in surprise. The teacher asks why he doesn't calm down. He sees the huge amount of money that was sent to him as a down payment. The teacher asks with displeasure if his student has lost his mind from so much gold, to which Hyun-soo replies that the master does not know what it is like to be poor. The master doesn't know what it's like to see ramen at the store every day and not be able to buy it. Suddenly the master grabs his student and takes off, saying that they have urgent business. Hyun-soo urgently needs to make ramen for Demon. Master and Hyun-soo were in the portal where they were training. Master told about the chi charge that would be obtained if one ate the elixir. If you master the skill, the result can reach 70%, which is equal to 140 years. Hyun-soo remembered the events 2 years ago, when hordes of monsters burst into the world. The hero decided that he would become a great hunter. The old man began to think about the invasion. Park Hyun-soo asks Cheon-young about the great horde. The teacher asks if Hyun-soo remembers the techniques he used in battle but was not taught. Heavenly demons pass down their skills from generation to generation. The first heavenly demon started this. He said that all this was to one day fight back the great horde. There was just one problem. This prediction wasn't from Hyun-soo's dimension. The teacher knew that this was true, and this was another reason why he wanted to return to his place as soon as possible. Lee Mina stands in front of the building's entrance with a letter in her hand. She calls someone thinking that he is no longer sick, but he does not answer the phone. Mina stands in the entrance to Hyun-soo's door. She's thinking whether to go in or not. She needs to tell Yoon about what happened at the house. Park Hyun-soo stares in amazement at the glowing heart of the monster in his hand as the teacher pressures him to finally eat it. Then he suddenly gets a flick from the master for being late. After this, the boy looks at the shining ball in shock, while the teacher watches him closely. Park Hyun-soo struggles to swallow the energy ball. Lee Mina looks around fearfully in Hyun-soo's apartment. She sees a huge black portal in the middle of the room. Chun-yeon turns away, unable to bear the comical expression on Park Hyun-soo's face with the ball in his mouth. Park Hyun-soo holds the ball between his lips with a dissatisfied expression, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He sits in a meditative pose, and light begins to emanate from his body. Hyun-soo cups her hands, concentrating energy in the lower part of her body. Lee Mina looks at the portal in surprise. She was very unhappy. Mina thought that Hyun-soo hadn't cleaned for so long that mold had grown in his house in the shape of a portal. She orders the sleeves, ready to clean. Lee Mina found a basin and detergent, put on gloves, and dipped a rag into the water. She wrung out a wet cloth into a basin, deciding to clean Hyun-soo's house. The phone rings. She takes off her glove and heads towards the bed with a thoughtful expression. The head manager of the branch is looking for her. She urgently needs to go to the office. The woman peeks out from behind the door, thinking that the picture of supposed mold is scary. But she urgently needs to leave. The teacher observes Park Hyun-soo, sitting in a meditative pose and enveloped in radiant energy, and tells him to direct the energy into the outer shell of his aura. Cheon-yan watches the process closely, expressing concern. The energy of this heart turned out to be the fiery yang energy. The heavenly demon's fighting energy is the quintessence of yang energy. Hyun-soo was lucky with the gift. Under the master's guidance, Park Hyun-soo's ability to follow clues is activated. The master tells her to concentrate the elixir in the inner shell and not let it escape. Park Hyun-soo screams in unbearable pain. Blood flows from her eyes and mouth. Energy breaks through her body. The teacher is in a hurry to help his student. The teacher activates the primordial chai technique through the student, and Hyun-soo releases a destructive blast of chai. In a flash of rage and awakening, Hyun-soo transforms, with a demonic red eye and a bare chest, overflowing with energy. After activating his power, Hyun-soo's body falls to the ground with a bang. Leaving a deep crater, he has now reached the peak of his yang energy and gained immunity to thermal effects. Doctors are frantically searching for medications, unable to cope with the situation after the fishmen attack. Lee Mi-na walks past the wounded sitting on the floor with worry in her eyes. She looks into the room, asking how the patient is feeling. In the ward, a girl with short black hair lies in bed. A woman sits next to her. Mina reports that Yeon's brother and sister, the girls in the ward, have been transferred to another center due to a lack of space. Lee Mi-na had to tell the girl that they still hadn't come to their senses. Yeon was very upset by this. Mina assured her that after meeting the fishmen it was normal. The doctors would help the children. Mina left the room and tried to call Hyun-soo, but he still didn't answer. She could understand why little sister Yoon had not yet woken up. Perhaps the intense fear was to blame, but the fishmen didn't touch his brother. However, they are both in a coma. The man in the suit reported to Ha Yurak about the damage caused by the monster attack. He spoke about the victims falling into a coma, which was very unusual, and Yurak was shocked by this. Doctors did not know the cause of this condition until now. Yurak let the man go, thanking him for his report. She was thoughtful. The pink-haired girl looks at her phone and gets angry because Hyun-soo didn't answer her. She screams that Hyun-soo is ungrateful. He just joined the guild, received a salary of 600 million and disappeared. A man with gray hair named Hakson Balder asks if the woman from the Red Lions took Hyun-soo. A bald man with a beard named Gil calmly drinks from a can while sitting at a table, saying that Hyun-soo is quite impressive for a newcomer. Hakson wonders how Yurak managed to grab it. He is angry. Jill calms him down, asking him to avoid war. The guy promises to kill Hyun-soo. He will not allow the Ha Yurak guild to rise. Lee Mina smiles at Hyun-soo in a white swimsuit on the beach. Girls in sportswear are getting ready to play beach volleyball. Yurak was one of them. She shouted to Hyun-soo how much sleep she can get. Besides Yurak and Mina, Yaren was also there, holding a ball and asking Hyun-soo if they would play volleyball. A pink-haired girl hits a volleyball with force. Whoever loses pays for lunch. The ball hits Hyun-soo in the face, and Lee Mi-na is nearby in shock. The girls laugh as the red-faced guy goes off to get the ball. The guy confidently walks into the sea after a volleyball that has flown away. Suddenly the water began to boil, and a huge sea monster was approaching him from the water. The monster asks Hyun-soo to return his elixir and drags the guy to the bottom. The water seems very hot, like lava. Hyun-soo wakes up to see a menacing old man in the air. The teacher commands him to make ramen. The old man points to the wall clock. It's almost 10 in the morning. Hyun-soo has slept for 2 days. Lee Mi-na is in the association office, screaming into the phone in panic. Hyun-soo had to put the phone away from his ear to avoid being deafened by her screams. She was scolding him because he drank the elixir on his own. Yurak reacted more calmly. She was simply amazed by his desperate stupidity in drinking the elixir himself. The guy with the phone to his ear smiles tensely. Hiding his awkwardness, he is glad that Yurak reacted more calmly than he expected. A guy, talking on the phone, feeds an old man noodles. He is shocked by the sudden increase in level. Now following the hints has reached the 3rd level. The hero jumps up and down in delight because he now has a new ability, while the old man wants to watch the news in peace. The guy happily boasts that now once a day he can perform a technique that he was not taught. He then assures the old man that such an ability exists, despite his doubts. The old man is outraged, and the guy is holding his head after another attempt at a flick. Yoon covers her face with her hands. She cries because there is no improvement with her brother and sister. Hyun-soo looks at her sympathetically. The guy gently places his hand on the girl's back, supporting her. A girl with short hair wipes away her tears. While looking at a guy, Hyun-soo tells her that they look alike. Both are standing in the ward. The girl is tensely clasping her hands. A young man is lying on the hospital bed. Hyun-soo says that this is his younger brother. They look at the man lying in a coma and discuss the accident from which he never regained consciousness. The girl is shocked by what is happening. Hyun-soo says that the doctors do not know why he is still in this condition. Yoon takes Hyun-soo's brother by the hand. She tells him her name, tells him how much his brother has done for her. A young man lies like a frozen statue in an oxygen mask. Yoon tells him how long and how hard his brother has been waiting for him to wake up. The girl leans towards the man in a coma, holding his hand, asking him to come back quickly. The teacher, who had been watching this scene the whole time, says that a strange aura is emanating from Hyun-soo's brother, and the boy is surprised. A curse has been placed on his heart. The master says that there is a way around it. Hyun-soo looks at him in surprise. The magical weapon is displayed on the podium under the spotlight. An auction is underway. The skeleton spear is worth 70 million won. A woman with short red hair, possibly the auctioneer, begins the bidding in front of the assembled audience, with Aegis Guild leader Jae Hyuk-nim raising the bid. Another man raises his hand, outbidding him. The auction is over. See Hyuk-nim, who placed the last bid, happily walks to his car parked in the lot. Jae Hyuk-nim blocks Si Hyuk-nim's way. He asks if he's crazy to pay for a thing that costs 70,200,000. Si Hyuk-nim smiles as he points to his new weapon, saying he wouldn't mind spending 300. Si-hyuk Nim starts to get into the car, laughing at his opponent's greed. Jae-hyuk Nim furiously attacks Si-hyuk Nim, delivering a powerful kick from behind, causing the car to roll forward and almost flip over. Jae-hyuk Nim smiles smugly, while Si-hyuk stands with a dark face, hiding his emotions. Si-hyuk, already armed with a shining crystal blade, prepares to counterattack. Jae-hyuk clutches his metal gloves behind his back, magical energy surrounding them, and accepts the challenge to fight. The warrior with the spear tries to strike the first blow. He raises the spear above his head, attacking his opponent with full determination. Jae-hyuk hits Si-hyuk, who is flying towards him, and throws him back with one crushing blow. Si-hyuk flies several meters. Jae-hyuk smiled smugly, clenching his fist that emitted lightning. No one had ever walked away alive after outbidding him at an auction. Red Lion Guild, there is a photograph on the table. It shows Yurak standing next to a man in a suit, whose face is not visible. Yurak is sitting at the table. Jae-hyuk is standing in front of her. She is unhappy with what he is doing. She says that she constantly receives complaints because of him. He tries to irritate her with feigned friendliness, and in a sweet tone tells her that he was forced to get angry, because his thing was taken from the auction by another person. Yurak in anger. She points at him with an accusing gesture, causing the hero to choke on his words. Yurak tells him to shut up. If he continues, she will take action. Her eyes are burning with anger, and her aura is blazing around her. Yurak, with a terrible look, tells him that she will no longer tolerate such antics. Jae-hyuk is almost leaving the office, but turns around in the doorway, asking when he will be introduced to the new hunter. Yurak growls in response that it is none of his business. He's trying to tell her something about hierarchy or something. Yurak's fist begins to burst into flames. Jae-hyuk finally leaves Yurak's office. He is looking forward to meeting the new guy. He knows that it will happen soon. Yoon excitedly asks Hyun-soo if he is really a hunter. When Hyun-soo confirms this, Yoon jumps up and down in delight. Yoon and Hyun-soo discuss this a little more. The girl laughs. The guy is embarrassed. The guy puts his hand on her shoulder and says that he will visit Hyun-tae and her brother and sister. Hyun-soo returned to his brother's room. Master was next to him. The old man told him that the way to help him was called cutting heavenly tongue. But now Hyun-soo couldn't use it. He didn't have the body of a heavenly demon, which was a prerequisite for the spell. Hyun-soo suddenly remembered that due to his level up, he had the skill to repeat one unknown technique once a day. He walked up to his brother's bed and held out his hand in front of him. Hyun-soo's skill worked, and a magical aura began to sparkle around. The master was confused. He did not understand how this was possible. Hyun-soo concentrates all his energy in his hands, trying to reach his brother's heart. There is an explosion. Hyun-soo falls to the floor of the ward next to the bed. Apparently, the equipment did not work. The master says that the curse's power is too great. It comes from an incredibly powerful being, and Hyun-soo doesn't have enough power yet. Jill loudly complains about Haksun's recklessness, considering his idea to kill Hyun-soo to be extremely stupid, especially in their situation. A new hero in armor appears in the doorway, hearing the noise. His name is Yamamoto Takeshi. He is the vice leader of the Ez Guild. Takeshi and Jill are sitting in the kitchen drinking. The vice leader says that Haksun's recklessness is the first reason he didn't want to work for him. Jill asks what's wrong with the fragment this time. Takeshi replies that just like last time, there was only a deserted desert. Jill suggests trying to find a new fragment in Korea. Takeshi replies that since she is entrusted to the Red Lions, they will have to wait. They come to the same conclusion that Hyun-soo's appearance will speed up the search, and an expedition will clearly be organized. Jill says that the portals scattered around the world are fragments of paradise, and collecting them all within a year is a curse. A huge monster, the ancestor of dragons, says that if the fragments are not collected within a year, the world will face disasters that even S-rank cannot cope with. Takeshi is full of energy. He clenches his teeth and says that they must collect all the fragments. He understands that they need more high-ranking hunters, and Jill completely agrees with him. Hyun-soo stands over the bed of Yoon's unconscious brother. Next to him lies a girl, his sister, and at the foot of the bed stands a young nurse. She tells him that they did everything they could. There are many patients with the same syndromes in this ward. A woman sitting next to her husband's bed asks her when he will wake up. The nurse says that the doctor will come soon, and she will be able to ask him questions. The master says it's all about cold energy. He says that all the people lying in the ward met with the water spirits. Water creatures originally carry yin energy, and water creatures have a particularly strong yin. When they collided, the yin energy of the people collided with the yin energy of the water people, and turned into cold energy. Because of her, they seem to be in hibernation. Hyun-soo asks if there is any way to cure them. Park Hyun-soo smiles with joy and relief when the master tells him to use yang energy to remove yin. Park Hyun-soo walks up to brother Yoon, lifts his torso and places her hand on his arm. A worried woman runs up to him asking what he is doing. Her son shows her something on his phone. He says that he knows Hyun-soo. He is the Amugi killer. Black energy, similar to the ink that an octopus spews out when in danger, began to emerge from brother Yun's body. The old man shouts and tells Hyun-soo to burn the yin energy right now. Hyun-soo says he can absorb her. The old man looks at the emerging darkness in shock. He furiously shouts to Hyun-soo that his body is at the extreme yang. If he absorbs yin, something bad might happen. Hyun-soo holds back the power coming out of the boy's chest. He gives one last push, and it collapses in his hand, as if it had never been there. His body has gone from extreme yang to the harmony of yin and yang. The old man is surprised by what is happening. He is amazed to see in Hyun-soo's body the peak of 3 flowers blooming. The old man watches the boy leaning weakly on the bed. He thought that, even if only for a moment, he had definitely seen the peak stage of flowering of 3 flowers in a trance. Hyun-soo asks the master what it means to have a body in harmony with yin and yang. The old man looked ahead carefully. He He didn't understand how Hyun-soo's body could do this. Brother Yoon woke up, and the family, who had been watching the whole time, were shocked that he was conscious again. The woman ran out into the corridor and shouted to the medical staff standing there that a miracle had happened. Everyone gathered around the bed of those who had woken up the doctor and nurse did not understand how this was possible. They immediately called Yoon. She hugged the phone to her chest and cried with happiness, thanks to Hyun-soo. The man in the suit and Lee Min-na discussed the need to increase the number of doctors and hospital beds. Minnie and Yurik reported that the recovery of the sick was the work of Hyun-soo. The protagonist clenches his fist and smiles with relief he was able to use the technique again and wake up the woman's husband. She, crying with happiness, thanked him and shook his hand. Hyun-soo modestly refused, saying that he did everything he could. Hyun-soo continued to treat other patients, and he instantly became a hero to dozens of patients, their families, and doctors. People who saw the miracle admired Hyun-soo and asked to take pictures with him, as if he were a local celebrity. The teacher was proud of his student. He told him to get used to this attitude because he was a heavenly demon. Hyun-soo was helping a sick old man when his phone rang. Yurak called him to let him know that she was aware of what was happening at the hospital. She knew he was in the hospital because the association had sent a request to the guild to help the sick. Yurak told Hyun-soo that the guild's help wasn't free, and he could take everything. Hyun-soo tried to refuse, but she explained to him that if he did something of his own free will, then the entire check was his. It was written in the contract. Yurak was happy not so much about his work, but about the fact that the association would now be under the control of her guild. It was night. Haxon was sitting half asleep on his bed. His phone rang. The person on the other end told him that he had found out where Hyun-soo lived. Haxon was delighted with the great news. He took his jacket and headed to Hyun-soo's house. Once outside, he exhaled and concentrated to activate the energy. One jerk and he flew into the air at a tremendous speed. He was determined to find Hyun-soo that night. Park Hyun-soo stands in an exhausted pose. His teacher wanted ramen, but he was tired of making it for him. The student obediently walked towards the kitchen. It was easier to just do what was asked than to argue with the teacher. Suddenly his phone rang. The head anxiously asked him where he was. He was surprised by her call so early. She told him to get out of the house immediately. The master got into a fighting stance. Something very powerful was approaching and he felt it. Hyun-soo immediately ran out of the apartment, flew down the stairs, and when he ran out into the street, he saw a meteor rushing towards him. The meteor landed on the street with a powerful explosion. The impact blew out the drain pipes, and a strong gust of wind nearly knocked Hyun-soo off his feet. Haxon appeared from a pillar of smoke, a menacing aura sparkling around him, and he addressed Hyun-soo. Concentrating powerful energy in his hands, he charged it towards Hyun-soo. The alarm was ringing in the association's office, and a man in a suit was panicking and reporting that an unidentified object was currently in the area where Hyun-soo lived. Lee Min-na listens anxiously to what he says. She guesses what kind of unidentified object came for Hyun-soo. Supersonic speed is rare even among S-rank. Yurak speaks tensely on the phone. She said that it was Haxon because he hates her to the depths of his soul. The conversation ends, and she, realizing that she is the only one who can stop him, activates her powers, and flames flare up around her. Lee Min-na also doesn't want to be left out. She wants to leave. But the CEO stops her. He says that it will be an S-rank battle, and there is no point for her to appear there. The director informs her that the association will not stand aside. Preparations are already underway for the Azure Dragon Squad to use the divine item of the Mirror World. A squad of fighters rushes on motorcycles towards the slaughter. The commander gives the order to get ready. S-rank is a completely different level. 3 racers are racing down the road. The commander asks the call sign Falcon if he has the Mirror World. The Falcon stands on the roof of a high-rise building. He announces that he is ready to move out, approaches the edge, and jumps. His arms turn into huge wings, his head into the head of a falcon, and he soars over the city. The master finally saw the strength of Hyun-soo's opponent, and realized that Haxon had also received the power of Yin. The teacher watches the fight closely. He thinks that Haxon's strength is much greater than what he felt from the woman in red. He has reached the realm of the highest peak. Hyun-soo, meanwhile, was trying to take the blow. He parried the attack and asked Haxon why he appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. Haxon was surprised that the A-class hunter was able to repel his attack. Park Hyun-soo is alarmed when he notices something is wrong. He hears a strange sound, as if there was an accident nearby. He, trying to warn people who might be close to the fight, shouts at them to leave. The teacher, who is closely monitoring Hyun-soo's actions, tells him not to get distracted. Park Hyun-soo parries another attack from Haxon, who mockingly remarks that it is the same as the last one. Suddenly, an enraged Haxon appears from behind. He is terrifying in his appearance. Hyun-soo turns around at the sound of his voice. Haxon's hand changes shape. He swings his arm to strike. Park Hyun-soo gritted his teeth. He realized his dire situation. Haxon's hand was covered in metal. Before this, he shot energy bullets. The number of his abilities was amazing. Haxon lunged forward, attacking with his transformed arm. Hyun-soo didn't have time to come to his senses and jump back. The blow landed right at him. He tried to block it, protecting his head with his hands. The attack was so strong that Hyun-soo was simply thrown back in the same position he was in. The blow was too strong. He lost feeling in his right hand. Hyun-soo was prepared for the fact that he would not get out alive. Haxon ran towards him, using a supersonic strike, trying to deliver the final attack. The teacher, realizing that the situation is critical, comes to the rescue, reminding Hyun-soo that he studied the Heavenly Demon's movement technique. It was Hyun-soo's turn. He moved so fast that it seemed like he had created clones of himself, which were now approaching Haxon. Park Hyun-soo resolutely rushes forward. He hits Haxon, but is thrown into the wall of a neighboring building. Yurak flew through the air like a bright flash. She hoped that Hyun-soo and Haxon had not yet met. She understood that if the meeting did take place, then 20 seconds would be enough for everything to end for Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo was pushed into a brick wall. Haxin walked up to him. He said that he was surprised that Hyun-soo lasted longer than one of his punches. The master, who had been watching the fight the entire time, admitted that Haxin was incredibly strong. He understood that if Hyun-soo couldn't overcome such a test, then he wouldn't become a heavenly demon. Haxin was ready to deliver the finishing blow. He said he admired how long Hyun-soo had lasted. But Hyun-soo wasn't going to give up. He gathered all his energy together. A huge magical explosion thundered, and shards of pavement flew in all directions. Hyun-soo hit the metal arm. Haxin rolled back. Haxin didn't expect such a strong blow. His magic on his hand began to fall apart. The metal cracked, and he looked at it in amazement. He didn't expect that the A rank would destroy his arm, but with his demonic monster-level recovery, he quickly returned his arm to its original state, changing the other one as well. The teacher tells Hyun-soo not to let Haxion rest and to use the tree strike. Hyun-soo listens to the hints. He throws back the Haxin technique. His goal is to destroy all the enemy's transmutations. Drops of water appear in the air. Haxin disappears from sight. Park Hyun-soo thought that Haxin had evaporated, but teacher said that his energy was still there. He was alive. Haxin flew under Hyun-soo's feet. He hits. Another moment and Haxin holds Hyun-soo by the hair. A huge dagger in his hand. He is about to cut his opponent's throat. But Hyun-soo is already ready to strike with his energy. Haxin uses the same strikes. They no longer work. Hyun-soo hits with a leaf strike, cutting the opponent. The blow misses Haxin's side, flying slightly past, hitting the corner of the building, which simply falls to the ground. Haxin began to recover again. Hyun-soo understands that using several attacks at once is dangerous for the city and its residents, so he decides to take Haxin off the streets. It was a day off and the school was empty, so he ran there. The school was located on a hill, so this further minimized the damage. Haxin's wound was quite serious. Even after using a healing spell, he was unable to completely heal it. Park Hyun-soo rushes forward through the school corridors to the top floor with indomitable determination. Haxin quickly appears nearby, realizing that Hyun-soo is trying to protect others. The explosion blows out the window and throws Park Hyun-soo away, along with pieces of the wall. Hyun-soo falls. He told Haxion that someone like him who fights in residential areas is not worthy of being a hunter. Hyun-soo jumps up, but Haxin jumps on him from behind, swinging his blade. The impact is so powerful that a pillar of light punches a huge hole through the floors of the school. Haxin looks at the crater left by the spell and says that he feels sorry for killing Hyun-soo because he held out so well for so long. There's one last blow left, and there will be nothing left of Hyun-soo. Haxin swings, saying that Yurak will be to blame for his death. Haxin blasts out a huge purple bolt of energy, leaving only a giant crater as he descends into it. Hyun-soo was clearly not an A rank, Haxin admitted it. He stood at the site of the destroyed school, tired after a good fight. He was sure that he had won, although not as quickly as he expected. Haxin turned to leave, but suddenly light began to shine from under the rubble. Hyun-soo, driven by a tremendous amount of energy, flew above the rubble. This made Haxin laugh. He was pleasantly surprised by Hyun-soo's strength, but he was not going to give up. He was about to use the bullet's energy but realized it was gone. In any case, his body could still function normally. Hyun-soo, like a black shadow, approached Haxin almost point blank. Haxin strikes, but his attack flies past. Now it's his turn to take the blow. Hyun-soo, as planned, uses combinations of strikes, giving no respite. There were loud blows and explosions. Hyun-soo didn't give Haxin time to come to his senses. On the eve of the fight, he and the teacher practiced martial arts techniques. He was able to strike as fast as possible. Once he even hit the teacher, but quickly flew into the wall. The teacher gave him instructions as he circulated his energy. Hyun-soo had both the Heavenly Demon Seed and the Amugi's internal energy, but he didn't know how to use them properly. The student was upset, because he understood that this was true. He had received more internal energy, but he did not feel that he had become stronger. The master told him to think of it as a deep well. A strong person can bring water 100 times, but a weak person won't bring it even 10. Training to become stronger is a real battle. Victory over a strong opponent is better than 100 training sessions. The master was sure of this. And now, in front of Hyun-soo stood a truly powerful opponent. Haxin had fully recovered his metal arms and was ready to continue with renewed vigor. Hyun-soo was amazed at Haxin's strength. He was still standing even after the most powerful blows. Hyun-soo's entire body was burning from his last attack. Haxin said that he was no longer surprised that the Red Lion wanted Hyun-soo. Haxin's entire torso became metallic. He said that even though he was an astral mage, but he is also capable of close combat. Haxin makes a dash forward. Haxin punches Hyun-soo in the chest. Hyun-soo is thrown back again. Haxin flies up. Haxin is on top, squeezing his hands into a ring like pincers and promising to take the hero's head. The teacher watches the fight while the hero repels the attack. The master attacks alongside the hero, guiding him in the decisive move, commanding him to use the soul of the heavenly demon. The teacher watches intently. He believes that Hyun-soo will succeed. During his last training, Hyun-soo tried to understand the demon's soul, but it was too heavy. The teacher raises his finger sternly, as if giving an important instruction. The first step was to take a step back and allow the consciousness to pass through this point. The guy looks forward with a serious expression. Haxin attacks. Hyun-soo almost lost his head. Hyun-soo uses the soul of the heavenly demon. He takes a step. Haxin is confused. He is sure that Hyun-soo just flew towards him at high speed. Hyun-soo is unexpectedly close, forming energy in his hands. The boy screams, releasing a huge charge of blue energy from his hands. Haxin realizes that he won't be able to block it. The blow passes, the flash ends, and Hyun-soo realizes that nothing happened to Haxin's metal torso. There wasn't a single scratch on it. The exhausted hero was breathing heavily. Hyun-soo used all his strength to draw water from the well, An enemy with a creepy aura and a glowing eye looks menacingly at the hero. Now it is his turn to attack. A powerful attack lands on Hyun-Soo's neck and chin. The heavenly demon, the teacher in his youth, a long time ago, stands on the battlefield. In front of him is a demon who has killed a bunch of soldiers and people. The hero promises to kill him. The huge demonic monster, with a terrifying smile, says that he is impressed that the heavenly demon survived. A warrior with shining eyes vows to destroy the enemy. The demon offers him a chance to become his right hand. The sky demon asks him to shut up. The warrior and the demon clash face to face in a decisive battle. The heavenly demon does not need internal energy to use martial arts. The hero clenches his fist, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He can use the forces of nature. The warrior rises up to attack, using his celestial spiritual body. A young fighter in a black and yellow suit holds a helmet. The squad has finally arrived at the site of the destroyed school. They are ready to intervene. He looks back at the ruined and smoking horizon. Assessing the situation in 20 minutes, an entire area was completely destroyed. He and his partner observe through binoculars from behind cover and report that Park Hyun-Soo has most likely been dead for a long time. Suddenly he sees that Hyun-Soo is not only still alive, but is also actively attacking Haksun. The opponents threw each other back. Hyun-Soo once again asked why Haksun appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. Haksun pretends not to understand. The protagonist shouts at the enemy in rage, accusing him of not understanding the obvious. Observers in the shelter watch the battle with alarm. A fighter with binoculars reports that Hyun-Soo is alive and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Haksun's energy beam was restored and he soared into the sky. The master grabs Hyun-Soo and flies into the air. Horrified observers admit that what is happening is simply madness. Haksun is floating in the air. He doesn't understand how Hyun-Soo avoided the blow. It felt like someone pushed him away. Hyun-Soo is lying on the ground. Haksun thinks he has enough for one more attack. Lee Mi-na watches the events unfold through a huge screen in the command center and asks Hyun-Soo to get up. The teacher also asks him to get up. He can't help him anymore. The ghostly figure of the young teacher appears nearby. The spirit merges with the hero's body, plunging into his consciousness. Mina, tensely watching the events, orders the squad to intervene. The Azure Dragon squad was ordered to intervene, but even their commander hesitated upon seeing the enemy in battle. Hyun-Soo, wounded, rises from the ground, preparing to continue the battle. The master knew it was rude to interfere in someone else's fight, but he couldn't let Hyun-Soo die. The teacher tells him to stop because there is nothing he can do. Hyun-Soo isn't going to give up. He wants to use the skill that allows him to repeat one of Master's skills once a day. Haksun comes closer. He asks what Hyun-Soo is muttering about. The squad will receive orders to provide support. The hero gathers his strength, and a storm of energy erupts around him as he prepares to use a martial art that does not require internal energy. Hyun-Soo uses the heavenly spiritual body. Teacher is amazed because he never taught Hyun-Soo this. The enemy also attacks, releasing a powerful energy blow. Tired of wasting his energy on Hyun-Soo, Hyun-Soo fires a powerful energy beam. A powerful explosion of energy engulfed the entire arena, creating a magic circle. The squad intervened, using the artifact, throwing it between the opponents. The mirror began to absorb their energies, preventing the fight from continuing. The artifact shatters and the falcon flies over the heads of the combatants. Haksun knows what artifact was used. He folds his arms across his chest. Two of the squad watch from behind cover as a figure appears amidst the destruction. Surprised that the mirror world was destroyed after just one use, a fiery object falls rapidly from the sky into the center of the battle arena. Yurak stands between Haksun and Hyun-Soo. She turns to the latter and with a gentle smile tells him about his excellent work. She tells the squad to stand back. Yurak will take care of Haksun herself. One of the fighters breathes a sigh of relief. Haksun smiles evilly at her, laughing at the fact that she decided to deal with him alone. In the center of the battlefield, above the heroes' heads, a magical portal with a bright glow opens, and Takeshi and Jill emerge from it. A week before the events, the gate committee met. A man in a red robe reports to the council on the state of affairs. He talks about the gate that the dragon spread, and about the guilds with S-rank hunters who will be responsible for paradise. One of the council members says that if a gate appears in a country without S-rank hunters, a guild will be chosen to go there. Haksun sits with his arms folded across his chest. He doesn't understand why they were called if they were simply telling him about their decision. He slams his fist on the table in anger. Haksun jumps up from his seat and says that he and the ES guild will be on their own. Yurak is outraged by his behavior. She also jumps up from her seat. She doesn't understand why he always has to go against everyone. Because it's a question of humanity's survival. Haksun replies that if he can stop this, then humanity will live. Panic reigned in the city streets. Residents were already aware that a gate had appeared above the school, from which, they thought, monsters would soon emerge. Two fighters in red and yellow suits peer out from under the rubble, shocked by what is happening. There were 4 S-rank hunters on the battlefield. If they started the battle, an even greater disaster could not be avoided. Jill gives a friendly pat on the shoulder to a screaming Haksun, while Takeshi apologizes to Yurak. Hyun-Soo thinks he's seen this man in a magazine before. He's ranked 8th among the S-ranks in the world. Jill worriedly asks Haksun what the hell he is doing in a foreign country. Why he brought so much destruction. Hyun-Soo knows him too. It suddenly dawns on him who the person he was fighting is. Jill tells Haksun to stop provoking people. Hyun-Soo finally realizes that he just fought the world's number 2, Haksun Baldur. Haksun never appears in public. No one knows what he looks like. Only his cruelty is known. Takeshi tells Yurak that his guild will apologize on a national level and make amends, to which she tells him to forget it. Hyun-Soo interrupts the conversation, shouting that he cannot forgive Haksun. And he can be understood. He was attacked without reason. The school he went to was destroyed. He continued your tirade when suddenly Jill stopped him. Jill greets the hero with a smile. Hyun-soo is surprised that he can speak Korean. Jill explained that he can match brainwave lengths to speak all languages. He asked Hyun-soo to calm down. They didn't come to fight, but to take Haksun. Takeshi turned his attention to Hyun-soo. He bowed to him and apologized again. Hyun-soo doesn't agree that everything can be resolved with compensation and an apology. Hyun-soo screams that he needs to finish the job with that bastard Haksun. Yurak then stops his indignation with a gesture. She says that Takeshi's words can be trusted. Takeshi continued to scold Haksun for his brazen intrusion. As they leave, Haksun throws over his shoulder to Hyun-soo that they will continue when he gets stronger. Haksun soars into the sky, and Takeshi, watching him, breathes a sigh of relief. He addressed Hyun-soo, calling him a strong hunter. Jill, as he was leaving, told Hyun-soo that he hoped they would get along, calling him a kid, which Hyun-soo was unhappy about. A man with a beard creates an energy portal. Jill waves goodbye. Yurak thought with admiration that she had not expected such strength from Hyun-soo. She didn't realize how strong he had become. In a hospital room, a guy is sitting on a couch, and a doctor and a girl are standing next to him. The doctor says that the wounds are healing much faster than expected, and everything will be fine tomorrow. Yurak smiled at him, slightly mockingly saying that he had become much stronger after eating the snake. She watched him get dressed in the ward, getting ready to go home. Hyun-soo and Master were sitting on the subway. Master didn't understand why they didn't just use the flight of the heavenly demon. The guy thought it was too dangerous to fight next to ordinary people. Anyone could get hurt during the fight. Today it almost happened. Hyun-soo, tired after a hard day, gets off the subway and hurries to look at the destroyed area. Shocked by the pristine appearance of the houses, Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a smiling leader Lee appeared in front of Hyun-soo, standing in the middle of the street. The girl explains to Hyun-soo how residential buildings have been restored. Hyun-soo breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that there were people working to rebuild homes after surprise attacks by enemies. Overwhelmed with positive emotions, Hyun-soo hugged the girl without hesitation. Deeply embarrassed by his sudden outburst of feelings, Hyun-soo abruptly pulled away from the blushing girl. After receiving words of gratitude from the residents of the rescued area, Hyun-soo smiled. Smoking a pipe, the unknown man reported that the king was unhappy that the Watergate plan had gone awry. Night Nim's fair-haired servant, sitting on the castle floor in front of the throne, assured them that everything would work out. A fragment from the Western Sea of Korea should be enough for them to destroy them. The fair-haired man, smiling slyly, reported to the gentleman that the parallel plan was also 72% complete. Grinning maliciously, the gentleman solemnly concluded the success of his villainous plan. A videographer films a Korean news report revealing who was behind the destruction of a city school, and the name of Haksun Baldur was mentioned. The news anchors report that a certain Haksun Baldur attacked a hunter from our country, Hyun-soo, and destroyed the school in the process. Sitting in front of the TV, the man in the hood listened to the TV presenters. After hearing all the information, the hooded man was delighted. Unable to bear the storm of his emotions, the hooded man, who was Jae-hyuk, joyfully said the name Park Hyun-soo. Unable to bear it, the hooded man activated his energy in his hand, thinking that it was a miracle that Hyun-soo survived the White Wolf's attack. Thunder sparks spread around the hands of the armed Jae-hyuk, who decided that he would deal with Hyun-soo, and Noonim would finally look at him. Smiling evilly, he summoned his strength, bringing his fists together. Meanwhile, at Hyun-soo's house, Master, sitting at the table, urged him to quickly prepare food. Coming out of the bathroom, naked and steamed, Hyun-soo sighed with relief. The master angrily scolded him for it. Unable to stand it, she slapped him. Hyun-soo placed his phone next to his computer keyboard after ordering food for his home. He turned to the teacher, smiling slyly and anticipating his surprise. The master was delighted, thinking that Hyun-soo would cook 2 packs of ramen, but he started shaking from this. Somewhat perplexed, Hyun-soo answered his teacher that this was not so. Hyun-soo excitedly told the master that they would be eating spicy pork with rice today. The hot, appetizing food, already standing on the table, attracted the teacher and student with its aroma. The teacher tried a piece and made a strange expression on his face. Hyun-soo, who did not expect such a reaction, carefully asked the teacher what he didn't like. The master scolded Hyun-soo for not trying such a delicious dish earlier. Hyun-soo, looking forward to his first expedition, walked down the corridor in a good mood. Hyun-soo became a red lion hunter and was extremely happy about it. After greeting Hyun-soo as a newcomer, Sun Myung-jin approached the surprised youth. Shocked by the greeting from the steel god of death himself, Hyun-soo happily extended his hand in greeting. After speaking words of encouragement, the steel god of death shook the hand of the satisfied Hyun-soo. The master asked the stunned Hyun-soo who this stranger was. As his fan, Hyun-soo eloquently described to the teacher all the virtues of the hunter Sun Myung-jin. Hyun-soo turned his head from side to side and suddenly noticed someone else. He saw another famous hunter, Ho Jun-sung. Unable to contain himself, Hyun-soo ran over to greet him, while his teacher watched with displeasure. Hyun-soo began to enthusiastically tell his teacher about this hunter. Suddenly, the teacher slapped his careless student on the back of the head. Faced with their conflicting opinions, the teacher and student began to argue, the former considering such a servile attitude towards others unacceptable, while Hyun-soo believed that being a fan was not a bad thing. The teacher scolded Hyun-soo for his behavior, and said that his status did not allow him to bow down to everyone. Looking into the office, Hyun-soo was greeted by a welcoming smile from Yurak in armor. The leader stood up from her desk and said that she needed to ask Hyun-soo something. He looked at her shiny, beautiful armor with admiration. Hyun-soo was surprised. Ha Yurak, dressed in combat gear, provocatively asks Park Hyun-soo if he intends to continue working with her. Park Hyun-soo and Ha Yurak are talking face to face. The former is at a loss while the girl persistently waits for his answer. He survived the battle against Haksun. It was amazing. The leader of the Red Lions talks out loud about the protagonist's rank. Closing her eyes while he still looks at her in confusion, she believed that his rank had long since ceased to be A. Yurik turns sharply towards Park Hyun-soo, pointing her finger at him, confidently stating his increased strength. She says that he is definitely an S-rank hunter. Hyun-soo can't believe Ha-Yurak's words, his mouth hanging open in surprise. The protagonist looks at Yurak more calmly, processing the information. Ha-Yurak asks Park Hyun-soo what he is going to do while looking into his eyes, causing him to twitch a little while looking back at her. The leader of the Red Lions is pleased with the protagonist's answer and says that he intends to stay in the guild. Park Hyun-soo, with his hand on his heart, explains the reasons why he remains in the Red Lion Guild. He has not yet done anything for the guild, having received a large sum of money for the contract. After explaining, Hyun-soo makes a funny face, saying that he doesn't have that much shamelessness, making Ha-Yurak laugh. Yurak takes Hyun-soo by the shoulders, looking seriously into his eyes, addressing him as a member of the guild. She asks him to try hard on the first expedition. Still holding Hyun-soo by the shoulders, the girl talks about his equipment in the basement, to which he smiles contentedly. Park Hyun-soo bows respectfully to Yurak as he prepares to leave. Already outside the office door, Hyun-soo's teacher starts talking to him. The main character smiles awkwardly, ruffling the hair on the back of his head. The teacher slaps Park Hyun-soo on the back of the head, causing him to stagger slightly from the force of the slap. The teacher, not looking at Hyun-soo, says with a smile that Ha-Yurak is a good boss, to which the protagonist, smiling amusingly in response, asks the teacher about his knowledge of the meaning of the word boss. The teacher, clearly in a good mood, rushes forward, saying that he knows the meaning of the word boss from news and dramas, causing the protagonist to burst into laughter. Ha-Yurak begins his speech as the head of the guild, instructing his soldiers about the expedition. The soldiers of the Red Lions Guild listen attentively to their leader, their gazes stern from past battles. Yurak finishes his speech, inspiring the soldiers for a new battle. Park Hyun-soo feels out of place as he is among the Red Lion soldiers for the first time, listening to their leader's speech while his teacher talks about her heroism behind his back. Ha-Yurak calls on each soldier to look up to their comrade next to them, motivating everyone to stand up for each other. The soldiers smile confidently, inspired, because they will definitely be able to protect each other. Ha-Yurak, raising his hand in the air above his head, finally raises the fighting spirit of his people. A white-haired girl kneels before Knight and informs him of the upcoming Red Lions expedition. Knight, his eye gleaming angrily, asks his informant about the current military strength of the Red Lions. The girl, smiling and closing her eyes, talks about the military might of the Red Lions, noting the number of different classes among the soldiers among the S rank. She only mentions Ha-Yurak. Knight walks grimly towards his informant, telling him not to let his guard down with the Ha-Yurak Guild. Knight's eye flashes blue as he sweeps his cloak over the girl, telling her that the Red Lion's end will come today. Both Knight and the informant vanish into thin air, teleporting out of the palace. Soldiers of the Red Lions Guild, led by Ha-Yurak, prepare to enter the portal of paradise, standing on the deck of a ship at sea. One of the soldiers tells Hyun-soo, without taking his eyes off the portal, about the losses in the previous expedition. He listens attentively, frowning slightly. The soldier recalls the deaths of his comrades on the previous expedition, how much blood there was, their desperate cries. In his eyes there is a barely noticeable fear of a repeat. The soldier continues his story, while Hyun-soo realizes the stalemate he and everyone else will be in. The portal to paradise shines brightly, illuminating the members of the Red Lions Guild. Teacher Park Hyun-soo, looking seriously at the portal, talks about the death that awaits within it. Hyun-soo looks at the gate with hostility, pondering his teacher's words, preparing for battle. Fire magic swirls around Ha-Yurak as she marks the beginning of the offensive. The entire squad of Red Lions begins to enter the portal, disappearing one after another. Park Hyun-soo and his teacher, entering the portal, find themselves in a desert, looking around and assessing the situation. The teacher talks about the vastness of the area, and the fact that everything inside the portal is real, to which Hyun-soo echoes. The teacher remembers himself at a younger age, when he almost died in a battle with powerful monsters, not taking into account that the world around him was reality, not an illusion. The core of the illusion must be destroyed for it to disappear. Park Hyun-soo awkwardly touches the back of his head, noticing that the other soldiers and the guild leader are not nearby. Jeo-hyuk, who also participated in the expedition, approaches Park Hyun-soo and his teacher, not noticing the latter for now. The soldier, noticing a sparkle on the ground, sees a large diamond of at least 500 carats, rejoicing at such unexpected luck. The soldier reaches out his hand to the diamond, intending to take it, and not ceasing to smile contentedly. The diamond turns out to be the bait of a monster resembling an anglerfish, which immediately emerges from the thick sand, preparing to eat the Red Lion soldier, who jumped back in time. Purple lightning appears all over the soldier's forearm and fist on his iron gauntlet, as he grins and prepares to attack the monster in front of him. Another monster with a scorpion tail appears, its sting aimed straight at the soldier, a purple stream of magic concentrating in its hand, which is about to strike the monster's evil face. He activated his Spartan shield in response to the blow. He then extended his hand, activating Rockbreaker. The monster howled in pain, bulging its evil eyes. He realized that he needed to activate the double shield for a stronger blow, but the monster parried the blow and threw it back. He struck the monster again. The beauty hovered in the air. Realizing that they had been scattered all over the area as soon as they entered, she understood that she couldn't fly aimlessly for so long. She rushed swiftly into the depths of the sea. The formidable warrior commanded them not to surrender. A gang of sinister monsters rushed after the warrior. The blonde grabbed the monster by the mouth and shouted that they never give up. He bravely dealt with the monsters, knowing that a hefty reward awaited him. The monster activated the lightning of destruction, raising its hand up and ordering that no one should look down on the A-rank hunters. The wolf monster sank its teeth into the warrior's neck. The second one rushed to help, seeing that two wolf monsters were trying to attack the warrior. Drawing his sword, he rushed to help, not seeing that someone was descending on him from above. The warrior tried to resist the monster, who shouted that he was the steel god of death. The blonde tried to stop him and shouted that he was coming to help. He settled down on one of the monsters, grabbing its horns. The dude was enjoying his coffee. The beauty was languishing from boredom. The guy noted that it would be even more boring if Gulag came out. The beauty reminded him once again of the name of the guy who killed the Amugi and survived the battle with Haxen. She looked into the distance through her binoculars. Two warriors walked wearily through the hot desert in a wonderful conversation, leaving behind the body of the slain monster. The long-haired brunette was very happy about such an unexpected meeting under such circumstances. He said he almost cried when he thought he was the only one who had been separated. The constant talk of the guild leader Aegis was wildly irritating to the other. The long-haired man continued to list all of the others' victories. The teacher whispered in his student's ear to hit the chatterbox. The guild leader continued speaking with a grin. The ghost teacher said that it was necessary to hit him immediately to make him shut his mouth. The long-haired man thought that something was wrong with this boy. The leader remembered that the student received clear instructions from his ghost teacher. The guild leader felt that someone was prompting the student, apparently some kind of ghost. Even this student's style feels like some kind of unreal martial art. The teacher instructed the student to be careful with this guild leader. The ghost also indicated that the leader continued to watch him. The long-haired man wondered why the student was constantly looking at the sky. The headmaster was confused and asked the reason for the student's persistent gaze. A furious blue glowing ball was moving towards the guys. The leader shouted that there was a gate within a gate. Everyone on the ship stood in front of the approaching gates. The girl warned everyone that they would step in if they failed. One of the employees checked the device and said that the Anderson intensity is now 40. At 100, the gates will collide. The girl was worried about Hyunsu's safety. The apprentice and the guild leader stood in front of the opened gates. The guild leader was the first to step into the open gate, which shocked the student. The teacher said that it was necessary to explore this place and not think about the missing talkative guild leader. The student decided to follow the leader and headed towards the gate, despite the fact that the teacher did not approve of his choice. The heavenly demon's indignation at Park Hyunsu's disobedience. When he came out of the portal, he immediately flew down. Park Hyun-soon avoided falling with his sky demon move. Fear that the portal was in such a terrible place, and doubts about where Choi Jae-hyuk is now. Meanwhile, Choi Jae-hyuk climbed up the wall using his gloves. Behind the huge wall, they see a large city. They decided to split up in different directions in order to get to the castle. Choi Jae-hyuk gives an item due to a broken connection. A warning that the item is for use in case something dangerous happens. The veteran says goodbye, and the main character understands why he is a veteran. Park Hyun-soo understands that people can't be judged by their covers. Meanwhile, in the bell tower, a mysterious skeleton sits on a throne. Servant Knight Nima is glad to see the A-rank hunters gone. And Knight Nim himself is bored, interested in the remaining two. The servant keeps an eye on Park Hyun-soo and Ha Yu-rak, telling them their locations. Report that Ha Yu-rak is alone in the Obel Sea. Using her fire abilities, she prepares for battle. Alone against many monsters, she copes with them. But even so, there are too many monsters, and she can't abandon them all. Looking at the portal that brought her here, she saw that it had already closed. Realizing his situation, he envelops himself in flames for the next battle. Monsters cannot pass through the fire barrier and are injured. They change tactics, entrenching themselves with each other, becoming a huge monster. With a huge paw, he attacks Ha Yu-rak. Meanwhile, Choi Jae-hyuk thinks that this wall has no end. He decided to jump down. The descent turns out to be too slippery to grab onto anything, but gloves help. The city landscape pleases Choi Jae-hyuk's eyes. He uses his weapon to search for valuables in this place, and also the interest in what will be found with the help of the object this time. And Park Hyun-soo, wandering along the wall, thought that there was no one here. The sky demon senses something alien and dangerous. A huge skeleton appears in front of them. He invited Park Hyun-soo to ask him something. The question concerns the Gates of Light, and what they came from there. Park Hyun-soo agrees that he came from the portal. The heavenly demon guesses that the skeleton can see him. The skeleton confirms that he sees him, and he also thinks that the heavenly demon is a sorcerer. For the guests, he materialized a table with chairs and tea on them. The heavenly demon asked about him being a king. The skeleton has a vague memory of this. The skeleton replies that he has lived here for a very long time, and he also calmly asks about the tea he offered earlier. Park Hyun-soo agrees and drinks from his mug. But the demon warned the student that the tea could be poisoned, but he would also eat ramen with poison. Park Hyun-soo apologizes for his rude teacher. The skeleton doesn't take this into his head, enjoying the ordinary conversation. The skeleton guesses what his past was, after which he begins to immerse himself in memories. Millet with happy faces of the townspeople, and also a similar fate of portals, as in the world of Park Hyun-soon. The heavenly demon wants to reason with the skeleton so that he says that he is the king. A skeleton's memory of wielding magic and trying to protect everything he has. A fearsome monster that looms large over the battlefield, where the corpses of the red lion hunters lie, raises the corpse of one hunter, after which he eats it bloodthirstily. While the servant rejoices at the awakening of the gulag, Knight Nim continues to be bored. The woven monster is chasing Ha Yu-rak. Suddenly a portal opened to the monster on the battlefield. The world of water from where Ha Yu-rak came began to flood the battlefield. Meanwhile, the skeleton continues talking about what happened to him in the past. Unable to save everyone, he passed out, after which he saw himself like this. Even though he was dead, he still felt regret and fear for his people, expecting that Park Hyun-soo and the heavenly demon had come to kill him. Although the skeleton himself wants to be killed, Park Hyun-soo and Heavenly Demon are puzzled by the request. The flooding of the battlefield hinders Ha Yu-rak in the battle. It's strange that the portals blocked each other, and the servant decides to place bets on the fight with Night Nim. He quickly puts his bet on Gulal and doesn't even want to look at it. Seeing the dead hunters, Hugh Yu-rak is filled with anger and a desire for revenge. Huge bonded monster with Gulag against Ha Yu-rak. Transition to a new mode, ready to fight against monsters. Attacks the bonded monster with a fire tornado and kills bonded monsters. Understanding that there is one less enemy. A rude question from the Heavenly Demon: can a skeleton raise a hand against itself? It is fun for a skeleton that a spirit teaches a man. With one blow of his staff, he destroyed his skull. At that moment his staff went out and the crown fell to the floor. However, the pieces returned and reassembled into the skull, returning the crown to the head. The skeleton admits that he has already tried to do this, but cannot. The skeleton's request to them is that they end his suffering. The Heavenly Demon agrees to fulfill the wish, but on one condition. At this time, Choi Jae-hyuk came to the massive gate. He is going to break his way to the treasure. Pedestals of monster wolves and a beautiful view greet him at the entrance. They come to life like gargoyles when they notice an uninvited guest. The Heavenly Demon's condition is to find a way to get out of this place. Park Hyun-soo refutes the teacher, talking about the portal from where they came. A quick punishment for his student with a flick on the forehead. The Heavenly Demon already knows that there is no portal there. Activation of Park Hyun-soo's ability and the teacher's lesson on exit knowledge. The skeleton himself wants to leave, but does not know where the exit is. But he offers something that can help them. As they follow the skeleton, the master warns that it might be a trap. But Park Hyun-soo doubts that this could happen. The skeleton uses a spell to open the door. He used an energy that was different from that of a Heavenly Demon. Nothing compares to the Marble of Entropy. The king offers Hyun-soo to lay his hand on him. He admits that he doesn't know what exactly entropy will show, but he's sure it will be what Hyun-soo desires most. Hyun-soo's mentor, the Heavenly Demon, says that there is no point in doubting anymore since they have come this far. Hyun-soo places his hands on entropy. Suddenly, he feels her begin to suck him in. The king grins and, as if in jest, says, "My apologies." A little panicked, Hyun-soo calls out to the teacher, but he can't tear his hands away. The Sky Demon demands an explanation from the king as to why he deceived them. And the king replies that, like them, he wants to get out of here. And after a long search, I found a way to manifest the gates of light. Hyun-soo writhes in entropy. The king continues the story. He says that when Hyun-soo and his teacher appeared, his intuition told him the time had come. Hyun-soo calls him a scumbag. The king says that he absorbed the souls of all his subjects and defeated the monsters. But he was left alone, without the ability to collect new energy. And only after thousands of years did Hyun-soo and his mentor appear with the energy of 1,000 people. Now he takes this energy for himself. The Sky Demon says he has heard everything he needed to. Then he turns to the student. "If you thought that martial arts would not help here, you were wrong," and orders to use Heavenly Demon's step. Hyun-soo remembers that everyone bows before the Heavenly Demon and uses the technique. A powerful explosion occurs. The king comes to his senses and Hyun-soo stands in front of him. The king is furious. "How dare you bring me to my knees?" The Heavenly Demon replies that this is how everyone should behave before him. When the king rises slightly, Hyun-soo jumps up, grabs his head and swings his fist. Using Tree Strike, he breaks the top of the skull. Meanwhile, Choi Jae-hyuk uses a Spartan shield to defend himself from the monster. Then, charging his fist with mana, he strikes the dog, throwing it away. The monsters become too numerous, and he decides to retreat. He accidentally gets trapped and rolls down onto the sharp spikes. At the last moment, he manages to grab onto the wall and save his life. Meanwhile, the Sky Demon reminds the student that the fight is not over yet. The Skeleton King recovers and becomes enraged. Raising the crown, he praises Hyun-soo, but having put it on, she calls him a speck of dust. After which he points a magic staff at him. The teacher warns Hyun-soo to watch his back. Turning around, he sees the king concentrating magical energy. But the mentor tells him not to panic and to use materialization of the Heavenly Demon. Dodging the king's attacks, the floor beneath Hyun-soo's feet breaks. But to avoid falling, he uses Sky Demon Flight and clings to the surviving edge. The king notices that Hyun-soo is hanging by a thread and prepares to strike. Hyun-soo manages to get up and in response to the ridicule, his teacher replies, "Shut your mouth." The Heavenly Demon calls the king an insect, and the king, involuntarily insulted, asks again, "What did you call me?" But the mentor repeats, adding that he will never reach heaven. The king replies that he is too arrogant, being only a soul. The Heavenly Demon replies that he is allowed to be arrogant because he lives in heaven. The king gathers his magic again and threatens to kill the student to prove that there is always someone stronger. Hyun-soo dodges the magic projectiles again. Having reached the pole, he charges his fist and strikes. Huge rocks begin to fall on the king. At this time, Choi Jae-hyuk breaks a large crystal. The guy wants to absorb the crystal that he finally found. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-soo continues to fight with the Heavenly Demon. The guy is surprised that the crystal he found has an S rank. The demon feels that someone has touched his vessel of life. At this time, Hyun-soo uses a powerful technique. His opponent still stands there, perplexed. The power of the crystal rips all the guy's clothes off. At this time, Hyun-soo strikes the demon with a powerful blow. His opponent can't believe that someone found his fragment of life, and says that if it weren't for this, he would have won. Howling ghosts swirl around the heroes. The guy completely absorbs the power of the crystal. He jumps and breaks through the ceiling. The guy sees monsters in front of him who are getting ready to attack him. He has so many options on how to deal with them, and he can't decide which one to use. Such power drives him crazy. He prepares to strike with his hand. A beam shoots out of it, sweeping away everything in its path. The guy enjoys the fact that his body is now better. Hyun-soo tells the teacher about how he feels when in contact with the ball. He mentions the countless cries of people for help. The boy tells the teacher that he will do everything himself and that it is better for him to stay here. The old man doubts him, but Hyun-soo stands firm. Cheon-yo calls the guy a stubborn brat, but he still decides to go. Hyun-soo tries to enter the past, and his teacher helps him do it. Together they can do anything, and they both go back in time. What appears before them is the bustling city that this place was before its destruction. Suddenly, a gate of light appears in the sky. Huge monsters begin to emerge from them, clearly not with the best intentions. They destroy the city and devour people. And then, with a furious cry, the royal warriors appear. They urge citizens not to run away, but to fight the monsters. The king appears on a white dragon and commands a retreat. He begins to cast a spell. With powerful blows, he blows all the monsters to pieces. With trembling hands, the king takes the cup and drinks the mysterious drink, saying that he has no strength left to fight. He doesn't understand what's the point of this world if he's going to die anyway. The monarch understands that no one but him can defeat the monsters from the gates of light. There was only one option left for him: necromancy, with the help of which he will be able to absorb the souls of people and become stronger and stronger. He doubts his choice, because what kind of country is it if there are no people in it? But if he lives, he will be able to create another country. His opinions are divided, and he cannot decide what to do. He tries to shut up his bad personality, and breaks the first thing that comes to hand. A servant comes to his chambers and says that the gates of light have appeared at the castle again. He says that there is a big monster there that looks like a dragon. But he is interrupted by the king's cry. The monarch takes it out on his servant and says that they are all just parasites. He swings his spear at the man and says that he will give their lives at least some value. A moment later, the servant is already dead, and blood is slowly dripping from the king's spear. He will call all who relate to you, and all who relate to them. He will gather all the souls of these people during eternity, and gain unprecedented power. The king called for souls. The man used forbidden magic, and the souls of innocent people came to him. One by one, the civilians began to fall to the ground, their souls leaving their bodies. A multitude of souls rushed to the guardhouse where the man is. They came to him. The king feels himself becoming stronger with each soul. He will never lose to any monster that comes from the gates of light again. A man is attacked by a huge monster. He declares with determination that the kingdom of Riord is eternal. The monster swings at the man, but he dodges the attack and rushes towards him to counterattack. A man uses forbidden magic to cast a powerful explosion on an enemy. Hyun-soo begins to hear all the pain of souls. He is in pain from all these voices. The student asks the mentor what he should do, and he tells him that this is precisely why he shouldn't have come here. Master tells Hyun-soo to endure it. Since he is next to him, it is possible to do so. Hyun-soo is getting worse from the voices. His strength is leaving him. A bright light appeared. Hyun-soo asks the mentor what he sees in front of him, but looking back, he realizes that the mentor has disappeared. Light absorbs Hyun-soo. A silhouette appears in front of him, telling him that he did a great job. The silhouette of a man returns Hyun-soo to another dimension. He is surprised. The same man is sitting in front of him on the bench. Hyun-soo asks the man if he is a skeleton. The man is glad that Hyun-soo recognized him. Hyun-soo loudly tells him, "Are you really trying to deceive everyone again?" The skeleton tells him, "How can you say such a thing? I waited 3,024 days for this moment." Hyun-soo is shocked by such words. He replies that the skeleton talked about 2,000 years. The skeleton says, "What fool would believe that?" Hyun-soo says in the same loud tone, "So who was that skeleton and you? You are one and the same person." The skeleton tells him, "Yes and no." The skeleton tells Hyun-soo that when he used necromancy, he abandoned his evil self and plunged into entropy. Or you could say that it was thrown out of my body. Here he pulled himself together and created a world in another dimension. Hyun-soo is shocked. He mentally says, "Is this even possible?" And he was able to save several souls that had been absorbed by entropy, and help them live here. Although for them every day is the same. But they do not suffer from pain. Hyun-soo is shocked by everything he just heard. The skeleton looks at Hyun-soo with a half smile. Hyun-soo tells him, "What kind of look are you looking at? It's offensive." The skeleton says that while listening to the instructions, this is the first time in 3,000 years that he has seen something like this. And Hyun-soo is surprised. Hyun-soo asks the skeleton how he knew. "Don't feel insulted. We don't have time anyway." The student asks his teacher what he should do with him, whether it is possible to hit this skeleton. Hyun-soo is surprised. The skeleton says that he called his mentor here. "Is this even possible?" The skeleton answers him that listening to instructions is exactly what is needed. Hyun-soo loudly says that it's enough to say things that only you understand. "My evil self kept the source of its life separate from our body in order to live a life close to eternal. But you and another person who came here from the outside world took the vessel of life. Now this man is looking for you. He has become another reincarnation of evil." Hyun-soo is shocked by such words. He is no longer the man you knew. He will try to kill you. Hyun-soo tells him that he understands everything. The skeleton says that he has a great relationship with the teacher there. "Make me your teacher too." Hyun-soo is surprised. He knows about this too. Hyun-soo agrees with the skeleton. Somewhere in the ocean, a man tells the director that Anderson's intensity has risen to 63. The director mentally says that all she can do is just wait on the ship, but she is ready to give her life in case of the portal's influence. A girl casts a firebird spell on a monster. She uses all the power she has. After the spell, a powerful explosion occurs. The girl flies up. The attack she put all her strength into didn't work on the monster. The skeleton tells Hyun-soo that he spent all his power creating this world, so Hyun-soo will need to learn mana control to free the people. Hyun-soo wonders what mana is. He asks the skeleton if it is similar to ki. Kai is the purified energy of nature, and mana is the raw energy of nature. Absorb mana, energy in its purest form. Hyunsu's system says he has understood what natural mana is. The skeleton is shocked that he understood her essence so quickly. It took the skeleton, the best magician in the world, 3 hours to do this. He says that the system provides good opportunities for study. Hyunsu asks if he can sense mana now. The skeleton says it's not difficult. Well, although it's actually difficult, it's unlikely you'll succeed. Hyunsu is eager to try. The skeleton tells him to take control of the souls inside his body. Most likely Hyunsu will feel the pain of each soul. At this time, while Hyunsu is trying to cleanse the souls, a stranger appears. Hyunsu doesn't hear the stranger. The stranger asks if Hyunsu is sleeping. The stranger, taking advantage of Hyunsu's moment of vulnerability, wants to deal him a fatal blow. Hyunsu feels like his heart is about to explode. It's all because of the mana. The skeleton tells him to put mana into every word he speaks and say disappear. He says disappear. Everything around Hyunsu starts to shine. Mentor Hyunsu is perplexed. All the vengeful souls disappear. Could it really be Hyunsu who did this? The skeleton tells Mentor Hyunsu that this kid must be an unprecedented genius. He says with a smile on his face that his student has accomplished a great feat. Finally, after a long time, the skeleton and his people are destroyed, and they were able to gain freedom. The mentor says they are destroyed. It turns out they have disappeared forever. The skeleton says that is exactly how it is. The skeleton says his last words that he would be grateful if the mentor told Hyunsu that they are all free now. At this time, the stranger gathered strength to strike Hyunsu. There was a large explosion inside the clock tower. The stranger says, "You're finally awake, Hyunsu." Hyunsu found out that the stranger was Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk says that it's great that you woke up Hyunsu. Otherwise, it would have been too boring to kill you like that. Jae-hyuk wants to launch a powerful attack. Hyunsu counterattacks Jae-hyuk so fast that he doesn't even have time to finish his attack. Jae-hyuk is shocked by Hyunsu's speed. Hyunsu delivers another punch so powerful that Jae-hyuk is thrown out of the clock tower. He says that Hyunsu is only winning because he hasn't yet used the power he has gained. Jae-hyuk gathers strength in his fist, saying, "Now I will show you what kind of strength I was able to gain." Hyunsu mentally says that he feels the power of the Sorcerer King in him. He is shocked. Did Jae-hyuk really absorb this power? Hyunsu also accumulates strength in his fist to punch. Their fists hit each other. Hyunsu is pushing Jae-hyuk away. Jae-hyuk gets punched in the face. Hyunsu delivers a blow with such force that his opponent is slammed into the wall, and he gradually gets out of it, first by getting his hands out, then his legs. While Jae-hyuk is getting out, Hyunsu delivers another powerful blow. Jae-hyuk flies out of the wall, flying several hundred meters. He is unconscious, all beaten up. Hyunsu tells the mentor that he feels like he is overflowing with energy. It seems to be because of the mana. It perfectly synergizes with his internal energy. Hyunsu says that in this state he could even defeat Haksun. The mentor acknowledges this. The teacher says that the power he feels in Hyunsu is comparable to the highest peak level from the world he lived in before. Hyunsu was surprised by his mentor's words. The teacher praises him more than usual, even somehow unusually. The mentor says, "I scold. I don't like it. I praise. I don't like it. At least you like something at all." After these words, the teacher flicked Hyunsu's face, saying, "Let's see if you get praised again." Hyunsu feels his mana slowly fading away. The mentor says mockingly, "Hyunsu, you've become a weakling again." At this moment, an earthquake occurs. The world they were in was torn apart by a huge explosion. Hyunsu is confused as to why the guild leader is in such a place, and even fighting a huge monster. At this time, two strangers, somewhere far from the location of the main characters, are talking. One of them is Nightnim. He asks his companion if the Sorcerer King really lost. Is this really so? It turns out that if the Gulag loses, this place will be destroyed, even though we tried our best to avoid such an outcome. His comrade says that this is exactly how it is. He closes the book he was reading in anger, and says that Gulag will never lose. He is much stronger than the Sorcerer King. In that case, I'll take care of the rest of the bugs. The mentor sees the place that appeared in front of them and says, "Hyunsu, it looks like this is where we started." Hyunsu is shocked. He doesn't understand how a bunch of portals could gather in one place. The mentor says that this phenomenon is called overlap. Nightnim's companion appears before them. The mentor senses a thirst for blood from her. She is clearly unfriendly. Nightnim's companion casts a spell. Spikes suddenly burst out of the ground, heading straight for Hyunsu. Hyunsu's attacker became a little nervous. Hyunsu was so fast that an afterimage appeared. The mentor is proud of his student. He used mana to instantly increase his strength. Hyunsu's system says he's using the mana he's absorbed. Hyunsu counters with a seed strike. A strong explosion occurs. Hyunsu is at a loss as to how she was able to block the seed's attack with just an umbrella. Hyunsu's opponent says, "How could he do this to a weak little girl like me?" Hyunsu attempts to attack using the Sky Demon flight technique. Hyunsu's opponent doesn't understand in his mind what kind of unique movement technique he has. Hyunsu, preparing to strike, asks her why she attacked them. "Why should I answer you when you run at me with such a scary face?" Hyunsu breaks through the enemy's earthen spikes without any problems. Hyunsu uses another attack technique, the tree strike. A powerful explosion comes from the enemy's back. Hyunsu's opponent is saved by another stranger. This time it's Nightnim. Nightnim angrily tells Hyunsu that he was only supposed to lure out the Sorcerer King. Hyunsu asks his name. At least that's what Nightnim planned. "From the information we have, there's no need to doubt your strength," Hyunsu says loudly who you are. Hyunsu doesn't get an answer. Nightnim attacks Hyun with high speed. He blocks the blow. Hyunsu still flies several dozen meters, falling to the ground. Nightnim's companion casts earth spikes. The hero falls right onto the spikes, while the guild leader fights the monster. Yurak turns off the Firebird mode. She says with determination, "No matter which of us dies today, We must know each other's names. I am Ha-Yu-Rak, the Red Lion. I swear by the name of my fallen comrades. I will destroy you with all my might. Yu-Rak uses the most powerful spell, betting his life on it. Most S-rankers have techniques that take their life in exchange for incredible power. Techniques that use life force as fuel. She continues to create such a spell. Yu-Rak screams at the top of his voice. Burn everything here. Plasma, one of the comrades, located near the portal where the battle is taking place, loudly tells those present that Anderson's density is increasing. It feels like the portal is about to explode. If S-rank can't defeat this monster, then we don't even have a chance. The director reports to the chief that Anderson's density is now 85. I don't think we can hold out. The boss says there probably won't be any reinforcements from the perimeter. She asks what they should do then. The director is in a panic. Are they all going to die? The boss calms her down, saying that someone is already on their way to help. They are all amazing people, so we have hope. A man is rushing towards them. His name is Haxon. A few hours earlier, Haxon asks his comrade if he wants to accept a request from Korea, and he answers, "What? You wanted to go there alone." Another friend of Haxon says, "It turns out you will be helping Ha-Yu-Rak. I thought you hated this girl." Haxon says he will help if there is no way without him. If they find someone else, then I will stay here. After all, hunters are needed to save people. Haxon flies away from his comrades. One of them says, "I love it when he acts so heroic." Anderson's density is already 89. If this continues, the portal will explode in 30 minutes. The director reports the entire situation to Haxon. There are currently 30 A-rankers, and the guild leader Ha-Yu-Rak in the portal. Haxon's comrades arrive to help. Haxon asks where Hyun-Soo is. The director replies, "He's already inside, Choi from Aegis." Great, if Hyun is inside, then everything will be fine. Haxon says with a smile, he has more than just abilities. At this time, Yu-Rak created a plasma sword. The monster attacks Yu-Rak. Yu-Rak counterattacks the enemy. At this time, Hyun-Soo's mentor looks at Yu-Rak and says in surprise that he can't believe that she has control over such powerful, fiery energy. Hyun-Soo, completely beaten, says that if he hadn't managed to gather his mana and Kai together and then strengthen it all with a protective layer, he would already be dead. The teacher asks Hyun-Soo why he is covered in blood. Hyun-Soo says, "Teacher, go easy on me. What were you doing there?" Teacher says Fireworks Woman is trying to finish the battle. The same two attack Hyun-Soo again. The teacher tells Hyun-Soo to use the demon Yin-Yang. Night-Nim says that Hyun-Soo's attacks are impossible to predict. Hyun-Soo uses a powerful blast, but Night-Nim dodges the attack. Hyun-Soo, going on the counter-offensive, uses another technique, a leaf strike. Hyun-Soo's opponent was unable to dodge the attack and received several cuts, while the guild leader fought the monster with the last of his strength. A huge explosion occurs due to the guild leader's attack. Yu-Rak, using all her strength, flies from the sky to the earth, plunging into past memories. There she remembers how the captain saved her from the monster. She was glad to see the captain who helped her. The captain says with a smile that she will soon become an S-rank, and when that happens, she will have his back. The captain says, "If something happens to him or me, take care of my son, Jae-hyuk." The head interrupts the captain, saying that nothing will happen to him. Stop talking nonsense. He answers her that with our work, anything can happen to me. The guild leader flies to the ground, saying that she couldn't keep her promise. Night-Nim's companion says the portal to the gulag is closing. Night-Nim is in a panic. Hyun-Soo is surprised. He saw Night-Nim cut the portal with his sword. Night-Nim tells Hyun-Soo that he didn't expect Hyun-Soo to be able to last this long. He says with fury, "I don't know, Hyun-Soo, if you can survive today, but I promise. If you survive and we meet again, Night-Nim and his companion leave this place at the same time." Finally, Night-Nim, with the same fury, tells Hyun-Soo that if he appears before him in his true form, then he will definitely not survive. Hyun-Soo, barely able to stand on his feet, yells at the top of his voice at Night-Nim, "Where are you going, you pathetic coward?" After Hyun screamed, blood started to flow from his mouth. The mentor tells Hyun not to push himself so hard. The enemy has already left. Hyun-Soo asks the mentor what he should do. He can't stay stuck here like this. The mentor tells him to turn around. "You see the sword he left behind?" Hyun-Soo says he was used by that scumbag. The mentor says that this place will soon close. You need to swing your sword the same way that Man did. Hyun-Soo asks his mentor in surprise how to swing the sword. The teacher says that he himself does not know how to swing the sword. Hyun-Soo uses a system to swing the sword. Internal energy didn't work, then I'll try mana. A powerful waterfall poured down on Hyun-Soo. The mentor is unhappy that his student is so weak that even water can knock him down. At the same time, he begins to rush Hyun-Soo, because time is running out. Soon everything will be in the water. Hyun-Soo managed to make the same cut as Night-Nim. Hyun-Soo jumped into the portal he made with the cut. They and their mentor found themselves in the desert from which they had come. The mentor says, "This is a familiar place. It looks like I've been here before." They saw from the portal the place they were in. It was all immersed in water. The mentor tells Hyun that the guild leader is in that place. Hyun is surprised. Hyun-Soo, without thinking, says that they need to go back. He makes a couple of cuts. Meanwhile, Night-Nim and his companion arrived at their hideout, a large castle. Night-Nim finds it hard to stand up. The wound Hyun-Soo inflicted is much more serious than he thought. The companion says that he has not changed his form despite receiving so much damage. It seems that the promise to the king is really important to him. She continues speaking, already realizing that everything is wrong. The king is a being beyond awe and fear. No one would ever dare to disobey his orders. Night-Nim lies down on the bed and begins to receive treatment. Night-Nim says to himself, "It's a shame that the Sorcerer King died. But if the overlapping portal collapses, it will be quite a sight." Night-Nim hopes that he will be able to fight Hyun again. He does not understand why the information about his strength was so wrong. because he was stronger than they said. The subordinate brought a recovery potion to Knight Nim. Knight Nim asks him if the king contacted him. The servant says no, but Rook Nim. Knight Nim asks why she contacted him. The subordinate replies, "It's a pity, of course, to tell you, but if you fail the plan, then death awaits you." After hearing these words, Knight Nim becomes enraged and breaks the glass that contained the recovery potion. Knight Nim calls his companion and tells her that now is the best time. He is sure that everyone is only shaking over fragments. She asks if you want to start looking for it. Knight Nim says, "The portal explosion doesn't matter now. I'll find it first and make Rook Nim bow down to me." Knight Nim quickly got out of bed and left, telling his companion to tell Pawn to start searching. Knight Nim says with determination that we will find the singularity. Meanwhile, in the portal where the city is sinking underwater, the stranger says that there is nothing more fun than watching a battle. She says Hyunsu is also quite strong, that stupid knight. I can't believe he didn't notice the singularity that was right in front of his nose. She continues talking. Knight doesn't even realize and is going crazy trying to find her. It seems he thinks that his plan worked. The stranger can't wait to see Knight Nim fall. She asks herself a question, asking why she wants to see the fall so much. "Because I think it will be quite funny." A subordinate calls out to the stranger, pronouncing her name, Slon Nim, and saying the phrase that it looks like we have found him. With a smile on her face, she says, "Darling, you weren't in a hurry." The subordinate snaps his fingers, and in front of them, without any signs of life, Jae Hyuk appears. Slon Nim is glad that he was able to find Jae Hyuk. The servant says that he is already dead. Slon Nim is a little sad. She even gave him the bracelet, but he still did not help defeat Hyunsu. Slon Nim is pleased that at least Knight's plans went down the drain. The servant asks Slon Nim what he should do next. Elephant Nim replies that since Jae Hyuk swallowed the life vessel, he can still be useful, so let's take him with us. The servant opens the portal. Elephant Nim, approaching the portal, says, "Hyunsu, I believe in you. I'm sure you can find an oasis." Meanwhile, Hyunsu enters the portal and finds himself back in the desert. The teacher tells Hyunsu to try again. Hyunsu makes another cut, creating a portal. Meanwhile, the news says that right now the gate that appeared in the Western Sea is close to exploding. People cannot believe such words. They do not understand what will happen if the portal explodes. Meanwhile, Yoon sits next to Hyunsu's brother in the hospital, hoping that he will come out of his coma. Yoon, upset, tells him please wake up. Hyun must be really upset that his brother is bedridden. Younger brother and sister Yoon are playing around. Yun tells his juniors that it's not okay to make so much noise here, so let's go. Hyunsu found himself in the desert again. He doesn't understand what's going on. They're just going around in circles in this desert. Hyunsu is furious that they can't come to their comrade's aid. Suddenly, he notices an oasis in front of him. They speak very strangely with the mentor. The reflection is not visible at all. Hyunsu tells the teacher that it's not water at all. The teacher asks, "Do you mean to say that this is a disguised portal?" Hyunsu thinks that is exactly it. They walked halfway into the oasis. Hyunsu dives into the past. Hyun just got out of bed and his father told him, "So you're still alive." Hyun's mom asks if you're being too rude to him, and his dad laughs and says he was just joking. Hyun's brother says that if he slept for a day, then it's most likely hibernation, while biting into a burger. Hyunsu snatches the burger from his brother's hands and says, "Don't be rude to me here, otherwise I'll eat your whole burger." Hyun bites his brother's burger while giving him a 50,000 ruble note. Hyun tells him that they gave him his salary yesterday, and his brother thanks him. Hyun asks his parents what they would like to eat today. They all got into the car to go shopping. Dad says that traffic jams are especially bad today. Mom asks, "Why there are traffic jams at such a time?" Father says with a smile, "Well, even though I'll have to make a detour, I think it will be better on the country road." Hyunsu says with a smile, "It really is better here," the father happily replies. No navigator can compare with a road veteran. An explosion occurs in the sky above them. The ground begins to crack. A huge monster emerges from the ground, while their car goes underground. Hyunsu woke up in a hospital bed. He doesn't understand what's happening and asks the doctors where his family is. Hyunsu has recovered and looks at the photo of his parents with tears in his eyes. Hyun cries over the loss of her loved ones. Hyun's mentor brings him back to his senses. Hyun comes to his senses, still wearing the same broken armor. The mentor says you didn't wake up, so you had to go to extremes. A stranger appears in front of them. Looking like a magician, he says. An unknown variable, surprisingly. This time it turned out to be an otherworldly creature. The stranger says he only summoned one creature, so why? The mentor doesn't really take the stranger's words into account. He scolds Hyunsu, asks why you cried so much, what kind of dream you had. Hyun is surprised. He asks, "So it was a dream?" Hyun wants to tell him why he was crying, but the teacher interrupts him and says, "Don't you dare cry. It's unacceptable for a heavenly demon." The stranger says, "If you are deliberately ignoring me." He didn't have time to finish his sentence, as Hyun's mentor used a technique. The mentor tells the stranger not to dare lift a finger until he gives permission. Otherwise, you will say goodbye to life forever. Hyunsu asks the mentor in surprise if you can really attack him. The mentor says that as soon as he felt him, he immediately realized that his attack would reach the stranger. It didn't work on the skeleton because it belonged to the physical world. But the Sorcerer King was a pure spirit like me. And the only reason I didn't attack him was because there was no reason to. The stranger angrily tells the mentor, "Destroy me, I admit. You have power. Such power." The stranger did not think that he would ever again be able to meet someone so outstanding. The stranger apologizes for the situation. The stranger says that a year ago people almost managed to kill him, and now he cannot use all his power. And besides, he still has to maintain this peace. Hyunsu asks the stranger, "Is it because of you that I dreamed about the past?" The stranger says to Hyun, "I think I've pressed a sore spot." Hyunsu says in his mind he knows me or he can read my mind. The stranger replies that he can read minds. and that this place was created so that everyone who entered would see such dreams. The sweetest and most terrible dreams from which people can never wake up. The stranger says that this is how he gets the vessel, namely your body. Initially, the stranger wanted to summon the guild leader, but Hyun got to the desert faster, and with an outstanding one at that. Hyun-soo clenches his fist in anger and says, "Are you kidding me? Who are you two? Stealing other people's bodies." Hyun rushes towards the stranger to strike. Hyun strikes the stranger, but he passes through him. The stranger says that Hyun's attack won't work on him. The mentor yells at Hyun to get out of there, and a huge monster attacks Hyun. The monster deals multiple blows to Hyun. A stranger enters Hyun-soo's body. Hyun is shocked that a stranger was able to enter his body. He rejoices. The stranger in Hyun's body says that for a weak soul like yours, having such a flawless body is simply useless. The stranger forces the soul out of Hyun's body. Hyun's soul doesn't understand why it is above its body. The stranger is glad to have received such a good body. The stranger senses the remnants of mana in Hyun's body, as well as incredible energy. The stranger rejoices, saying that this body will serve him well. The mentor attacks Hyun's body, telling him, "The spellcaster who steals people's bodies when I was in Murim. People like you were burned at the stake." The mentor expels the stranger from Hyun's body. The stranger is shocked that he could be expelled. The stranger asks mentor Hyun, "Are you really capable of interfering with other people's bodies?" The mentor says that this is a mystery for him too. Perhaps this is exactly what he was supposed to find out here. The mentor, in a rage, tells the stranger to prepare for death, since he dared to challenge him. Hyun-soo interrupts the teacher, telling him to wait. "Perhaps if you kill him, we will be stuck in this world forever." The mentor says that after the death of the creator, this place will have to collapse. Hyun says, "What if everything is not so?" The mentor answers, "Then you can die here." Hyun says that the sword that created the cuts no longer obeys him. The stranger is having fun. The mentor asks the stranger what made him laugh so much. The stranger says that all this is driving him crazy. By doing some calculations, he managed to find out that today he would finally be able to leave this place. The stranger could not believe that this was happening. The stranger finally decides to introduce himself. His name is Pavlision. The stranger says that they can also call him by the name of the ancestral dragon. Hyun-soo is shocked by what he heard. His teacher is very calm. Hyun-soo tells Pavlision that the guild leader said that the ancestral dragon was sealed a year ago. "It's because I made them believe it. I even had to use the language of souls. Being on the verge of death, I was weak. But I thought over the plan again. I spread all my fragments and hid here, waiting for the day when someone would find this place." Hyun-soo mentally says, "Why do I need all this information?" Pavlision, having read his thoughts again, answers, "Because he has no reason to lie." Pavlision says that his time is coming to an end. By tomorrow he will be gone. The fire woman will come here, and I will take her body, turning the entire outside world into chaos. This turn of events was ideal, but an incredible creature beyond my calculations intervenes in all this. Hyun's mentor asks Pavlision why he craves other people's worlds. He replies that the world he existed in was completely empty. There was not a single particle of mana in it, which made it difficult to exist in it. And when he was ready to accept his fate, they offered a deal. The mentor asks, They call themselves kings." Hyun-soo is perplexed. "Kings? Who are they?" Pavlision asks Hyun-soo. "Even after the fight with the horse, you still don't understand what's going on." Hyun-soo laughs at why they name themselves after chess pieces. Pavlision says that if you meet them, your laughter will bring you excruciating pain and death. Because if the horse takes on its true form, it will become significantly stronger than the Sorcerer King before it split. Both the Sorcerer King and the horse fought you only half-heartedly. Pavlision says mockingly, "If you had so many problems even with a horse. Then, when you meet the king, you will die in a second." Pavlision says that they taught him how to create a portal, and he was able to connect parts of his world with Earth. Although it was difficult because of people, Pavlision believed that as long as people existed, it would be difficult to connect our worlds. So he came up with a plan. When people thought they had killed him, he split the portal into fragments. Pavlision breaks the chains that held him, saying that now his time has come. Everything that happened next, they already know. Pavlision says that it was an honor for him to meet the outstanding mentor, who introduced himself to him. Pavlision tells his mentor that although he did not achieve his plans in time, he is sure that there was a special reason for it. Pavlision says goodbye to the guys. Pavlision says that he didn't close the passage, so they can get out of here. He also decided to ask Hyun one last time, "You called it a raid, right?" Pavlision advises Hyun-soo to take a deep breath of mana when he goes out. "Consider this my gift to you." The world of Pavlision begins to crumble. Hyun-soo heeded Pavlision's advice, inhaled mana, and the system notified him that his mana had begun to grow exponentially. Hyun-soo can't even open his eyes because of the pressure. The system says he needs to process mana. The system says that it is urgently necessary to convert mana into internal energy. Mana is gathering. Hyun-soo's body began to transform to withstand the enormous power. Hyun says that it is like the teacher's meridians are being cleared. No, it's even worse. It's like I've received the body of a heavenly demon. Hyun-soo is determined to endure this transformation. The mentor doesn't understand what happened. He says, "There is definitely no ancestral dragon, so who are you?" The mentor tells him that there is no point in hiding. The mentor is attacking something unknown. There is an explosion. The unknown person says to the mentor in fear, "Let's talk." The mentor asks him who he is. He replies, "You won't know even if I tell you." After these words, the mentor prepares another attack. The unknown one tells him to wait. The stranger says he can't introduce himself. The mentor asks if he can't or doesn't want to. The stranger says, rather, he doesn't want to. The mentor again asks who he is and why he called him here. The stranger answers the same way, that he cannot introduce himself. But he answers the second question. He was interested to look at the mentor. The mentor angrily replies, I'm just curious. The teacher uses the heavenly demon dominant step technique. The mentor broke a small part of the barrier. The unknown person tells him that for an old man he is simply incredible. The mentor tells him why all these scum think they can get close to me without revealing themselves. The mentor says angrily, you dared to summon me on your whim. The mentor starts laughing. He's interested, really interested. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was able to complete the transformation. All of Hyun-soo's stats have increased. The mentor calls out to his student they were finally able to find themselves near the clock tower they had left earlier. The mentor says with a smile that Hyun-soo was able to grow well again in such a short period of time. Hyun-soo says that we need to find the guild leader. The mentor says that he does not feel her presence here. He suggests flying and trying to find her. Hyun-soo asks the mentor in surprise, can I fly too? The mentor says, yes, didn't you fly temporarily when you received the body of a heavenly demon? Hyun-soo remembers something like that. Heavenly demon flight blocks the energy of the Yongquan acupuncture points on your feet. If you can release the energy in large quantities, you will be able to fly. The mentor tells Hyun-soo that he is now able to fly. Hyun-soo is slightly shocked by the words he heard. Hyun-soo collects all the energy in his Yongquan acupuncture points, releases energy and flies. Meanwhile, news channels are reporting that Anderson's density at the western gate has exceeded 90. At the moment, the gate's condition is assessed as critical and explosion could occur at any minute. They just received information that a large number of S ranks have gathered near the gate, including the guild leader. One of the hosts says that the man attacked our country's hunter Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo and the mentor fly off to look for the guild leader. Hyun-soo is happy that he learned to fly. They notice the guild leader lying unconscious on a rock. Hyun-soo asks the mentor how to land. He replies that he just needs to reduce the amount of energy released. Hyun-soo is shocked. He reduces his energy and begins to land abruptly. He lands abruptly next to the leader. The mentor mockingly tells Hyun, you just turned into a pancake because you couldn't control your power. Hyun says that he's just not used to it yet. They look at the guild leader. She looks very bad. All beaten up. Hyun-soo is surprised. The color of her hair is completely different. The mentor says it looks like she had quite a battle. Meanwhile, the person who monitors the Anderson scale says it has stopped at 95. Jill, Takeshi, and Haxon watch the screen intently against the backdrop of the sunset sky. The team of fighters activates a sparkling portal from which powerful blue energy emanates. Hyun-soo, covered in wounds, carefully carries the lifeless body of a girl in cracked armor. Lee Mina runs towards the hero, who is standing at the portal with Ha-yurak in his arms. She hugs the hero, clinging to him in tears, showing emotional relief and gratitude. Mina continues to cry on the hero's shoulder, not hiding her emotions. He continues to hug him, and Hyun-soo, embarrassed and blushing, clearly doesn't know how to react. Yurak, in armor, weakly opens her eyes, signaling that she is alive. Lee Mina looks down with tears in her eyes, and hopes at the girl lying in front of her. The hero, holding a girl in his arms, stands next to a gurney while a woman in a suit talks to him, and an assistant prepares the stretcher. Haxon stands with a slight grin against the backdrop of the sunset sky. Park Hyun-soo, enraged, points his finger and shouts at the man in uniform. Jill greets Park Hyun-soo while Haxion remains unperturbed. Baldy pats Haxon on the back with approval. Haxion and Park Hyun-soo exchange tense glances. Park Hyun-soo smirks, looking away with a challenge. Haxon stands alone against the backdrop of the deck and the bright light. Park Hyun-soo with a smug smile, and in the background is a worried Lee Mina. On the deck there is a group of people, among them Park Hyun-soo, Mina and Haxon, who is walking away. Haxon stands with a warm half-smile against the backdrop of the sunset sea. Park Hyun-soo smiles as he looks at the white-haired man who walks away with a satisfied expression on his face. Haxon, wearing a cloak, flies with a powerful aura around him, radiating confidence and strength. Park Hyun-soo stands confidently, while Takeshi and Jill watch the scene with caution. He turns angrily to Takeshi, expressing his displeasure. Takeshi looks away, his face expressing thoughtfulness and anxiety. Park Hyun-soo stands with his arms crossed, a slight smile on his face, and wounds on his body. He is confident. A blonde man activates a portal, with Park Hyun-soo and Lee Mina standing nearby. She looks away with tears in her eyes. Next to her is a concentrated young man. A muscular man with long blonde hair sits in a meditative pose amidst flames and clouds of smoke. This is Raven Orderman, the #1 S-rank hunter. His body engulfed in energy flames, his gaze stern and ready for battle. A woman with dark hair enters the room with a soft smile, and announces that the raid has been completed. Raven is wary as a radiant woman appears in the doorway. He bows his head and asks not to pay attention to the wound on his chest. Orderman fastens his collar as they walk down the corridor side by side. The woman smiles and shows a red tie, ready to help. She carefully ties the man's tie. Against the backdrop of an energy explosion, enemies with glowing eyes rush into the attack. A huge demonic creature with a grin and glowing eyes appears in the darkness. Electricity engulfs 3 furious fighters, their faces distorted with anger. The fighter's silhouette bursts into the energy circle in a powerful attack. A man with white hair and a red tie stands next to a girl who smiles amiably. They are discussing an important mission. The frame shows the ceiling with the characters' lines discussing pain and contact. A guy with red hair and a smug grin stands in the sunlight, creating a cheeky first impression Isaac, the first singularity. People with posters and slogans angrily protest against the government. A man wearing a red armband stands before a crowd, raising his finger as if calling for action. A levitating old man with spiky hair and a long beard watches what is happening in the room. The sage wonders why the people are unhappy even though they were saved, and Hyun-soo looks confused. Park Hyun-soo smiles slyly and says that even if they are exposed, nothing will happen. A strange funnel-shaped distortion of space opens in the sky, heralding the appearance of a portal. Park Hyun-soo looks anxiously at the dark, shimmering sphere hovering in the room. Cheon-yeon suddenly appears in the room, startling Park Hyun-soo. Park Hyun-soo jumps back, coming face to face with Cheon-young. Chun-yeon suddenly kicks Park Hyun-soo, sending him flying backwards. Park Hyun-soo sits with a huge bump, crying in pain, while Cheon-young watches. Park Hyun-soo smiles sharply, pretending that everything is fine. Cheon-young looks at him coldly, unimpressed by his acting. Park Hyun-soo looks ahead with concentration, preparing for the dialogue. Illustration of earth and sky techniques in bright colors. Cheon-yeon looks at him seriously, as if he is checking something. Park Hyun-soo watches the action scene tensely, lost in thought. Ki-young, with a sly smile and a gleam in his eyes, clearly had something in mind. Cheon-young talks about food, and Ki-young reacts with irritation. Raven and Anderson Walker are clearly making some plans. Anderson agrees with his interlocutor, standing in front of a console with the word Sydney written on it. He leans forward, clearly preparing to activate something important. Raven stands, not hiding his arrogance and confidence. The men continue their discussion, the atmosphere reminiscent of a command center. Raven grins and extends his hand as if offering a deal. Anderson watches what is happening in amazement. He grins, touching his glasses, expressing obvious malice. Two men, one with long gray hair and the other with black hair and glasses, stand at a door marked Seoul, looking away warily. Isaac, wearing an orange suit, walks forward, and Shelley, smiling and waving at him, stands behind him. Shelley smiles, turning to the man with gray hair near the door of Seoul. Raven addresses the three, among whom stand a man in black, a girl, and a guy incinerated with anger. A fair-haired guy with an earring and an orange suit screams in anger, gritting his teeth. A gray-haired man says something sternly to Isaac, raising his hand against the backdrop of the doors of Seoul in London. Anderson stands with his arms crossed and a satisfied smile on his face. A blonde boy gives a happy thumbs up as he stands by a door with Tokyo written on it while a gray-haired man watches. Raven looks serious and thoughtful. The guy in the orange suit with a beaming smile makes a fist gesture, clearly pleased and inspired. Hyun-soo meditates, surrounded by streams of energy. His eyes flash a bright blue light as he activates his power. An old man with a long white beard and a piercing gaze watches what is happening. A dark silhouette figure with a crown appears in the fog, causing surprise in the meditator. The guy stands up warily, tensed from surprise. He looks up at the unknown opponent with an expression of concern. A powerful portal of darkness opens, sucking in everything around. The guy is screaming, and the old man with a white beard stands calmly behind him, his arms crossed. The mysterious door emits a rainbow glow, foreshadowing something supernatural. Hyun-soo is sitting on the floor in a white t-shirt, looking at a card with Raven next to him. He looks straight ahead. Park Hyun-soo watches the scene tensely. A man with white hair stands in front of Park Hyun-soo, a menacing flame emanating from him. Park Hyun-soo is confused, and the white-haired man looks at him with a slight smile. A man with white hair and a black beard adjusts his earpiece, looking confident. Park Hyun-soo smiles nervously, a drop of sweat on his face. Raven with white hair and Park Hyun-soo are arguing, with a bright flame in the background and Isaac standing nearby. He crossed his arms and said something. There is a painting of swords hanging in the room, and the interior looks bright and neat. Raven shows off the small device in his fingers with a sly smile. A guy with an earring and yellow hair and an orange jacket is concentrating on scratching his ear. Now he stands with a serious look, arms crossed, watching the man with long white hair. The same guy stands over another black-haired guy, who is raising his hand in a frightened apology. A black-haired guy looks up at a man with long white hair. The guy in the orange jacket gets hit on the head with a fist. He sits with his head in his hands, upset. And next to him is a man with long white hair, sighing. Hyun-soo is serious, and behind him, the old man is sitting in the air in the lotus position. An elderly man with white hair and a beard looks sternly in profile. A man with long white hair and beard is full of determination. The background is glowing with blue light. A silver-haired girl, the king's servant, cries in the rain wearing a green cloak. A mysterious man watches as his opponent lies on the ground inside a magic circle. A man with tattoos and long dreadlocks rushes into the attack. A power strike that launches the enemy into the air from within the magic circle. The enraged fighter delivers a crushing blow with fury in his eyes. The enemy flies high into the air, thrown back by a powerful wave. The enemy lies unconscious on the ground, with the winner towering over him. The opponent's hand falls limply into a puddle in the rain. The man grits his teeth and grins in the rain. He stands under an umbrella with a woman, commanding confidently. A girl with white hair and a pink umbrella cries and screams in the rain. A man with white hair looks at a magical vision of a girl fighting in energy. The guy in the orange jacket looks at what is happening with concern, beads of sweat on his face. A white-haired man is talking seriously to a guy in a white t-shirt in a room. The guy is shocked or scared, his eyes wide open from what he heard. He shouts and directs energy into a glass sphere or vessel with magic. Close-up of faces. The white-haired man looks stern. The guy is confused. The guy stands with a sheet of paper, looking at his interlocutor in bewilderment. The white-haired man looks away sullenly, his eyes full of determination. The guy in the t-shirt got out of bed, clenching his fist, ready for action. Panoramic view of a desk with a computer and a poster on the wall, with a phrase about people watching in the background. The elder stands with his arms crossed and remains silent, his gaze piercing. Jo Hae-jin watches the action scenes in the background with a smug smile. Xiaolin looks at him seriously and warily, holding his phone in his hand. Lee Ki-young narrowed his eyes in a cold and attentive gaze. In the room, the three of them, Ki-young, Xiaolin, and Hee-jin, were talking tensely. Xiaolin speaks with tension and concentration on his face. Lee Ki-young closes his eyes and smirks, hiding his emotions. Kai-young escorts Jo Hae-jin to the portal while Xiaolin watches from the room. Cho Hoo-jin exits through the portal, while Xiaolin remains on the stairs. Kai Young smiles awkwardly and scratches his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. Park Hyun-soo looks suspiciously at Lee Ki-young, who is clearly puzzled by what is happening. Kang Seok-woo peers into the room with surprise, opening the door slightly. Lee Ki-young opens the door and meets the eyes of a stunned Kang Seok-woo. Kang Seok-woo smirks, preparing to attack. Lee Ki-young responds to the challenge with cold determination. Kang Seok-woo's fist is engulfed in a flame of energy as he prepares to strike. Kang Seok-woo jumps on top of Lee Ki-young with rage. Lee Ki-young easily deflects Kang Seok-woo's attack in midair. Lee Ki-young smiles smugly, clearly in control of the situation. In a dynamic scene, Lee Ki-young throws Kang Seok-woo to the ground with a powerful overhead kick. A white-haired man comforts a wounded bearded man. He cries, worried about the cruel treatment of his comrade. A striking woman in a glossy suit enters the room. She gracefully greets everyone with a dazzling smile. Her heels click loudly on the floor, attracting attention. She sits down in front of the man, confidently taking a dominant position. Light filters through the glass roof, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. The room fills with tension as she begins to speak. The enraged man stands up abruptly, clenching his fists. He pounces on her, screaming, demanding an explanation. The woman sits on a chair with her back forward and watches the man with interest. The woman smiles, looking with a slight mockery. Her gaze becomes more and more piercing and frightening. The man clenches his fist in anger. He calmly takes his jacket, preparing to leave. The man decisively puts on his jacket and turns towards the exit. The weapon materializes in a magical field surrounded by chains. A frightening face watches through the barriers, full of rage. The man buttons his shirt, preparing for action. He frowns at the white card, clearly thinking about something. The protagonist receives a business card with a mysterious name and lightning in the background. The pink-eyed blonde smiles smugly and gives a thumbs up as if everything is going according to his plan. A panicked crowd runs into the street after a powerful explosion damages a building. He smiles awkwardly, scratching the back of his head against the backdrop of a destroyed building. A group of people look on in shock, trying to comprehend the destruction. People's frightened faces indicate surprise and anxiety. The angle shows a wall with broken windows and clouds of smoke. People begin to leave the scene, supporting each other. The guy wipes away sweat, trying not to show his excitement after the incident. He looks thoughtfully at the building, mentally calculating the restoration and the remaining funds. An old master with a stern look stands behind the hero against the backdrop of an image of a dragon. The hero and the master accidentally get stuck with pizza slices through the stretched cheese. The hero and the master are eating pizza opposite each other, discussing something. Someone reaches for a slice of pizza from a box. The protagonist sits confidently in front of the blonde man, clearly dominating the conversation. The hero offers the blonde a pizza with a wide smile. The blonde is shocked and angry, clenching his teeth from internal tension. The main character looks at his interlocutor in surprise, holding a box. The master, the hero, and the blonde man in the room. A tense moment. The hero covers his face, embarrassed or reacting to something ridiculous, and the blonde shouts something. The blonde man in the orange jacket looks with concern at his interlocutor's raised hand. The blonde grabs the black-haired man by the hand, and he sits calmly on the chair, without resisting. A man with long white hair suddenly opens the door, surprising the blonde. The black-haired hero raises his hands in a gesture of surrender to the man who entered, smiling. The white-haired man points his finger at the blonde man, and the main character smiles from the side. The black-haired hero smiles smugly as he watches the blonde man lower his head. The white-haired man kicks the blonde man hard into the portal, sending him away. The white-haired man turns to the hero with a sly grin against the backdrop of the portal. The protagonist turns around with a determined look against the backdrop of exploding energy. The white-haired man disappears into the glowing portal, saying goodbye with a grin. Park Hyun-soo looks at her hands with delight, feeling the strength within her for the first time. Park Hyun-soo is shocked when Cheon-young, with his eyes shining, catches him experimenting. Cheon-yeon floats in the air, leaving Park Hyun-soo sitting alone after practice. Cheon-yeon's eyes sparkle with sternness and power, demonstrating his strength and determination. Park Hyun-soo sighs heavily, realizing the gravity of the upcoming test. Cheon-yeon fights with incredible speed and anger, striking her opponent with a fiery strike. Cheon-yeon unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning, revealing the full force of her attack. Park Hyun-soo stands confidently, ready to take on the fight and prove his determination. Cheon-yeon points his hand forward, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Lightning wraps around Cheon-yeon's body as he builds up energy before attacking. A mighty old man with spiky white hair gathers lightning energy in both hands. He raises his hands up in fury, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. A young man in a white t-shirt flies through a destroyed wall, covering his face with his hand. The old man's gaze glows with red energy, expressing rage and concentration. He delivers a swift blow filled with a blue energy wave. His eyes glow with fury as he charges forward. The guy in the white t-shirt flies to the side, spinning in the air. With clenched fists and a focused gaze, he flies into the attack. Blue lightning flashes on the outstretched hand before releasing energy. His face is tense. Electric discharges flash around him. He is ready to attack. An explosion of light and lightning is the culmination of Cheon-yeon's strike. Cheon-yeon raises a giant ball of energy above his head. He prepares for the next attack with terrifying calm. The girl looks in the mirror, where her reflection does not seem to reflect her face. She presses herself against the wall, overcome with despair. A red-haired woman appears in the room, watching the girl. The woman with red hair tells the girl that everything is okay despite the strange situation. The girl with the bandage on her cheek talks to the red-haired woman. The tension subsides. A shot of a hospital room creating an atmosphere of privacy and recovery. Both women are sitting. A scene of friendly support and understanding. A black-haired character with bandages on his face looks at the girl opposite him in surprise. He looks tense and worried, with a bead of sweat on his cheek. The white-bearded master walks forward, and a guy with black hair flies out of the shadows behind. A guy with short black hair smiles smugly and gives a thumbs up. The white-bearded old man suddenly attacks the guy and presses his face into the bed. The guy lies exhausted on the bed, and the old man looks at him with a cold look. The guy is lying in bed with a phone in his hand and looking at the screen in surprise. The old man is hanging in the air, and the guy on the bed is screaming in fear. The guy sits on the bed and looks away thoughtfully. He zips up his pants with an awkward smile, and the old man hangs behind him. The guy takes off his t-shirt, revealing his muscular back. An old man watches a guy undress in the locker room. The old man suddenly takes off his robe and shows off his muscles, frightening the guy. Close-up of an old man's face with a stern look. An old man in an elegant suit stands against a backdrop of shining flowers. The guy looks in shock at the old man smoking a pipe. The boy leads the old man forward with a wide smile, both dressed in identical brown suits. Women in bathrobes lie relaxed and watch television. The guy laughs cheerfully, standing next to the stern old man. Two girls laugh and raise their glasses of drink, one of which, judging by the line, is Sikh. Hyun-soo flew to the side, shouting in bewilderment as to why these things on their heads looked and worshipped sheep. He sat there, confused, rolling a boiled egg, pressing it to the floor. Hyun-soo handed the boiled egg to teacher for him to try. A couple of girls in bathing suits and with their hair tied in towels, who were in the hall, called out his name in bewilderment. The other girls, hearing the name Park Hyun-soo, rushed up to him asking for an autograph. The teacher's ghost noted that Hyun-soo is quite popular despite looking like shit. It was quite hot in the sauna, and Hyun-soo felt a bit uncomfortable with the bump on his head. The boy happily dived into the pool with the other guys who were enjoying the cool water. The teacher regretted that he did not have a body at the moment, and could not feel and experience all the delights of the sauna and swimming pool. The teacher's ghost still joined Hyun-soo and enjoyed the cool water in the pool, relaxing to the fullest. The girl standing at the window told the guy that he was a singularity. She stroked the boy's cheek and said that she never noticed, even though he was right under her nose. While preparing a cup of aromatic coffee, the girl asked him what else he and Robin had talked about. She handed him a cup of coffee and asked if Robin had tried to recruit him into his ranks. Hyun-soo nodded, and added that he would like to discuss this with her in more detail first. Confused, Hyun-soo said that Robin had missed the most important detail. The girl said that the hope that the deceased leader of the first expedition of the task force, Choi Sun-ho, showed them. Sitting on the bed, she added that because of this, the hunters were divided into two camps. The old man commented that Robin believed that the majority could be sacrificed in order to find all the singularities. The bald man in black reminded the blonde that Haxon was of the opinion that you can't rely on singularities. You need to become stronger yourself. Taking a greedy sip of coffee, the girl added that Quinlan and Alexander, for their own reasons, headed their own guilds. Hyun-soo asked her opinion about all this. He could not understand what had happened to her. The girl said that she always wanted to protect her comrades herself. He told her that it was a cool idea. The girl thanked him for these words. She lowered her head and said that this time, unfortunately, she was unable to save anyone, and would never be able to do so again. Hyun-soo tried to support her and reminded her that the harsh reality was that the losses caused by the war were not the leader's fault. A smile lit up the girl's face at his well-chosen words of support. The girl finally asked him what he was going to do and whether he would continue with them. The boy made a firm decision to become even stronger. She asked him again, not believing that he was going to go his own way. She added that his decision was expected, since he is, after all, an S-rank. The girl asked him to be careful, as she knew what kind of people he had been meeting lately, and what kind of pressure they were putting on him. Hyun-soo assured her that he had no intention of letting them capture him. The girl looked intently into his eyes and hissed that she would very much like to imprison him on a remote island. In response, she heard from him that there was no one in the world who could hold him back by force. The beauty asked him to come over and at least give her a hug. She pressed herself gently against him, and whispered that he should not relax for a single moment. The girl said that she would look forward to their next meeting. Henry stood on stage with a microphone and claimed in front of everyone that hunters had superior abilities compared to people. Henry called on all hunters to crush them at any cost and restore their human rights. He shouted at the top of his lungs to everyone that from now on the dark spirits are united. He also warned everyone that if anyone betrayed the organization, the lightning of his justice would fall upon them. He left everyone and went outside. He needed to collect his thoughts and figure out how to proceed. Henry approached the man dressed as a clown who was standing near the wall of the old building and asked who it was. The clown flashed his scary black eyes and gave out all the information about Henry, who he is now. Henry stood there trying to figure out how this weirdo clown knew everything about him. Such details about his life. Even his nickname, Black Lightning. Henry was overcome with anger and asked the clown to introduce himself immediately. Henry pointed his lightning bolt, finger raised, straight at the clown with one overwhelming desire for him to die right then and there. The lightning coming from Henry captured the clown, but he shouted that little tricks didn't work on him. The clown was glad that it was not in vain that they came here, following the lightning that once flashed over the buildings in the city during the fighting. Henry, furious and confused, asked the clown if it was really an illusion. He lit a cigar and asked himself why he had started this unpleasant conversation, and with whom exactly. Henry understood that there was no body, and there was no point in attacking the clown. All his strength would be wasted. The clown grinned maliciously at Black Lightning's question, realizing that he had a keen eye for illusions. Henry did not understand why the clown was proposing to form an alliance, and what the purpose of their further joint cooperation would be. The clown began to list the advantages of their alliance, that Henry could get from the alliance not only weapons and explosives, but also, if desired, missiles. A powerful explosion and fire thundered near one of the city's buildings. Stones flew through the air, and people panicked and tried to flee from the epicenter. Men in uniform, with hoods on their heads and weapons in their hands, maliciously rejoiced at this explosion, from which a cloud of dust and soot enveloped the entire street. At the gate committee, Park Hyun-soo received congratulations under the spotlight and in a festive atmosphere on the occasion of officially becoming an S-rank. Yun, sitting on a chair, read the news from her phone out loud and admired Hyun-soo, where he officially joined the Gate Affairs Committee as an S-rank. The boy in the hospital bed with an oxygen mask on his face thought that it would be much more difficult to communicate with Hyun-soo now that he had become such an important warrior. Yun once again reminded the boy, who was motionless in bed, that she would still keep her promise to come here. Hyun-soo, standing at the door, thanked her for still being here and sweetly fulfilling her promise to visit Hyun-soo's little brother. Looking into her eyes, the guy added that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. A smile and tenderness shone on his face. Hyun-soo approached her and gently stroked Yun's hair, thus showing that he had not changed. He was the same as before. The hero told Yun that he clearly saw his masked brother, who had been in a coma for so long, finally move his fingers. The ghost teacher told Hyun-soo that the tearing heavenly tongue might be at least somewhat effective in this situation with his sick brother. The masked man made a request to Yun, to which the girl nodded approvingly. Yun noted that despite Hyun-soo now being an S-rank warrior, his tastes haven't changed and he eats the same things as before. Hyun-soo made up his mind and made an attempt, pointing his hand with the spell that breaks the heavenly tongue at his little brother, who was lying in bed. Hyun-soo directed all the energy of the teacher Chongyun's imitation of the tearing heavenly tongue at the boy, with all the hope for a successful outcome. From such force and power of the tongue, the vase of red flowers that stood on the nightstand near the bed shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. The teacher's ghost ordered his disciple to immediately stop all the power of the tearing heavenly tongue. This powerful and destructive force of the heavenly language can instantly destroy Brother Hyun-soo's body, and this is extremely unacceptable. The tearing heavenly tongue still hovered above Brother Hyun-soo's motionless body, not retreating even the slightest inch, trying to devour the body. The focused power of the heavenly tongue caused the brother's eyes to glow with a terrifying green light, but the seal that had been cast on the brother by the spell was not broken. The yellow-haired man was about to strike with the piercing technique, honing his combat skills. Then he swung his leg in a leg axe move, hoping to destroy the thick wall in front of him. Lately, only one thought had been bothering him. He couldn't come to terms with losing the fight to some incomprehensible brat. The long-haired man with glasses looked at the device screen and was maliciously glad that he had sent one of his helpful warriors to the hunter Pak. The man noted that after losing to Hyun-soo, Isaac finally pulled himself together and could calmly focus on training. Armand tried to call Robin several times, but to his great disappointment, he did not answer his constant calls. Longhair reported to Armand that the captain had entered a state of meditation to learn more information about the king and his gang. Armand persistently asked him to make every effort and open a portal specifically to the city of Paris. He emphasized that he wants to take care of everything himself and help the citizens of Paris with his efforts, since this is his homeland. The long-haired man typed on the keyboard and wondered how the Croisé Guild couldn't deal with the dark ghosts and what was stopping them from achieving their goal. Armand said that the dark ghosts have investors who supply them with firearms and explosives, so it is not so easy to defeat them. After some time, a dark blue funnel formed on the wall. A portal to Paris was opened especially for Armand. Longhair offered his help as he could not accept the fact that the Frenchman was leaving alone, but Armand refused him, citing the fact that he could handle it himself. There was a terrible battle going on. Cars were burning from explosives, bullets were whistling in the air, shots were heard here and there all over the city. The shots were directed at the hunters who attacked and demonstrated the full power of martial arts. The warriors gave the order to everyone to feed the hunters with lead, who were eager to fight to help and protect the civilian population in the city. One of the white-clad hunters raised her hands to the sky and attempted to activate the fatal barrier. Another hunter demonstrated a technique in mid-air that allowed her to block all damage and attack dumb enemies from the inside. The soldiers were blinded by a bright flash and were paralyzed for a moment. They froze. Someone raised his hands and fired a bullet from a gun. In the confusion, one of the warriors grabbed and aimed his powerful weapon to finally destroy these huntresses, not giving them a chance to perform their tricks. The hunters and their comrades were deafened by the noise of bullets and did not understand what was happening at all, and why the technology did not work on these monsters. The hunters began to fall to the ground from the shots, still not believing that such a sad end awaited them. One of the warriors suddenly flew up, feeling that someone had shot him in the back, and not understanding where the huntresses got their combat weapons from. Suddenly, some unknown force slammed one of the bandits into the wall, creating a dent in it, and Armand appeared epically in the air. The black-haired girl was lying on her stomach, and raising herself up on her elbow and drenched in sweat, she cried out in relief that Armand had finally arrived. Several dozen bullets flew at Armand at the same time, but the semicircle that formed in front of him reflected them. His eyes flashed with a scarlet fire, and stretching out his hand, he began to call upon his ability. Grinning, he said that they were quite brave to oppose him. Incomprehensible red lines began to pierce the bodies of enemies, causing them to choke on blood. Turning his head to the side, Armand saw wounded city residents next to debris and piles of dust. Taking off over the city, Armand saw fire beneath him, spreading throughout the surrounding area. Armand concentrated his energy and threw the lump deep inside, causing the firefighters to shout that the fire was out. The city's inhabitants peered out from their shelters and shouted joyfully, rejoicing at Armand's appearance. Armand looked thoughtfully at the city, thinking that there were somehow few criminals. Suddenly lightning struck Armand, causing him to convulse. The hero fell onto the asphalt, raising a thick cloud of dust underneath him. Henry Abrohi and Armand stood opposite each other. Armand scornfully told Henry not to look down on the S-ranks. Armand chuckled and said that he already knew about the alien lightning, since it was a lesson he had already learned. Henry arrogantly told the hunter not to be arrogant. The ground near Armand's feet exploded. Armand tried to summon a spiritual shield, but something blocked it. Suddenly, Armand began to convulse again. Something pierced him. Henry squatted down in front of the paralyzed Armand, grinning at the other's arrogance. Henry's hand rose into the air. A man wearing glasses with a green glow in his hands attacked the terrorist. He was thrown to the side along the asphalt. The terrorist stood up and looked at the man, recognizing him as Anderson. Henry grinned, folding his arms across his chest. The girl's eyes began to glow green. The girl's body began to rise, as if something was sucking the life out of her. The majestic figure of his mentor appeared behind Soo-hyun. After adjusting the inhaler on someone else's face, Soo-hyun was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Soo-heng trembled and asked the teacher what had just happened. The mentor shared his assumptions. The teacher started asking Soo-hyun if he remembered something. He just nodded in agreement. Soo-hyun was surprised by his mentor's words. The mentor said that an unknown force had somehow dragged him away. The gray-haired man could not see the person, but he could sense a presence. Soo-hyun guessed it was the king. The brunette was very impressed by the mentor's words. Blue Eyes asked why he was told this information only now. He looked at his mentor in surprise. The mentor told me to imagine that someone like him comes into this world and tries to conquer it. As an enemy, the gray-haired man was quite dangerous. Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes, swallowing dryly. His fingers clenched into a fist. Soo-hyun was deeply impressed by his mentor's thoughts. Suddenly, the door opened and a brown-haired woman entered. The brunette saw the devastation on the floor and backed away. The huntress began to frantically sweep the floor. Soo-hyun clenched his fingers and thought that he had to protect this world. The mentor and Soo-hyun began the training with a fight. Suddenly, Soo-hyun was lost in memories, recalling an old conversation. Ha-yurak drank tea, talking about the devastation in France, talking about the terrorist attack that caused the fall of the S-rank. Filled with rage, Hyun-soo uses the heavenly lightning spell. The teacher mocked him for his speed, which made him look more like a fly. Ha-yurak said that her abilities did not return even after 2 weeks when she and Hyun-soo sat next to each other. Hyun-soo said he would be there, and she smiled sweetly at him in response. Yurak was glad that he was with her. Hyun-soo said shyly that he was sure that she would get better soon. Hyun-soo sat among the ruins. The teacher watched him from above and thought that this place would quickly recover, even if it was completely destroyed. The master was completely immersed in his thoughts. He was ready to destroy him at the next meeting. The teacher crossed his arms behind his back. A happy Hyun-soo stepped out of the shower ever since he bought the entire building. Showering had become much easier. He picked up the phone and answered Lee Mina's call. Hyun-soo arrived at the association office. He finally met with the head. They shook hands. He was glad to meet the head. The leader invited him to sit down. Lee Mina asked for 2 cups of tea. There was a reason why Hyun-soo was invited to the office today. The chief offered Hyun-soo to become the head of the special anti-terrorism unit. Hyun-soo was drinking tea and was in no hurry to answer. The head asked him if he had heard about Armand. Hyun-soo slowly placed the mug on the table and said that he heard that the opponents were using a marble that suppressed abilities. He wanted to persuade Hyun-soo to become the leader, because there was no guarantee that terrorist attacks would not occur in Korea. Hyun-soo apologized. He was forced to refuse the offer. He did not want to participate in this matter. Lee Mina was upset. She hoped for his help because she knew that Hyun-soo no longer depended on the Red Lions. Hyun-soo was willing to help personally, but not as a leader. The leader was pleased with this decision. They shook hands cheerfully and were about to leave. Lee Mina thought that Hyun-soo probably wouldn't even talk to her during the official meeting. The master could not understand why Hyun-soo had refused the leadership position, to which his student quoted the master, saying that one should not serve someone with power. After all, he is the successor of the heavenly demon. Hyun-soo said that he would still like to visit them from time to time. The teacher saw that Hyun-soo needed more than just information. The eyes of the man in the red cloak glowed with rage. He spoke on the phone and reported that they had reached Seoul without incident. The city was full of people and tall buildings, so it was a place worth lighting up. His interlocutor, a man with a mohawk, sat on a chair and asked if the device would work well. The man in red started spray painting on the wall. Having drawn 2 rings, he was about to leave. The policeman was furious. "You can't draw on the walls." A strong blow threw him aside. A wild smile appeared on the face of the man who drew the circles. At that moment, a portal opened, and he was amazed that it was actually possible to create a portal using spray cans. They slowly began to enter the portal. Armand and Anderson were completely at a loss. They couldn't figure out where their opponents got the ability neutralizing item from. Anderson was lost in thought. He thought that if they didn't get to the gate, then they definitely didn't come from there, which meant that this object was created. Armand recalled what happened with anger. 10 seconds of neutralization would be enough to kill any hunter. He hit the table hard with his hand. Anderson began to suggest where the enemies would go next. The most likely location was where a gate fragment had recently appeared, and a new young hunter had taken care of the fragment. There was malice in Armand's eyes. He knew that they would most likely want to make a name for themselves by killing a young S-rank hunter from the country that had been attracting the most attention lately. The police officer's body, which had previously been lying on the sidewalk, was outlined, leaving no traces. It was as if a ghost had visited, said one of the investigators. The investigators heard a voice behind them. The girl told them that there were no traces, but there was the energy of the awakened. Lee Mina squatted down next to the chalk line and placed her hand on it, trying to feel the energy. She showed her ID to the investigators. The suspect was awake, so the case was passed on to the association. The police went to tell their men to pack up, and Lee Mina was left alone in the alley when suddenly a dark silhouette began to quickly approach her. A young agent landed next to her. His name is Gun. Mina was waiting for him. She didn't quite understand why he jumped from above if he could have just come. He had an earpiece in his ear to communicate with the team, and he asked a soldier with the call sign Eagle if he had noticed anything. The Eagle was high in the sky, observing the situation. The situation was normal. All the other agents responded in the same way. A male silhouette began to appear from the fog. A funny, short man appeared. He was acquainted with Gaeon, and they had been drinking together. Mina was happy to have a new team member. She had heard a lot about Monk Lim. Monk Lim said he was quite surprised that one of the best telekinesis users was defeated. Gaon asked if he had guessed what would happen to Korea. Monk Lima's fortune-telling is of a higher level than that of charlatans. Monk Lim said that according to his fortune-telling, there will ultimately be a disaster. It was about the guys who showed up here. After the terrorist attack in Paris, countermeasures will be taken. He burst out laughing, joking that all the work of fighting them would be dumped on him. Lee Mina hastened to reassure him. Their squad was not the only one. We will be commanded by an outstanding man, the girl said. Someone's footsteps began to be heard behind their backs. Park Hyun-soo will work with us, Lee Mina said. Gaon suggested that Hyun-soo would be the captain. Hyun-soo didn't intend to command. He wanted to act alone and pass on information to others. Even Captain Gaon felt that Hyun-soo was an S rank. Lee Mina glowed next to him, asking if Hyun-soo was wearing a watch. Monk Lim fell next to Hyun-soo on the asphalt. A wild fear overcame him. He did not understand what kind of deity or great spirit was hovering in the air next to Hyun-soo. The master smiled broadly at the second person in the world who saw him. Hyun-soo extended a helping hand to him. The amazement was still in Monk Lim's eyes. Mina asked how Hyun-soo knew, since Armand had only recently returned to the association. Just a gut feeling, Hyun-soo said. Gaon wanted to insist that Hyun-soo should be the captain, to which he said that Gaon himself could be it. Gaon was discouraged, but Hyun-soo was an S-rank hunter. Hyun-soo said again that he would work alone, but Gaon had enough experience in leadership. Everyone was happy with this plan. Monk seemed to be too impressed that Hyun-soo was a person with a deity. Mina chuckled. Suddenly, they received a notification on their watch. Armand was transmitting a message to all the squads. Armand and Anderson began connecting with Robin from the gate committee. Robin was clearly not in the best condition. The situation was stalemate, and he got straight to the point. He sat in the middle of a huge room in the center of a magic circle with Shelley next to him. Robin reported that after the investigation in Paris, the murder in Seoul was most likely the work of dark spirits. They will soon invade Seoul, he said. Robin couldn't help them personally, but Armand and Anderson would be there. Cold sweat rolled down their faces as the invasion was confirmed. Out of nowhere, crowds of armed men appeared and started firing machine guns. People ran in different directions, trying to escape the shelling. A powerful lightning strike hit the city center. The man with the mohawk, hanging in the air, was filled with rage and said that Seoul deserved to be destroyed. There was a peaceful atmosphere in the office. The head thanked Armand and Anderson for their help in such a serious matter. There is no need to speak to him so formally, Armand stated. The head said that he had to, because Armand was the vice chairman of the gate committee. Armand calmly drank tea, sitting at the table, his status now meaning nothing. The leader tried to calm Armand down, saying that anyone would have lost in his place. He has already notified all units to be on high alert. Armand suddenly raised his hand sharply and seemed to be about to hit the leader, but he didn't have time to react, which proved that S-ranks have much better reflexes. Anderson was confident that only S-ranks would be able to do anything. They couldn't figure out what to do with the A-ranks, since they wouldn't be able to block the attacks even if they knew about them. Anderson decided that the A-ranks would observe first and only then make a move. If civilians get hurt, the chief asked, but Anderson was talking about his own. The only S-rank capable of fighting was Hyun-soo. Armand had no desire to sit idle. "They're here," shouted the man sitting at the equipment. The head immediately jumped up and rushed towards him. The opponents were at Samson Station. Everyone was very alarmed by what happened. Another worker said that a signal came from Dongdaemun. Armand, Anderson, and the chief walked quickly towards the cameras, surprised that the terrorists had split into teams. The terrorists marched down the street like a wall. People ran in different directions, trying to save themselves. Screaming for help, civilians fell in piles, struck by terrorists' bullets. One of the attackers ran out of explosives. He threw down his weapon and began to concentrate energy in his hands. A bright sphere appeared near the people. Information about what was happening in Seoul began to spread quickly. The terrorist with the mohawk hovered in the air in front of the terrified people, telling them that they no longer had the right to be called human beings. The people below looked at him with their mouths open. It seemed to them that he was saying something in Russian. A powerful blast wave was approaching them. One of the attackers was watching what was happening on the roof of the building, with a white-haired girl standing next to him. He was clearly pleased with what was happening on the city streets. But he wouldn't have had to participate if the neutralization marble hadn't been revealed. Armand was overcome with horror at what he saw. He was determined to go to fight. The building began to collapse. The huge screen on its roof broke off and almost began to fall on the people below. The injured people began to fly above the ground. Everyone thought that salvation had come. They now had hope. Anderson told the troops not to engage in combat until Armand arrived. He contacted Hyun-soo on his watch, who informed him that Henry was currently in Myeongdong. From the cloud of dust, Pa appeared. He had already arrived in Myeongdong. Hyun-soo was furious about what happened and asked Henry, who came down to him, why he was touching innocent citizens. A smirk appeared on Henry's face as he said that he knew Hyun-soo was Korea's new S-rank. Hyun-soo asked the teacher what he thought about the enemy. The master said he didn't think marble had any effect on terrorists due to the nature of martial arts. But this could only be verified by fighting him. Henry looked at him insolently, mockingly asking who Hyun-soo was talking to. A powerful energy flow engulfed him, and he promised to kill Hyun-soo. Lightning struck the place where Hyun-soo was standing. The smoke cleared, but there was no one at the place of impact. Henry was surprised. With a lightning-fast leap, Hyun-soo found himself behind him. He delivered a powerful blow of seed. Like a bouncy ball, Henry bounced off the ground after the impact. Pak approached the defeated enemy, saying that Henry was still too weak for an S rank. But since he withstood this blow, he deserves praise. A wild smile appeared on Henry's face. A small ball rolled towards Hyun-soo's foot. He exploded. Hyun-soo didn't have time to do anything. The terrorists continued shooting while the Class A hunters stood aside, which they were not happy about. Panther appeared on the battlefield. He could not stay away and rushed towards the shooters. With his claws, he tore the terrorists' flesh to pieces, and they returned fire at him. One of them held a small ball in his hand and said that because of his sense of justice, Panther would die first. Suddenly there was a flash, and the entire appearance of a predator instantly disappeared from his body. A grin appeared on the terrorist's face for S ranks. Neutralization lasts 10 seconds, but for A ranks, it takes a whole week. He shot Panther with impunity from all the guns he had with him. Now, without the appearance of a predator, it was quite simple. Someone was approaching the armed militant. Armand finally arrived. The terrorist wanted to throw the ball towards the hunter again, but his chest suddenly exploded. He was killed by Armand's magic. He glared at his fallen opponent. Terrorists continued to commit robberies on the city streets. A powerful blow to the head with a weight caused one of the terrorists to lose their balance and fall down dead. Lee Mina landed next to him and said that they were a little late. In an instant, the remaining terrorists were engulfed in flames. Lee Mina was happy to meet Gaon, who set the terrorists on fire. He was not going to tolerate this evil, so he went against his superior's orders not to engage in combat. The still-living militant posed a threat to them. He threw a small ball at their feet, and Mina realized in horror what it was. Suddenly, the neutralizing marble was enveloped in a red haze. Armand stood next to them, neutralizing the marble with his energy. The pressure was so strong that he could make diamonds out of coal. The marble disappeared. "Damn S ranks," the fighter screamed. With one wave of his hand, Armand destroyed the terrorist. His strength was beyond the imagination of Mina and Gaon. Armand left everything to them. He needed to move on. Pak continued to fight. Henry was confident of his victory. He put all his strength into striking Hyun-soo, but Henry was too slow. Hyun-soo was instantly behind him. Pak dealt a critical blow to his opponent. The kick on the asphalt caused cracks to appear. Because Hyun-soo was a singularity, the man standing on the roof said, the marble had no effect on him. "Now it's your turn," said the girl. It wouldn't have been difficult for him to deal with him. Henry lay literally pressed into the asphalt. With his face completely covered in blood, he wanted to get up. The authorities told Hyun-soo to bring Henry back alive. But he didn't want to let such a monster live, so Hyun-soo began to trample him into the asphalt even harder. Armand ran up and stopped him. He was very surprised by what he saw and wanted to take care of Henry personally. Henry lay face down. Hyun-soo suggested that Armand finish him off, but that was not his plan. Puck destroyed his opponent with such ease that even Armand was amazed, as Henry was close to S rank. Hyun-soo was definitely a singularity. Park Hyun-soo came from above. A powerful whirlwind formed above them. The terrifying creature, a giant horse, planned to tear Hyun-soo apart. He said that in the last meeting he promised to appear in his true form. Armand couldn't believe that Pak had met him. Armand wanted to strike a strong blow. He shouted that he would not forgive the scum who dared to commit terrorist attacks. The horse finally paid attention to him and asked him to wait his turn. The monster was ready to strike Armand, but he managed to hide behind a protective sphere. A powerful blow shook the earth. Armand's sphere bounced off and flew straight into the neighboring building. The horse was incredibly strong and was ready to begin destroying Hyun-soo. Armand climbed out of the rubble. He remembered the head's instructions that the enemies were creating portals and moving through them to find the singularity and take him. They could not lose the singularity, so Armand was ready to fight. He rose into the air, and the boulders surrounding him flew away. Armand told Hyun-soo that he would take care of the monster. The horse screamed, angry at Armand, ordering him to simply await his fate. A rain of energy streams fell upon Armand. The horse was insanely powerful. He created an energy sphere and was about to unleash it on his opponents. He was greatly damaging the city, and the king might have been displeased with this. Large craters filled the street from the battle. Armand was behind a thick layer of rocks for safety, and was surprised that the horse had stopped. The voice from behind made the horse worry. He was called a dud. Hyun-soo hovered behind him. Master was glad that he had finally learned to use Heavenly Demon Pursuit to approach the enemy from behind. They swung. Pak was about to strike. Now it was his turn to hit. A huge flash lit up the sky as Hyun-soo used a tree strike. But it didn't work. The monster was rushing straight at Hyun-soo. As Hyun-soo prepared to strike again, he believed he could defeat him. Their blows collided fist to fist. The city gradually turned into ruins with each blow. The horse was surprised that Hyun-soo was able to take his blow. Apparently he wasn't as strong as he thought. Huge boulders of stone rose into the air and flew towards the horse, pressing him to the ground. A huge stone flew into the air. Armand was back in action. He was the one who controlled the stones. He caught Hyun-soo's attention. He was about to create a black hole near the horse and told Hyun-soo to be careful. Suddenly, a huge blade grew out of the ground and pierced Armand's side, causing him to fall to his knees. The fair-haired witch, who was always nearby, intervened in the fight. She could not allow him to interfere with the horse. The horse became even more furious than before. He threw off the stones and took off. The huntress struck Armand one after another. Her umbrella was like a shield. It held back the flying stones. She was subjected to endless attacks from all sides. Armand didn't understand how she could have wounded him. If even bullets couldn't touch his body, he needed to recover faster. The witch wanted to open the portal and shouted to the horse that he was ready. They could fight there as much as they wanted. A wild smile adorned his face as he commanded them to follow him. The master asked Hyun-soo what he wanted to do, as it could have been a trap. With a swift throw, he soared into the air. Hyun-soo was ready to destroy both of them, even if it was a trap. Armand panicked when all three disappeared into the portal. He couldn't let the singularity be destroyed. The enemies found themselves in a deserted place. They stood opposite each other. Hyunsu said that he heard that the horse world was on the verge of destruction, so it was connected to the earth. The horse cried out that it was none of his business, and charged a huge ball of energy towards Hyunsu. Hyunsu realized that there would be no new techniques, so he used Sky Demon Flight and began to quickly approach the enemy. The conflict was reaching its peak. Khan said that there were others among these attacks. He raised his fist above his head and hit the ground with all his might. Everyone in the department was shocked by what happened. The head and Anderson guessed that Hyunsu followed them into the portal, which is why he disappeared. This was the first time Anderson had seen someone who couldn't handle the neutralizing marble. Detachments of association soldiers rounded up the last militants on the city streets. The last pockets of resistance were eliminated. Monk Lim looked at Henry lying down and wondered how anyone could be alive after such injuries sustained during the battle. He was still lying face down, pressed into the asphalt. The detachment had to deliver him alive to the leadership. Transporting the body was left to Monk, who conjured a sphere into which Henry was placed. Gaon and Monk agreed to meet at headquarters. Lee Mina asked Armand where Hyunsu had disappeared to. The portal still hung over the city, but no matter how hard he tried, Armand couldn't get into it. He was surprised by the object in her hands. Lee Mina was still moving with the help of a weight. She smiled happily in response to his question about why she needed a kettlebell with her. He thought calmly, and realized that Lee Mina was apparently still trying to figure out her ability. The horse hit the ground, but Hyunsu was not under his fist. From behind, the girl screamed. Pak stood behind him, ready to strike. With a quick movement, he was already caught in a ring of the enemy's arms. He was able to easily break free from captivity by using the soul purification technique and slipping out like a ghost from the shackles. The horse was shocked by such actions. A large sphere appeared next to the horse. He was amazed to realize that he had never seen such techniques and movements. There was confidence on Pak's face. He rushed at the horse, wanting to end the battle. A powerful explosion shook everything in the area. Hyunsu's fist was easily stopped by Horse's hand. He twisted Hyunsu and intended to throw him to the side. The sickle slash, one of Hyunsu's techniques, was reflected. The horse had a weak spot in the rib area, and he finally raised his arm, leaving his body open to attack. Hyunsu hit exactly there. But even this didn't help. Hyunsu's techniques no longer worked, and his blows didn't cause the slightest discomfort to his opponent. The horse threw him away from himself. Hyunsu flew a huge distance, and hitting the barrier, was exhausted. A hoof hit the ground loudly next to Hyunsu. The horse hit Hyunsu again. Pak, plunged into despair, was ready to give up. "Pull yourself together," said the teacher standing behind him. The teacher reminded that the second half of the demonic heaven-destroying fists was used to kill gods, which meant it should work on Khan as well. The opponent slowly but surely approached Hyunsu. He was ready to take revenge, but the teacher reminded him that it doesn't matter how much energy a person has if he doesn't know how to use it. Hyunsu had a second wind. He had already experienced flowers blooming twice, so he was able to create energy endlessly. His eyes were filled with confidence and determination. The teacher did not doubt him. He gave him instructions on how to apply acceleration. The horse's red eyes burned with the word fire. Standing in his way, Hyunsu prepared to fight to the end. By activating the speed, he was even stronger. With a swift lunge, Pak approached him. He began to strike blow after blow. Rage filled the horse's body. Hyunsu was much stronger than he had been a few minutes ago. Rising into the air, he was about to deliver a decisive blow. The crazy number of blows caused the horse to lose its balance. The witch watched what was happening from the air, and was amazed to note that Hyunsu seemed to be a completely different person. She had no intention of getting into a fight now. But the witch had an ace up her sleeve in the form of a magic dagger. She pressed the blade to herself and waited for the right moment. Hyunsu's speed was simply incredible. He delivered a powerful blow straight into the opponent's chest. The teacher watched closely as his student used the techniques. Now he guessed why these strange techniques were intended for him. The man sat humbly on one knee, his head bowed. He reported that the horse had successfully brought the singularity into this world. The king listened attentively to what was being said to him. He ordered the servant to get up. The king asked the servant what troubles the horse would still have to go through because of him. Suddenly, the energy of death blew through the open window, and the servant felt uneasy, so the king abruptly closed the window. Standing with his back to the servant, the king concluded that he too had felt the weight of death. Feeling awkward in front of the king, the vassal knelt down and bowed his head, apologizing for his inappropriate behavior. Tired of the chatter, the king ordered the servant to leave his office. Lost in thought, the king sat down at his throne. He asked how the bishop was doing, but the vassal was not aware, so the king extended his hand forward and repeated his order to go. Meanwhile, Horse intends to defeat Hyunsu with his powerful strength. Watching the enemy's attacking force grow, the master and apprentice think about what to do about it. Quickly thinking of what to do, Hyunsu uses the following technique to attack. The horse, with its eyes wide open, tried with difficulty to follow Hyunsu's movements. Hyunsu's powerful technique dealt a strong blow to the enemy. The reincarnated horse summoned all its energy to destroy everything around it along with the young man. The student and teacher felt an ominous force growing in the atmosphere. With his speed increased, Hyunsu summons his next level technique and swings his arm before attacking. Hyunsu concentrated his strength and dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. When the power reached its maximum level, Hyunsu flew up and aimed for the next attack. The powerful impact and blast wave from Hyunsu froze the monster, and everything around it shattered into small pieces. Hyunsu charged up his own power for the final attack. A horse, wounded and exhausted by the battle, begs for mercy. Suddenly, the horse's servant came to his aid, calling upon the blade of death. The master became wary, sensing an ominous force. Hyunsu was enveloped and immobilized by a dark, gloomy energy. He pulled himself together and did not allow the dark energy to take hold of him. Summoning his technique, Hyun-soo struck the dark matter. The horse is surprised and worried that Hyun-soo managed to enter the realm of absolute death. The master anxiously considered his next steps as he watched the dark cloud of energy that had engulfed Hyun-soo. Inside, the horse and his servant are actively trying to destroy Hyun-soo. Suddenly, the death blade reached its target at speed. The teacher rushed to Hyun-soo's rescue. The master attempted to break a large ball of dark matter. Inside, Hyun-soo was paralyzed by the powerful impact of an unknown force. Naked Hyun-soo woke up in some dark place with a lot of corpses. Suddenly, a huge dagger surrounded by thick chains appeared in front of him. Hyun-soo looked up at the dagger and clenched his fists tighter. The chains emitted some kind of energy, and Hyun-soo tried to touch them. Suddenly, a teenager appeared out of nowhere and stopped Hyun-soo from trying to touch the chains. Hyun-soo was very surprised to learn that the blade was actually a teenager. The young man was very surprised when he realized that only dead people ended up in the place where he was. The teenager said that only one person in living form was able to get here. Taking the teenager's hand, Hyun-soo felt himself pierced by an unknown force emanating from this boy. Hyun-soo, immersed in the boy's memories, saw the teenager sitting in a dungeon and a man in a black robe standing in front of him. The man in the black robe deprived the teenager of his will. The boy became frightened and burst into tears, asking the stranger not to use him to hurt people again. But the old man in the black robe was unwavering and ordered him to fulfill his true purpose, to kill like a cold weapon. The teenager was deeply saddened by his inevitable fate. The old man in the black robe finally subjugated the blade in the form of a teenager to his power. The teenager was completely amazed by the strength of the old man in the black robe. In the greatest delight, the old man took the blade into his net. The sword's fate seemed carved in cold stone, inevitable and harsh. Hyun-soo froze in shock, as if the world around him had frozen and his voice had disappeared. He felt sorry for the boy, whose pain gave off a feeling of coldness and emptiness. He gripped the chain resolutely, feeling every beat of his heart as an order. The sword seemed to sigh and beg him to stop. The blade whispered of a seal placed by the strongest man in the world. But this did not stop Hyun-soo. His will burned like a torch in the night. He knew who was really the strongest, and this confidence gave him strength. Concentrating, he disturbed the air around him, which began to shudder and move. He created a super vibration, like the roar of a distant storm, tearing at the fabric of reality. The sword fell with a crash, like a broken link to fate. The power of the one who had placed the seal loomed large, just out of reach. Hyun-soo was the disciple of the strongest, and within him lay the spark of great potential. He believed that he would one day surpass his teacher, and this faith warmed him in the cold. Hyun-soo destroyed the seal, and its fragments crumbled like ice in the sun. He suggested that they go out together, his voice sounding firm and encouraging. He promised to avenge the victim, and this word was like an oath. They combined their powers, and their auras intertwined, like two streams merging into a river. The heavenly demon was trapped in a physical body, and it weighed on him like shackles. For him, it became a punishment, bitter and humiliating. He could not afford to lose his student, because he was his hope and support. The opponents gathered, ready to unleash a crushing blow, their shadows gathering around them. They had never seen anyone who could withstand such force, and their hearts sank with fear. The heavenly demon gnashed his teeth in helplessness and despair. During the fight, a pillar of power fell directly on Hyun-soo, as if the sky had torn apart the earth. The opponents were on guard, expecting a raucous end. To their amazement, Hyun-soo remained intact, as if his body was forged from steel. If he had delayed even for a moment, he would have died long ago, each of them thought. His teacher looked at his exhausted face with an anxious gaze. The student assured that everything was fine, his voice trembling but firm. This further infuriated the mentor, igniting a mixture of anger and anxiety within him. The opponents were perplexed. Their plans were collapsing before their eyes. The time for revenge had come, and the air was thick with the premonition of retribution. The opponents went on the offensive, rushing like a pack on prey. Hyun-soo took a deep breath of mana, and its warmth spread through his veins like flames. He struck a powerful blow, as if the spirit of the tree itself had grabbed his hand. The enemy fell like a dried-up tree that collapsed in the wind. This move was impossible to block. It cut through the defense like a knife through butter. The defeated man's partner rushed to take revenge, his eyes sparkling with insane rage. Hyun-soo dodged the attacks with lightning speed, his movements like flashes of lightning. He was even faster than a horse, disappearing and appearing in a split second. In an instant, he was behind the enemy, cold and silent. He asked if she recognized the ring on his finger, his voice cutting through the silence. The ring seemed familiar to her, awakening dark memories. This ring belonged to the child they tortured, and it contained guilt. Gathering all his strength, Hyun-soo delivered a crushing blow that shook the earth. The opponents found themselves in a dire situation, their hopes crumbling to dust. Seeing hopelessness, he decided to resort to the elixir, keenly aware of the cost of choice. The elixir promised to triple his strength, but in return it condemned him to a year of paralysis, a cruel price to pay for victory. The elixir began to take effect, and the outcome of the battle hung on a thin thread, flickering like a spark before a storm. The silhouette of a huge monster was visible in the clouds of smoke. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the monster's mouth. But a moment later, Hyun-soo delivered a precise blow into his open mouth. The monster was very stunned by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo, without wasting a second, was preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The terrible monster was struck by unprecedented power. Hyun-soo informed his opponent that this power belonged to the one he had tortured. From the blow dealt, the monster began to bleed dirty black blood. Having removed his hand from the monster, the now completely naked young man saw a rapid stream of black liquid. After the fight, Hyun-soo looked thoughtfully at the intricate ring on his hand. The gray-haired man standing nearby appreciated Hyun-sung's large number of victories. and nearby on the ground lay the body of a living but defeated enemy. Hyun-soo only wondered why and for what purpose someone had created the portals, and the sage's sudden offer to teach him torture techniques shocked the boy. And then the man decided to introduce the hero to someone. Suddenly, a small gray-haired boy named Hallie appeared from the ring. He was a little scared, so he hid behind Hyun-sung's leg. Then Hallie introduced himself to the sage. Hyun-soo announced that Hallie was the short sword. The old man was very surprised by this and clearly puzzled. Hyun-soo also said that Hallie was turned into a sword against his will, and he added that he was just a child who was used. The sage called the boy to him. Hyun-soo gently encouraged the boy, pushing him towards the gray-haired man. When the sage placed his hand on the boy's head, everything around him immediately began to shine. After this action, all the writing on the boy's body instantly disappeared. But then the gray-haired man added that he had only erased part of the writing. He added that the boy's body had destroyed many lives. Hyun-soo said that he would help the boy completely free himself from the inscriptions on his body. The black-haired guy asked Hallie if there was a way to get out of the place they were currently in. At this time, Armand watched and waited for Hyun-soo to return. Everyone was waiting, but nothing happened. People waited patiently. And suddenly, Hyun-soo appeared from a portal in the sky with the man he had defeated. Surprised, Armand ran to Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo's appearance brought admiration to people's faces, and he stood there looking very pleased with himself. He told Armand that it would be better to take the unconscious boy to the gate committee now. Hyun-soo also gave Armand a pink umbrella. As it turns out, this is an item that creates portals. And only now Hyun-soo discovered with horror that all this time he had been walking around completely naked. But then the guy smiled and said that because of the battle, he didn't notice it at all. Armand looked at Hyun-soo thoughtfully. Then the guy took off his coat and tied it around Hyun-soo's hips. And at that very moment, journalists pounced on them. The reporters did nothing but point their microphones at the hero. Hyun-soo was very embarrassed and stood rooted to the spot when he was hailed as a hero of South Korea. The sage and Hallie watched this story on the news, puzzled. And then they laughed at Hyun-sun. The old man kept making fun of the guy, saying that appearing naked in front of people would be much more interesting. Hallie, having assessed the whole situation, decided to ask Hyun-soo if he was angry. Hyun-soo's comrades laugh at him. Hyun-soo doesn't like being laughed at, so he throws a pillow at his mentor out of anger. But his mentor dodges it without any problems. The mentor and his friend mockingly tell Hyun-soo that they have known each other for a long time, so he can safely walk around the house naked. And if he wants to show something, show it to us. We don't mind. The master tells Hyun-soo to at least put on his underwear. Hyun immediately put on his underwear. The teacher wants to ask Hyun a question. Hyun-soo is ready to listen to him. The teacher says with a smile that he wants to eat ramen. So make it for me, Hyung. Hyun-soo thought it was something important, and not ramen. His teammate asks his mentor what ramen is. He says, "You'll find out when they cook it for us." A student opens an online store and orders a large quantity of food. The food has arrived at home. Hyun-soo asks his mentor how he likes spicy fried chicken. The mentor really liked the taste of the chicken. Now they are trying bibimbapkuksa. The mentor is shocked by this taste. He says that this combination is simply incredible. The mentor wants to try more. Meanwhile, the new teammate just looks at the food. Hyun-soo asks Hallie, "Why aren't you eating?" The mentor says that he will feed Hallie. He uses magic to make the chicken fly. Hallie says, confused, that he can't eat it the same way he does. He tells the mentor in a dejected tone that Hyun is laughing at him. And the mentor is surprised that Hallie didn't tell him earlier that he couldn't eat like that. Hyun-soo curiously asks the teacher, "Did you just use telekinesis?" The teacher didn't understand Hyun. He explains, "Well, just now, when you made the chicken leg float, like Arman-san, you are able to control objects without touching them." The teacher asks Hyun, "Are you talking about telekinesis key?" The teacher says that Hyun sometimes asks such obvious things, but the teacher really hasn't taught Hyun this technique yet. Essentially, you just need to create an imaginary hand and grab objects with it. And the mentor is confident that at his current level, Hyun is capable of doing this. The mentor says that this version of telekinesis can only lift small objects, and Arman's abilities have nothing to do with it. After some time, the mentor and Hallie are having fun. Hyun-soo says that when they first met, he said the teacher was scary and looked like his grandfather. This is probably the most peaceful time for Hallie right now. Hyun-soo remembered the words his mentor had told him earlier, that he was now in S rank, and he would have to find a way to get back on his own. Hyun is already S rank, but he's still not one step closer to the answer. The teacher doesn't say anything, so Hyun just goes with the flow for now. Hyun bowed before the teacher, mentally saying that he was grateful to him and would keep his promise. Meanwhile, in the castle, two strangers are talking. The man asks his friend why he came here. He replies, "You are here all alone." The man says that he likes solitude. The man asks, "So you came here so that I wouldn't be lonely?" The man is surprised. "My friend says that this is the first time you've been kidnapped. The new singularity seems to have a mystical talent." Hallie was gone. The king had never kept him locked up, but he never thought he would escape. The fear instilled in this child could not be gotten rid of overnight. So what the hell happened there? A friend asks a man, "Don't you think that as we get older we become more and more like our children?" The man says that the singularity did not kill the horse. The friend asks, "Do you want him to live?" The friend says that then everything could become even more complicated, and the man agrees with these words. The man says that people think that by capturing the horse they can get a lot of information, but getting him to talk is not so easy. An acquaintance tells the man that he is quite calm. He replies that there is a replacement for everyone. The man says that he will not send him separately. The acquaintance leaves. "Finally, if you need anything, please let me know." The man gets up from his chair saying that this guy is so difficult. He can't believe Hallie was thinking about running away. The man opening the window says, "Park Hyun-soo, it looks like we won't be bored. The horse is being interrogated, without results so far." He gets an electric shock and offers a deal to the person torturing him. Isaac replies, "Do you still have the strength to talk?" The horse says that he can give him everything he can imagine, and even more. Isaac, who was torturing the horse, was interested in his words. He asks him, "Can you make me the strongest man in the world?" The horse without hesitation answers that it is as easy as pie. He asks the horse, that is, "I will be the king." The horse got angry because of such words. He said loudly, "Are you kidding me, man?" Isaac presses the button again, and the horse receives a powerful electric shock. The man says to the horse, "And this is how you treat someone who helped you." Isaac tells him that he is going to become the strongest in the whole world. He tells the horse that he is unique after all. The horse came to his senses after the current. The horse asks him a question. "What are you?" "A singularity." The horse starts laughing. The man is perplexed as to what made the horse laugh so much. The monster continues to laugh, telling Isaac, "You really think you're a singularity?" The horse tells him that he should at least be on Hyun-Soo's level, but the man finds the horse's words unpleasant. He shouts at the horse, saying that one day he will definitely surpass him. The horse tells him, "But Hyun-Soo's strength is constantly growing. Even as we speak here now, it is growing. When Hyun fought with me, his strength grew continuously." The horse mockingly tells the man that he is no match for his minions. Isaac was very angry at the horse's words. He was preparing to press the button that would start the current, but his hand is intercepted. It was his teacher. He scolded him for coming to the horse in the torture chamber again. The man leaves angrily, saying that the teacher always gets things wrong. The horse asks the man's teacher why he stopped him. "Haven't you realized yet that I don't care about this torture?" The prisoner says his comrades will come to rescue him, "So it would be better for you to let me go." The man's teacher asks the horse to save him, and the horse replies, "Yes." He laughs and tells the horse that he was abandoned. The horse was surprised by such words. The horse got angry and started to say at the top of his voice, "What do you, pathetic little people, know?" He receives another electric shock. The horse continues to say that the king will save him. The man tells the horse that he has the ability to see countless interweavings of time, and he has seen everything that can happen to the horse. And in none of the possibilities did the king come to save him. The horse begins to laugh at what he hears, and his mind slowly leaves him. He tells the man that he is Neumann, agreeing that the king will not come. The man asks the horse who Neumann is and why he calls him that. The horse says that he will do whatever the king orders him to do. "Try your best, Neumann." The man tells the horse to stop. The horse brought his body to such a state that it exploded. A man leaves the torture chamber. He came into another room with a sword in his hands. The chapter uses its unique time-weaving technique. The man could never see a future with suicide bombing. The awareness of an unpredictable future means that, if they find out about this, they will surely turn the whole world upside down. Meanwhile, Hyun-Soo's mentor finds himself in a place where the Murim faction was trapped and retreated. The mentor does not understand why he found himself in this place again. A student appears before the teacher. This is Kang So-il. The student greets the teacher. The teacher says, "So you are alive after all." The teacher mentally says that Kang So-il was the most valuable among the 10. Kang So-il tells the teacher that he is already dead. He remembers the past with the teacher, where he says that they need to get away from the enemy, saying, "Aren't we being pursued by 108 Naganjins of Murim? Even if you can defeat the enemy, your body will not be able to withstand it. So I will stop you, heavenly demon, all for the heavenly demon religions." The teacher says that he will never forget him and will certainly take revenge. He asks Kang So-il what happened, teacher, in revenge for So-il, tore apart the league leader Murim Jinchonbai. Kang So-il says that they don't have any time at all. The teacher starts yelling, "What are you talking about, So-il?" So-il tells the teacher when that day comes, don't hesitate. The teacher, still in the same loud tone, says that he doesn't understand anything and demands an explanation from So-il. So-il, without explaining anything, says goodbye to the teacher. Master Hyun wakes up in a sweat, saying, "I had a dream." He says that he has never slept, much less dreamed, since he separated from his body. The teacher recalls So-il's words, "When that day comes, do not doubt." The mentor wonders what So-il wanted to say, while Hyun-Soo and Halley are fast asleep. Somewhere in China, men tell the president that they don't think it's right to leave Black Dragon society in its current state. The president replies that neither the military nor public security could do anything. So what can we do? They answer him that the balance in the world is determined by the balance of yin and yang, and it seems that the Black Dragon society is able to influence this. We must do something about it. One of the men agreed with the vice president's words. The employee reports that the president received a call. The president tells her he has a meeting, so tell them I'll call back. The employee says that this is Chinrin from the Black Dragon Society. The president steps away to take a call. Those present are in a panic because they have caved in to the Black Dragon. The president is informed about the portal by telephone. He asks uncertainly if the portal will explode soon. "Yes. On the Tibetan plateau, she thought you should know first, so she told you. But for now, I ask you to keep this information secret." One of Chinran's subordinates says, "Are you really going there?" She replies, "We've already started, haven't we?" The subordinate says uncertainly, "Well, right now Korea is under terrorist attack." Chinran replies, "Well, it has already been suppressed," the subordinate says. "But there are still risks. The same applies to the last fragment of paradise." He shuts up his subordinate, saying that he wants to do everything quietly, so stop yelling. Chinran tells his subordinate to go. He agrees. An explosion occurs in the city. Meanwhile, Hyun-Soo mentally says, "The king is the main enemy we will have to fight." Hyun-Soo felt an overwhelming presence when he saw Hallis's subconscious. He asks himself, how strong should I become? Hyun swings. And with one blow, he destroys the wall. The mentor saw this blow and praised Hyun. Hyun-Soo's face twisted at the words of praise, and the mentor asked, "What's with that expression on your face?" The student asks the mentor what he just said. He replies that it was a good hit. Hyun is surprised. He says with a smile on his face that the mentor was rude before. So why did he decide to give him a compliment now? After hearing these words, the mentor starts yelling at Hyun-soo, saying, "Apparently, you've become quite the masochist since they only scolded you." Hyun-soo laughs and says, "Now that sounds more like you." Meanwhile, in the government building, an employee tells the head that a buyer has appeared. The boss says. So suddenly, the employee replies that this is not the kind of person you can refuse. Chinren enters the room to the leader. The chief was surprised by her presence. He greets Chinren, saying that she has become younger. Information about Chinren: she is the third in S rank, a member of the Black Dragon Society. Chinren says that it's because of the limitation that when she uses her ability, she becomes younger. He tells the chief that he hasn't seen his friend for so long, and won't even offer him a cup of tea. The chief was surprised. The headmaster, confused, tells the secretary to make tea, and he offers Chinren a cup of tea. Chinran mockingly says that he doesn't want tea, but wants coffee instead. They sat down at the table and drank. The leader asks Chinran why she came so unexpectedly. She replies that a portal has appeared on the Tibetan plateau. The head says that the portal concentration is 82. The head says that since things are so bad, then shouldn't the residents be evacuated from there? Chinran tells the chief that there was a small town there and it was already evacuated, and they also told him to keep it confidential. The head tells Chinran that since even she was involved, the situation must be at a stalemate. Chinran replies that it's not exactly like that. It's just that only one person can enter the portal, and it has to be a man. Nobody knows what's inside. None of those who entered have come out yet. The chief asks if everyone died. She replies that she doesn't know. Chinran says that's why she wanted Hunter Hyun-soo to try it. The leader was surprised by Chinran's words. The leader says he doesn't think it's worth sending Hyun-soo to clear the portal. Chinran says this is no ordinary portal. He was identified as S rank. The leader was shocked by what he heard. Meanwhile, one of the Prime Minister's close associates is eating and saying that the Prime Minister is not going to do anything at all with the Black Dragon Society. A stranger pours a drink for a close associate. He reports to the stranger that Chinran told him that a portal has appeared on the Tibetan plateau. The stranger agrees, and says that this is why Chinran also went to Korea. Meanwhile, the boss brought Hyun-soo to his room. Hyun-soo felt a strong energy inside the room. This energy came from Chinran. The leader is in shock. He has difficulty breathing because of such powerful energy. He does not understand what Chinran is doing. Hyun-soo uses a technique and touches the leader's back. Thanks to Hyun-soo, the leader began to breathe easier. Hyun-soo tells the leader with a smile that it seems like someone decided to play around. Chinran, sitting on the sofa, tells Hyun-soo what one would expect from an S rank. Hyun-soo sits down on the sofa and asks Jinran if that was too rude of a greeting. He replies, "It's all because I can't trust this task to just anyone." Chinran and Hyun-soo introduce themselves to each other. The first one talks about his ability, Hyun-soo. The more she uses it, the younger she becomes. This is a limitation of the ability. That's why I look so young. Hyun-soo was told about the S-rank portal. Jinran asks Hyun-soo if he wants to try going in there. Hyun-soo asks Jinran why him. Chinran replies, "It's all because only one man can enter this portal. And besides, right now you are the most famous hunter and..." Because he is a singularity, humanity's last chance against the Dragon of Annihilation. He wants to see with his own eyes and understand whether the singularity can really save humanity. Even though this dungeon is solo only, it's still S-rank. But if he survives, he will do everything in his power to support you. After hearing all the words, Hyun-soo agrees with Chinran's proposal. He tells her that the S-rank portal is, first and foremost, a threat to humanity. And besides, you promised something like that. Chinran and Hyun-soo shook hands. Everyone left the room where they were talking. Hyun-soo, walking down the corridor, asks Chinran what her schedule is. She replies that she is flying out today. Chinran tells Hyun-soo that since there is no certainty whether you will survive or not, go say goodbye to your loved ones. The mentor tells Hyun-soo that he is with him, and there is no need to worry about such nonsense. Besides, Hyun-soo is confident that he has become much stronger. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the chessmen, the king tells his subordinates that the knight is dead. He decided to commit suicide so as not to surrender under torture. The stranger says he's surprised such an idiot could make the right decision. Pon-chan is furious at Saldan's words. He tells him that one of our comrades is dead, so watch your language. Saldan replies with a smile, "Well, I'm right." Another of the king's subordinates intervenes in their dialogue, saying that now is not the time for strife. He says, "Bishop, since the horse's seat is currently empty, you need to temporarily replace him." Bishop agrees. Saldan wonders who the next horse will be. He wants to be it. Katrina, the pawn, tells Saldan that no way, stop having your head in the clouds. Saldan mockingly tells someone to shut her up. Katrina gets angry. An elderly man in dark clothes sits at a table and raises 4 fingers. 4 people around a long table in a dark room. The blonde man in the red and black suit covers his mouth looking at his interlocutor. A guy in a blue robe and round glasses sits in a chair in the library. Close-up of the same guy's profile wearing glasses. He stands up and speaks in the high hall. A woman by the window and a broad-shouldered man are talking in a luxurious room. A split frame, a man's stern face, and a woman's slight smile. Park Hyun-soo in a hoodie and Cheon-yeon with a long beard stand together in the hall. An employee in a white shirt and black tie bows politely. The security guards stand in line as he listens to a speech about dominance in the Chinese and global markets. The leader in the maroon suit claims that their association has disappeared due to harassment. He raises his hand with a shout, calling for action. People in suits support him with raised fists. The leader adjusts his glasses smugly. The same man smiles in the office, leaning on the table. The guy is lying in the hospital under an oxygen mask. Park Hyun-soo looks at the patient with concern. Cheon-yeon stands behind him with her arms crossed. Park Hyun-soo, smiling, invites Chun-young to leave the room. They walk down the corridor, Park Hyun-soo in front, Cheon-yeon following behind. The red-haired manager opens a can of drink by the window. She hands the can to Park Hyun-soo in the office. A woman sits relaxed with a drink and smiles. Park Hyun-soo talks to her on the sofa. Park Hyun-soo approaches her in the hallway. I even experienced a piece of paradise, says Park Hyun-soo. Park Hyun-soo says goodbye with a smile at the door. A flame suddenly bursts into flames in her palm. An airport employee kindly gives Park Hyun-soo directions. The same employee is casually chatting with Park Hyun-soo at the terminal. Park Hyun-soo inserts a wireless earphone. Chun-yeon and Park Hyun-soo follow the driver to the airport exit. A limousine is waiting for them at the entrance. The driver invites them to sit down, and passers-by are surprised. The limousine travels along the highway. The journey takes about 4 hours. Park Hyun-soo smirks as he thinks about his plan. In the car, Park Hyun-soo notices a flash of fire outside the window and gets scared. The driver makes excuses under Park Hyun-soo's watchful gaze. The driver nervously continues to explain the situation. The car enters under the traditional gates of the complex. The limousine pulls up to a huge palace on top of a hill. A black Cadillac pulls up to a Chinese mansion. A cheerful girl with buns runs out to meet us with her arms outstretched. The girl takes Park Hyun-soo into the house. Park Hyun-soo calmly drinks tea from a white mug. They sit opposite each other and talk over tea. The girl slowly takes a sip of tea. Park Hyun-soo is telling something seriously. The girl animatedly asks Park Hyun-soo a question. A girl on her knees opens a large black box. The girl looks inside the box with interest. Park Hyun-soo listens to Cheon-young with confusion. The image didn't load. Please send it again. Park Hyun-soo opens the glowing box in a panic. The girl with red ribbons watches carefully. The girl leans over and explains something. Park Hyun-soo frowned, holding back his excitement. Chun-yeon playfully encourages Park Hyun-soo by patting her. The image didn't load. Please send it again. The girl asks Park Hyun-soo about psychokinesis in surprise. Park Hyun-soo demonstrates psychokinesis. A box hovers above the palm of his hand. Chun-yeon watches as Park Hyun-soo demonstrates box levitation in front of a girl. The floating box hangs in the air and Park Hyun-soo is surprised. Park Hyun-soo enters the room at Cheon-young's call. Cheon-young points out a mysterious box to Park Hyun-soo. Park Hyun-soo opens the box at Cheon-young's request. Visualization of awakening mental power. The brain lights up with energy. Cheon-young focuses his powerful aura. Inside the box, there is a glowing elixir. Park Hyun-soo carefully examines the shining shard. Having accepted the power, Park Hyun-soo bursts into flames and frowns. An old teacher stands behind a meditating boy, energy swirling around him. The gray-eyed boy rushes into the attack with a roar, cutting through the air with flashes. The guy, drenched in sweat, dodges and winces from the blow. The boy's punch explodes with black and red energy, cutting across the frame. Close up, the guy is screaming. His eyes are shining. Red splashes are exploding around. The bodyguard knocks on the door next to the tray under the lid. He whispers into the peephole, raising his palm excitedly. The guard draws his gun, tensing. The room is torn apart. The glass is cracked. The gun is at the ready. A sweaty guard takes aim at the shadow at the entrance among the broken walls. The hero scratches the back of his head in embarrassment, showing off his toned but bruised body against the backdrop of a cracked wall. A blue holographic screen appears in front of him, with the text that the internal energy has successfully absorbed the powerful yang energy. Another system window grumbles that the heavenly demon's body is unhappy with its current state, but endures it. The gray-haired master, sitting with a smile and crossed arms, notes that they barely managed. A cheeky gray-eyed boy rushes towards the hero, walking forward with a scream. The guard watches in bewilderment as the hero poses and mutters to himself, attributing it to the effect of the elixir. The half-dressed hero chats cheerfully with a nervous security guard. The guard turns around and heads towards the door of the room. A dish shines on the table, delicious fried meat, as if glowing from within. The master and the boy reach for the shining meat, and the hero, in a panic, tries to stop them. The young man uses chopsticks to bring a shining slice of meat to the lips of a bearded old man. The old man closes his eyes and savors the treat with a satisfied smile. The guy smiles awkwardly with a drop of sweat, trying to keep the conversation going. In a white t-shirt, he confidently answers the girl, although she doubts even after the elixir. The couple enters a foggy industrial mine where a blue laser beam flashes. The platform with them quickly goes down a huge elevator shaft. They emerge into the smoky corridor at the massive door, ready to move on. Shot of steps, 2 people confidently walking on a smooth floor. In a brightly lit room, a girl is explaining something, and a guy is listening attentively. In the spacious training room, she points the way, and they move towards their goal. The girl reminded him that she was the head of the Black Dragon Society. Hyun-soo hit the nearby wall with all his might and screamed in pain. The force of his blow shook everything around. The guy was shocked that his abilities had increased by 150%. Hyun-soo understood perfectly well that now he needed to control his internal energy and make a hole. He directed his second punch at the wall with greater force and energy. The realization came that it hadn't worked, and the wall continued to stand. The teacher's ghost concluded that the heavenly demon's body had not yet acknowledged him. Hyun-soo sat and wondered what he should do now. The teacher's ghost reminded that the body of the heavenly demon contains all the memories, martial arts, and cultivation techniques. The teacher also added that the body of the heavenly demon itself is a living being, and it does not consider the student worthy of it. The student could not understand what exactly he needed to do with this in order to become worthy. The teacher said that he was unable to explain their memories to him. Hyun-soo followed his teacher's advice and delved into those memories to find his own path to becoming worthy. The girl didn't understand what was happening to him, and asked if everything was okay. He tried to address the first heavenly demon, Jum-sun, in his thoughts. Hyun-soo was unable to delve into the memories of the second heavenly demon because those memories were closed to the 0 level. The student was upset that memories of the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th level were not available to him. Finally, the memories of the 10th heavenly demon became available to him. Hyun-soo clearly saw the 10th heavenly demon's martial arts in his memories. In the memories of the 11th heavenly demon, I saw that he really liked medicine. The 21st heavenly demon, despite his cold appearance, used explosive martial arts. Hyun-soo was amazed that the 27th heavenly demon was already strikingly different from the others. The teacher's ghost watched the student to see if he understood everything or not yet. The teacher's ghost was very surprised that Hyun-soo had opened up the memories of the energy technique of the 27th heavenly demon, Ryujang. From his memories, the student realized that his energy techniques were of an unprecedented level. 27th had a time when he, like Hyun-soo, couldn't control his internal energy. Ryujang, however, was able to find a way to control his internal energy through mystical circulation. The principle is that Ryujang disperses energy and makes it reach every part of the body. Hyun-soo clearly understood that he needed to focus. Hyun-soo had to move his energy to the Baihu point and lower it to the Velu point in one fell swoop. During negotiations in Shanghai, Chan noted that the terrorist attack near the airport was due to their work. The deputy prime minister emphasized the use of the Cheonan sect to demonstrate China's power. Chan asked what they would do if the Black Dragon Society interfered. The politician noted that they have a chance of winning if Chinren does not intervene. Chan put forward a proposal for him to become an S rank. There was a box of strange red candies on the table. A candy of immortal superiority that brings dormant forces to the peak of power for a full 10 minutes. But afterwards, there is excruciating pain in the body. The vice prime minister asked again, not believing that because of this candy he could temporarily turn from an A rank to an S rank. Chan, who supplied the candy, added that everything depended on the person, and that there was even a possibility of gaining power that exceeded S rank. The politician did not dare to try out all the abilities of this red candy on himself. He called his security guard for an experiment. He handed the guard a candy and ordered him to swallow it immediately. Chan understood that they wanted to test this candy in action right now. The guard tried to swallow the candy and grabbed his throat, not understanding what was happening. An incomprehensible transformation was happening to the guard. His eyes were burning. His body was being torn apart by something from the inside. The monster that the guard had turned into screamed that he felt the power of an A rank, even though he was only a C rank. The overwhelming power in the reborn security guard caused complete delight and amazement in the deputy prime minister. He added triumphantly that now the Cheonan sect would only be a matter of time. And the seller sipped his coffee and thought that it was time to get rid of this nasty man with a scar. Park Hyun-soo has acquired the legendary skill Heavenly Demon Circulation. The Heavenly Demon's body has risen to the 1st level, increasing physical abilities and martial arts effects. The Heavenly Demon is proud that his disciple has become stronger. Park Hyun-soo needs to experience this power that he has no control over. He uses Heavenly Demon Annihilation Fists, the first technique. Expectations from such a blow were justified instead of a completely destroyed wall. There was a smooth hole. The hero is lucky that he made the blow he planned. Jinran is shocked by Park Hyun-soo's strength. Hallie admires Park Hyun-soo, while the Sky Demon approves of the outcome of the strike. Park Hyun-soo realizes that the control of power has been a great success. Meanwhile, a portal opens on the Tibetan plateau. The creation of the portal is taking longer than Slon Nim expected. Elephant Nim is already dreaming of Park Hyun-soo's sweet torment. While she was thinking, Pon Chan arrived. He answered a question about a task he did in China, that a C-rank man only lasted 11 minutes of force. The count was unsatisfactory, but not that bad. Elephant Nim gives the device to Chan. This is a detonator to get rid of those who ate the empowering fruit. An elephant's address to its attendant servant. Meanwhile, in a quiet, peaceful city in China, an unexpected explosion in the Black Dragon's building. The capture of the Black Dragon building by the Greed organization. Chang Wu-fei announces to everyone that Greed has arrived. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-soo sees black energy around him. Hallie is surprised by the energy around Park Hyun-soo. The heavenly demon knows about the black energy of the celestial body, otherwise known as Azure. This energy is a state of combination of the energy of the heavenly demon and mana. He claps his hands to praise his student for his ingenuity. Hearing such a true miracle is a miracle for Park Hyun-soo. He cannot contain his emotions and cries from the heavenly demon's praise. Suddenly, Chinren received a phone call. She turned away and began to ask why they were calling her. Park Hyun-soo uses destruction energy detection to locate the territory. He discovered the territory with this. Jinran needs to leave, but Park Hyun-soo also wants to go with her. He realized that troubles happen because of greed. Park Hyun-soo wants to stop them so that civilians don't get hurt. As a hunter, he understands his purpose and task, and cannot simply watch silently. Jinran realizes that this is Park Hyun-soo's style. The heavenly demon disciple was the first to set out on a journey using the technique. Even for Jinran, Park Hyun-soo looks cool. People from the Greed Corporation took civilians hostage. Chang Wu-fei calls the Black Dragon Society's complaint center. He introduces himself by his name, wishing to convey Chinran's words. He began to demand 100 billion wen, otherwise he would kill civilians. And also, if they were late even for a second. His subordinates shoot into the air, declaring to the inhabitants that the Black Dragons have brainwashed them. And also the threat that there is no salvation for them. The Black Dragons will not save them. Until one notices something in the distance. Park Hyun-soo appears from the large cloud of smoke. Only after realizing who was in front of them did Greed's subordinates immediately begin shooting. Having stopped shooting at the smoke, they thought that they had killed the one who could interfere with them. What a shame. That little man in the distance seems to have survived. The master was very angry at the rule of these barbarians, because no one has the right to dispose of other people's lives. Such permissiveness left the elder with no drop of compassion for his enemies. But the bandits don't seem to be bothered by their conscience at all. They are preparing to attack the strange stranger again. The main character is also not asleep and is in a hurry to direct bullets at enemies without using any weapons. Not a second passed before each bullet reached its intended target. Some of the bandits really don't like the enemy from the Black Dragon Society. The chief of these masked bastards hastened to give his henchmen a very unusual order. After the meal, the gang of scoundrels slowly began to acquire an appearance more suitable for their filthy souls. Their monstrous strength began to match their appearance. The same dirty method was used to increase the strength of the king's main horse. Even a fool could understand that this gang serves the king himself. With the help of these drugs, they release all that is worst in the human essence and transform this muck into physical strength. Meanwhile, the monsters are eager to test their new abilities on our hero. But the young man is not so simple. He does not waste time and strikes back. The boss of this gang of scum clearly didn't expect such a rebuff from the Black Dragon Society. He clearly underestimated their personnel and did not notice another S-rank holder. The leader is eager to follow the example of his henchmen and rush into battle. He is too confident in his abilities. And this will become his main mistake. It turns out that this fight has its own audience, and they appreciate the capabilities of the Black Dragon Society. This whole massacre was planned just to gather information, but things don't always go exactly according to plan. This guy turned out to be another puppet of the king, and apparently he was caught. And it was Chinran herself, one of the strongest representatives of the Black Dragon Society, who caught him. To her surprise, the royal puppet was aware of her power and knew Chinran by sight. Our heroine turned out to be much faster than the boy, and, to his regret, already guessed the king's plans. If her guess is correct, then she caught a very large fish. The royal worm turns out to be not so simple. Even the king has his aces up his sleeve. He knows that Chinran can't use her powers without harming herself, and this over-awareness was becoming a problem. Such insolence from an ordinary puppet could not help but infuriate her. At this time, the monsters are in the midst of a battle. The boss of these creatures, as luck would have it, is very cheerful, and the reason for this joy is very strange. He is grateful for the opportunity to reveal all of his filthy essence, because the human shell could hardly contain all this filth within itself. The young man has to not only fight, but also protect civilians, using very strange technology. With its help, he lifts and carries all people out of the danger zone, for their safety and a more aggressive fight. The leader of the monsters had apparently never seen techniques of this kind. The monster clearly has no intention of releasing the hostages. Without a fight, he desires the death of all the people present. And then he rushes to deal another blow to our hero, not giving him a chance to come to his senses. The young man, in turn, is preparing to show the full power of the heavenly dragon, and it seems that the monster appreciated the full force of this stunning blow. At this time, Chinran is attacking the king's henchman with all his might. This poor fellow himself apparently already doubts his victory and the fulfillment of the king's plan. A sonic shockwave of such force would inevitably have finished off the unfortunate man. But surprisingly, he held out. This worm even had enough strength for another attack. Our hero, meanwhile, is still fighting with the monster boss. The monster still considers its form to be perfect and invulnerable. It has no thought of defeat, only boundless pride. The young man, with his bare hands, dispels this myth in an instant and delivers the most powerful and crushing blow, taking the lives of all the monsters. The master is very pleased with what he saw. His student exceeds all possible expectations. To protect all citizens, our hero creates a protective barrier of unimaginable size. Even after such a battle, he is monstrously strong. Apparently the fight is over. He has won a crushing victory. Fortunately, no civilians were harmed, and all the monsters were defeated. And our hero, as a reward for his victory, was able to comprehend the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon. Chongyun said he would be disappointed if Hyunsu didn't make it. At that moment, Chinran appeared in front of Chongyun. Chan was confused, not understanding what was happening, but Chinran, with a menacing look, threatened him. Then Chan realized that he couldn't give up, because if he did, the organization would abandon him. Having made his decision, Chan revealed his true form. Chinran, smiling slyly, prepared for battle, confident of victory. Hyunsu performed a leaf strike technique on Chan. He braced himself for another attack, knowing that the gauntlet's damage and piercing damage would increase his physical abilities by 50%. With his transformed hand, Hyunsu grabbed Chan by the throat. His fingers clenched, the soul of his opponent. Chan was confused, and Hyunsu continued to strangle him with a smug smile. With his other hand, he hit Chan on the back of the head. Hyunsu was about to deliver the final finishing blow, but Chan managed to stop him. Then Chinran intervened, stopping Hun's son and saying that Chan couldn't be killed yet. She added that Chan was the king's subordinate. Meanwhile, 3 agents burst into the deputy prime minister's office to arrest him, but he had already managed to commit suicide by shooting himself in the head. Her accomplice told Slan that it didn't matter that Chan was captured, since they still got the data about the immortal's superiority. The elephant thought thoughtfully. If the immortal were in her hands, she would make him much more useful. The man in armor said that if he managed to catch Hyunsu in the portal, there were a few things he would need to check. The accomplice asked if the Albiza could make Chan talk. The elephant replied that the Albizia required Anderson's abilities. The accomplice started talking about how their will was someone else's. The elephant remembered the war on the planet Arya, where they fought with mighty warriors. She also remembered that they managed to win, although the will of the Aryans remained on the ground. The thought of singularity scared her a little. Her accomplice reminded them that the king was on their side, and he added that the king believes in the elephant. At this time, Chan was lying unconscious on the operating bed. He was injected with a gene sample to create a double. Newman and Chinran talked about Hyunsu, noting his enormous contribution. Chinran said that Hyunsu is stronger than Haxan. Newman, considering her words, noticed that compared to Hyun-soo, Isaac seemed to be walking in circles. He wondered if it was time for Hyun-soo to surpass this. Newman then asked if the analysis of the immortal umbrella's superiority was complete. He was told that such an analysis would take more time. However, analysis of the umbrella has already revealed that the technology's functions are identical to those of the portal generator. Chinren said that soon it would be possible to use portals for travel, and this made her happy and delighted. She asked Newman to say hello to Armand. At this point, Chinran noted that she had many things to take care of, which confused Newman. Suddenly, Chinran fell into a stupor. Newman looked into her future again, which she clearly did not like. He tried to justify himself by saying that he could not control it. Chinran, leaving, said that it was time for him to learn how to master this. Later, Hyun-soo and Chinran stood in front of the open portal. Hyun-soo now had an A-rank dragon cannon on his hand in the form of a ring, and also a B-rank invisible shield in the form of a belt. Hyun-soo hesitantly asked if he could take these things with him, and Chinran answered in the affirmative. Having said goodbye to her, he prepared to step into the portal. At that moment, the telephone rang, the dispatcher asking where the chairman was. The man reports that the chairman has gone to the portal with Park Hyun-soo, but the others cannot get close to him. On the other end, they ask who will then defend the chairman, and the chairwoman has already returned and says that she does not need protection. She asks to turn off the helicopter's engine and waits for Hyun-soo to return. At this time, the hero found himself in a forest grove and was looking around with Cheon-yeon. The teacher notes that while the place may not look as ominous as some others, it still has some scary qualities. Suddenly, Park Hyun-soo has to dodge something. He is trying to understand what happened, and behind this force, several trees had already been cut down. They both became wary. Hyun-soo sensed something but couldn't see it, so he used an invisible shield. The mysterious force strikes again and cuts the shield, and along with it, the stone behind. The guy is perplexed by the impressive power. He shouts at the enemy not to hide because everything is serious, but nothing changes. If things continue like this, the outcome will not be encouraging. So he thinks about what to do next. In an attempt to make the enemy reveal himself, Park Hyun-soo activates the Black Dragon Cannon. The guy shoots a blue beam with great force, causing a serious explosion. Cheon-yeon acknowledges the power of the blow. It seems the power of the gun depends on the owner. Hyun-soo threatens to destroy the forest if the enemy does not show up. And then a fox girl with 6 tails appears in front of them, clearly infuriated by this statement. The warrior asks who she is anyway, and the teacher replies that they met a mythical creature. The girl is furious and asks why they are destroying her forest. She screams for the forest to be left alone. Everything around is knocked down by the shockwave from her roar. Hyun-soo doesn't understand how one can exert such pressure with one's voice. While he is pondering her strength, the girl is already striking again. She hits so hard and fast that Hyun-soo uses acceleration to dodge. He flies off to prepare the reception himself. At a sufficient distance, the guy uses the cloud of scattered skies. The girl holds on, but in her thoughts, she also acknowledges his strength. Hyun-soo can't believe that he's losing to her even in speed. The enemy is surprised that there is someone so strong among people, but she still thinks that nothing has changed. She is clearly angry. The girl flies towards him, getting ready to hit him again. But the guy uses mystical arts, throwing black balls at her, which she clearly did not expect. Continuing the attack, Hyun-soo uses Heaven's subsequent lightning. The girl is stunned by the techniques used and she flies down, but she still manages to land on her feet. She angrily says that it is unacceptable to destroy her forest and try to kill her, which clearly surprises the guy. But she doesn't pay attention. In an attempt to protect herself, the girl intends to kill Park Hyun-soo. He sees her attack, but he knows he can't dodge it, and there's panic on his face. The attack catches the hero, hitting his shoulder, and the fox, in anger, is already flying towards him. Hyun-soo is lying on the floor covered in blood. The teacher tries to bring him to his senses and tells him to get up. The girl flies towards the guy at great speed, wanting to finish him off. And here, damage reflection on the ring is activated. She still strikes, causing an explosion of such force that one can only guess what will happen next. The red-haired kitsune with 6 tails, having struck the ground with such force that a small crater was formed, loudly complains about Park Hyun-soo disappearing from under her fist. Park Hyun-soo, meanwhile, jumped high into the air with an adrenaline-fueled grin. Finding himself above the kitsune, the sun illuminated his silhouette. He and his teacher hover in the air while a light glow of restorative magic emanates from the protagonist's body, which he, of course, brags about a little to the surprised teacher. The fox coughs up blood from the sharp pain, because Hyun-soo transferred the damage that she tried to inflict on him to her body. Numerous wounds appear out of nowhere on the kitsune's body as she falls to her knees from them, gritting her teeth. Park Hyun-soo stands in front of a puff of smoke, in which the silhouette of a kitsune with brightly shining golden eyes can be seen. The fox takes on her next most powerful form. Her hair and fur have turned white, her eyes have turned gold, and all her wounds have healed, with an evil smile on her face. Park Hyun-soo looks around in confusion, not understanding whether it is the same kitsune in front of him or not. Teacher Hyun-soo speaks seriously about the nature of the mystical creature, Kitsune. The fox suddenly approaches the protagonist, stretching out her hands to his chest with a face full of enticing seduction, causing Hyun-soo to involuntarily recoil. Kitsune looks at Hyun-soo with a toothy smile and a killing intent. A graceful hand with neat, sharp nails deceptively gently strokes Park Hyun-soo's chest. The protagonist's teacher loudly urges him not to succumb to the fox's charms, causing Park Hyun-soo to turn around awkwardly, clearly not intending to give in to the cunning girl anyway. Park Hyun-soo slaps the girl's hands, jumping away from her. Kitsune crosses his arms in front of his face, preparing to destroy Park Hyun-soo with sheer force. Not expecting this kind of attack, Hyun-soo's mouth opens involuntarily as his entire body is shredded by the fox's power technique. Park Hyun-soo falls down from a height, His wounds quickly heal, but blood still flows from his arms and legs. Hyun-soo activates the purge using the system, causing the artifact on his neck to glow blue, his clear gaze directed downwards. The protagonist's teacher looks at the aforementioned man with a sigh, talking about his cheating, to which he smiles very contentedly. Park Hyun-soo agrees with the teacher's recommendations for fighting the fox, clearly on adrenaline. A kitsune with a displeased face becomes the target of the Skyfall technique. Grinning angrily, the fox repels Park Hyun-soo's attack. Hyun-soo watches in disbelief as his opponent fights off Heaven's Fall. Tensing his entire body and preparing for the next technique, Park Hyun-soo fills his entire body with concentrated energy. The energy streams from the heavenly spiritual body technique collide with the orange flashes of the fox's power, reminiscent of fireworks in the clear blue sky. Kitsune aggressively fights back against Hyun-soo's attacks, baring her teeth and growling, her eyes blazing with power. Hyun-soo, having taken the right position for the attack, flies towards the girl at full speed, thinking that she will not be able to block this blow. Kitsune uses a technique to form a dense charge of energy from its mouth, rolling its eyes in a creepy way and opening not a mouth, but a maw. A purple dense ball of sparkling energy, flying out of the kitsune's mouth, heads at high speed towards Park Hyun-soo, causing him to be surprised by such an unexpected attack. Two silhouettes fighting each other, Park Hyun-soo and the kitsune, rush towards each other, embraced by the streams of energy of their colors, but the fox's strength is running out. An explosion, noisy and bright. The fox, her face covered in her own blood, grins madly, not intending to stop fighting. One of her eyes glows red with strength. The kitsune forms a grid of purple energy streams, furiously attacking Park Hyun-soo. Park Hyun-soo summons one of his artifacts, a full-arm metal ancient gauntlet, while actively analyzing how to attack the fox. With a loud voice, he activates the power in his body that belongs to his teacher. Blinding streams of blue energy rise up around him. The kitsune, its eyes glowing a steady golden light with power and fury, once again forms a ball of purple energy in its open mouth, preparing to attack. An explosion of blue and purple energy from their collision. The ball in the air, a space closed to combat, is cut in half. The defeated kitsune falls down unconscious, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Park Hyun-soo, breathing heavily after the battle and covered in his own blood, watches the fox fall, saying that against his teacher's technique, she didn't stand a chance. The teacher also looks at the kitsune, agreeing with Park Hyun-soo, who is hovering in the air behind him. The girl, having fallen to the ground and causing it to crack a little, returns to her previous red-haired form, completely limp. Park Hyun-soo, having descended to the ground to the fox, is going to finish her off and take her life, following the instructions of his teacher. Hyun-soo raises his iron-gloved fist with force, about to finish off the girl. The girl, barely conscious, asks in a weak voice not to take the forest from her. Hyun-soo, who has stopped, looks with bewilderment and confusion at the muttering fox, who asks not to take the forest from her and Reina. A scene from the kitsune's distant past. She and a girl in traditional Korean clothing watch the fiery flashes that appear every now and then in the forest from a cliff. The fox turns her gaze attentively to the girl next to her. She has tears in her eyes from the picture before her. The girl next to the fox is crying, terrified that all its inhabitants, including her, will die along with the forest. Kitsune places his hand on the girl's shoulder with a confident smile, assuring her that she will be able to protect them all and the forest. The fox was collecting mushrooms to make delicious mushroom soup. Suddenly, several hunters surrounded the fox from all sides. The fox roared at the stranger's threats, calling upon its power. The attackers were instantly killed by an unknown force. The angry fox asked what people were looking for in the forest that belonged to her. The blonde held a knife to Reina's throat, threatening the fox, because she was the one she needed. Park Soo-hyun broke the chains on the fox, cleaning it. Behind the half-naked man stood his mentor and shared his thoughts with him. Having come to, the fox stood up abruptly, looking in different directions, trying to recover from the defense. The fox looked up at Soo-hyun and asked if he was the one who cured her. The brunette answered the fox, trying to dispel her doubts. The red-haired girl carefully asked if he needed her forest. Soo-hyun extended his hand to her, saying that this was a portal and the place of her imprisonment. Suddenly, the truth of what had been said earlier dawned on the fox. From Soo-hyun's story, it became clear that if everyone inside the portal was thrown out into the outer one, it would be dangerous. The fox asked if she was dangerous. Suddenly, Soo-hyun rose into the air. The red-haired girl asked the young man again why they needed to leave here. Summoning his powers, Soo-hyun began to meditate in the air. Soo-hyun concentrated, realizing that the forest contained about 800 football fields. Clutching the chain that had previously restrained the fox, Soo-hyun said that in order to get out of this forest, he needed to resolve it. Offended by someone else's words, the fox stamped her foot, saying how he could say such words to her. Suddenly, the little fox stopped, frightened, saying that she had heard a sound. Soo-hyun smiled and asked if she was afraid of ghosts. The red-haired girl looked at Soo-hyun with fear. Suddenly, the fox cried out quite loudly, asking if there was anyone else in this forest. Soo-hyun almost went deaf from the stranger's scream. The blonde chuckled, saying that if Soo-hyun lost, the forest would collapse. She smiled slyly at her thoughts. The butler tried to object to his mistress. The blonde folded her arms and said that the S-rank battle would take place in 20 minutes. She got up from the table, saying that she needed to check everything herself. The butler asked if more than one person could enter the portal. The blonde laughed, saying that they were the exception. The blonde waved towards the wall and created an entrance. Jae-hyuk emerged from the wall in massive armor. Soo-hyun asked Iris how long she could maintain her natural form, to which she replied that it took her a couple of minutes to change form. Looking at his finger with the ring, Soo-hyun said that he was going to destroy this place. The white-haired man gave instructions to Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun clenched his fists after calling out to Hallie. The ground beneath our feet began to crack. With a concentrated look, Soo-hyun began to put his plan into action. The true heavenly spiritual body flew like an arrow towards the barrier. Soo-hyun looked at the system notifications, not believing that he had unlocked a new ability. The phantom barrier boundary began to crack. Looking at his hand, Soo-hyun thought about the destruction of the mind. The mentor asked Soo-hyun when he had mastered the new concept. Iris looked at the cracks in the barrier. Soo-hyun asked Iris to transform into her true form. After becoming a snow-white fox, Iris asked Soo-hyun if she liked her form. The girl transforms into her 8-tailed form and soars into the sky. At this time, the crack in the sky quickly widens. Before entering the portal, the half-fox unexpectedly kisses Hyun-soo. The guy was simply stunned by such an act. Iris says she will go through the portal first, but as soon as she got close, she was wounded by a sword blow to the chest. A knight in black armor with a huge claymore emerges from the portal. Hyun-soo is very worried about Iris. Iris immediately rushes to attack the knight. Hyun-soo quickly joins her. Seeing the knight from below, the girl quickly rushes towards him. Suddenly, a barrage of swords falls upon her. Iris falls to the ground from the blows. Hyun-soo, worried about her condition, begs her to come to her senses. At this moment, the enemy approaches them. The teacher intervenes and says that he has already met this knight. A girl with blonde hair comes out of the portal. The blonde is surprised that Iris is now on Hyun-soo's side. The guy realizes that she is behind the attack on them. The protagonist decides to give his ring to Iris. The blonde introduces herself as Slan, the king's subordinate. She begins gathering mana for a spell to kill Hyun-soo. At this time, the knight runs up to strike at them. Hyun-soo uses a damage reflection technique through the ring. The opponents are struck by intense pain. The protagonist knocks the helmet off the Dark Knight. He is surprised that he was not recognized. The teacher explains to Hyun-soo that they met in the Heavenly Fragment. Choi Jae-hyuk vows revenge and kills Hyun-soo. The guy hits him with a powerful leaf punch. The knight's blow cuts him in half. Jae-hyuk certainly didn't expect this outcome. At this moment, Iris regains consciousness. Hyun-soo picks her up and heads towards the gap in the sky. They need to leave quickly before the enemies recover. Suddenly, a bright portal opens. An enraged blonde flew out of it. Hyun-soo throws Iris into the portal. The half-fox is pulled into the gap. Immediately, a barrage of swords falls upon the guy. Using his conceptualization, he easily repels the attack. The elephant was amazed at how easily he blocked her blow. The teacher doesn't hold back and makes fun of Hyun-soo for using his power. The old man points out the mistakes in the use of his abilities. At this time, the main character creates a singularity. He intends to ruin all of Slan's plans. The blonde is clearly unhappy with Hyun-soo's decision, but the guy is not going to give in to her. Using his power, he rushes in pursuit of the girl. The elephant tries to come out of the portal and hit him in the back, but doesn't have time. Hyun-soo strikes using the seed technique. He misses and gets hit in the stomach. The elephant uses the vengeful spirit technique and orders the body and soul of that person to be torn apart. She collected all the spirits who died in the portals. Full of determination, he wonders if he can resist the vengeful spirits. Hallie's voice from the hand says that she can handle them. Hyun-soo doesn't understand what's going on, but Hallie keeps insisting that the vengeful spirits return. This sword frees all spirits from their shackles, calls upon them to return and find their freedom. Hallie says that everything is ready. Hyun-soo was surprised. He didn't expect it so quickly. Teacher Chung-yeon looked at the boy who did all this, called him a brat, and said that he was incredible. The girl did not expect such a step, and reasons that absolute death is a force that was born after death, and it has complete power over the dead. Hyun-soo calls her over and strikes her with the mystic arts of the heavenly demon, Fallen Heaven. The elephant manages to use its shield at the last moment. Hyun-soo says that she is not that strong, and that if compared to Iris or a horse, she is even weaker. Using the lightning of heaven, he crushes her. It pierces her, she flies down and calls for help from Ronbel. He picks up the exhausted girl in his arms. She angrily asks why he came so late. Jae-hyuk tells her that she herself told him to wait for her signal. The elephant tells him that since he is so obedient, he should go and get rid of this bastard. And at that very moment, he soared into the sky. Hyun-soo was surprised and asked who it was. Rondell moved very quickly. Hyun-soo didn't expect it and missed the first blow. He strikes a second time, and Hyun-soo doesn't have time to react. He realizes that this is a type of close combat and takes another hit. Ha-yoon looks into the room and wishes good morning. She came in because she didn't have any part-time work today. He puts the flowers in a vase and turns to the hospital bed. He looks at the empty bed in shock and asks where Hyun-tae is. Iris is wondering where she should go. She hears a voice from behind that tells her that she won't be able to escape. Angry that they all keep appearing one after another, he tells her to finally die. Iris is not going to give up and kills him. He understands that this is not his real body. The man attacks from behind and says that it is useless. A huge fist the size of her appears, and before she could react, she got punched. Iris says that now he's really pissed her off. And then he says that Reina is still alive. They keep her under the strictest supervision. He tells her to think carefully. He swings and says that he will finish her off with one blow. A guy appears and asks to stop. He turns around and asks who it is and how he got here, since he sees him for the first time. The mysterious young man uses reverse teleportation and adds, return from where he came. Iris asks Hyun-soo if it's him, but realizes that they look alike, but the smells are different. He told her to run towards the light so she could get out. She doesn't understand who it is. She thinks it's someone from Hyun-soo's family. He says he is not from the Hyun-soo family, but this body is. But it is not so important now. He tells her to walk faster. She looks back and thanks him. Moving towards the light, she reasons that the place where she came from is the place where Reina is now. Hyun-tae flies away towards the light given by Hyun-soo's family member. Ronbel swings his fist to strike Hyun-soo. However, this is a feint, and the young man takes the blow with his knee. Meanwhile, his opponent strikes again with incredible force. The protagonist receives a crushing blow to the back. He thinks to himself that his enemy is strong in close combat. Hyun-soo creates a mana bomb near the enemy. The girl collects natural energy for recovery using her ability. She thinks to herself that if she gets back into shape, they will win. The heavenly demon says that Hyun-soo is chasing the wrong thing, to which he responds with confusion. Chun-young says that the girl attacks him without the intention to kill, while her servant is plotting something. The young man prepares to deliver a powerful blow to him. He attacks him with multiple mana bombs. Ronbel flies away from the battlefield at great speed. The girl is furious at his actions. The young man advises her to forget about her cowardly guard. Hyun-soo lands a powerful blow to her opponent, and she in turn is preparing a retaliatory strike, intending to kill the main character. The young man easily parries the blow. Isaac enters the room where he is congratulated on his birthday. He stands in front of his comrades, perplexed. The young man says they surprised him. He is asked if he believes in God, to which he replies in the negative. The gray-haired man says that he also denied its existence, since God cannot be seen. But he says that he met him once, even before meeting Isaac. At the same time, he presses a button and a capsule appears from the floor. Isaac's comrade says that he was told to give the boy this sword when the time came. The time has come, so Isaac receives this weapon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the heavenly demon says that Ronbel did not want to get involved in the fight. The blonde girl picks up the red ball, which is called the superiority of the immortal. However, at that very moment, she drops it from her hands. Hyun-soo stands over her and says that she is pathetic. He prepares to strike her. The young man delivers a crushing blow with his technique. Ronbel says that he doesn't want to die so easily and disappears into the portal. The heavenly demon tells the protagonist not to feel a drop of regret for the girl, to which he agrees. Hyun-soo feels that his strength has increased. He says that his level has increased, and with it the effectiveness of the ability. The boy brags about this to the old man. However, the old man does not hear him. He is thinking about the fact that this world has just endowed him with an ability. The heavenly demon dives into his memories and analyzes them. The young man asks him what he is thinking about. Hyun-soo notices that the crack in the sky is closing again. He wonders what will happen to Iris. The old man replies that she is alive and feels happy. The young man wonders how his teacher knows about this. He again wants to create a breach between the worlds with the dagger. At this time, a black-haired girl with a squad approaches the portal. One of the men says he doesn't feel any power from the portal. Hyun-soo completed the task. Shinran is very surprised. Hyun-soo's return after victory. He thanks Chingan for helping him win. Jinran is happy and delighted that Hyun-soo has returned. Hyun-soo admits that he was unable to kill the creature. The portal begins to disappear. Shinran is supportive by saying that he has achieved success even though there were difficulties. She notes that she expected a shorter period than a month. Hyun-soo expresses surprise at the time difference. Shinran explained that time flows differently inside. The news that his brother had woken up. Death of teacher Isaac. Isaac is in despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Meeting the teacher Isaac the fisherman at the pier. Reflections of a fisherman. Isaac's teacher asks the fisherman how often he comes here. He replies that this is his first time here. The teacher notices the fisherman's professionalism. The fisherman points out that he doesn't come here often. The old fisherman asked if he wanted to know who he was. Isaac's teacher is unaware of the old fisherman's identity. The fisherman reveals his true identity, that he is the king. The king warns of his death today. The teacher decided that he was not going to give up without a fight. His desire to defeat the king. Isaac sleeps peacefully on the bed, unsuspecting. Suddenly the teacher appeared. Isaac was surprised. The teacher informs him that he will no longer be able to help him further, so that he doesn't doubt himself because his potential is enormous. Isaac is confused about what is happening. The teacher gives him instructions not to give in to his anger, but to always remain calm. Isaac is in a state of shock. Danger zone. The destruction and smoke create a sense of disaster. Confusion about what is happening. A huge, terrifying skeleton. Hyun-soo runs into the room, hoping to see his brother. His brother looked at him with a smile. Hyun-soo can't believe her eyes that they met. It turns out that this is not his brother. Warning of an impending threat. Hyun-soo tries to find out who he is. Teacher Hyun-soo tries to warn him not to be too rough, as it is his brother's body. Hyun-soo tries to find out who did this to his brother. The king caused the portal to explode, which caused serious problems. He is shocked by what is happening. The revelation that God is before him. Hyun-soo reflects on what he was told. It turns out that God can also see the teacher. Mir says that it was he who brought the teacher here, which surprises Hyun-soo. The old man didn't expect this either, but God says he was just lucky. Cheon-yeon gets angry and says that if he could, he would tear the doctor to pieces. But the guy in the white coat notices that the old man is having a great time with his student. He says that he is forced to be here because of a contract, by the will of the dead people of Ares. The doctor tells the heroes about the internet and servers. He says that for the people of Ares, he is something like a server. However, he doesn't ask for forgiveness, and even offers to kill him when everything is over, which Hyun-soo doesn't understand. Mir decides it would be better to show and opens a portal. The heroes see that some kind of catastrophe is happening on Ares. One of the aliens says that a very strong monster has appeared in Zone D. He shouts at Newman that he needs to turn back time. Another alien shouts that a certain Karak is beating in the sky, and that an elephant has appeared in the sky. The aliens beg Newman to turn back time, at least a little. Eventually he agrees. Hyun-soo notices that this alien has the same ability as Robin, and then time stops. Mir also says the same thing, suddenly appearing behind the hero, which frightens him. As it turns out, he stopped time to explain that this alien was the former owner of Robin's powers. It turns out that this ability is not just similar, but the same. Hyun-soo says that everyone is awakened, except for Robin, to which Mir agrees. God says that the inhabitants of Ares had special powers that made it impossible for people to unite. But Newman appeared and succeeded, and after that a council of 11 kings was created, with Newman himself at the head. Among them were Haxon and Karak, who was recognized as the strongest. Hayurak, Murim, who possessed the powers of a dragon. Even though they all had a common enemy, bringing the former enemies together seemed impossible. But Numan did it, and Paul helped with this the most. He was the chief commander, leading all the best warriors on Earth. His name was Choi Sango, and he was Hayurak's boss. With his help, Numan was able to unite the inhabitants of Ares. They began to fight the king, and at first they did very well. Even individually they were extremely strong, but together they represented a power of a different order. But everything changed when the queen entered the battle. Hyun-soo thought that there was a queen, but there was one thing. She was the most powerful weapon created from the cells of other kings. Her power was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary strength. Her very being was stronger than any attack. And Ares' people were clearly no match for her. Karak rushed at the queen with fury, but even he didn't pose any threat to her. They could still hold out against the king and the bishop, but the queen completely changed the course of the battle. So Numan had no choice but to find Mir, and he succeeded. God notices that his current form is rather pitiful compared to his previous one. Mir says he is the god of Numan's abilities. The alien doesn't understand why their god does nothing when his people are in danger. Mir replies that all he can do is support their abilities. He says that there is someone outstanding behind those people, which Numan does not understand. This is the reason for the lack of help from God. Numan understands that they will die in any case, which Mir himself confirms. The alien is filled with rage, and says that he will never forgive the king. They are doomed. All that remains is to resort to the last resort. The decision has been made, now the power will be in other hands. They are destined for a miserable existence with no chance of salvation. But a warrior has only duty, and happiness will be left behind. The guy is interested in what singularities are. These are some variables that represent a little-known force. Now it is not easy for God. His current form is weak. The price for what was created turned out to be extremely high. Finding Cheon-gyun was not easy. It was necessary to cross many dimensions. The appearance of a terrible enemy is just around the corner. The guy still had one more question, perhaps the most important one. Is the prophecy about singularities saving the world true? The answer angered him. It was God's desire for such powers to exist. The hero managed to kill the horse and the elephant, something that no one on Ares could have dreamed of. He captured one of them. The fate of the rest is unenviable. People may not have wanted the power, but it was their only chance for protection. Robin is unable to see the conversation between Hyun-soo and God. The gift of seeing the future is amazing, but does not exceed the capabilities of the Almighty. The young man is surprised that his interlocutor suddenly changed his appearance. Some outstanding person could well have summoned a teacher to a strange place. Despite the impending danger, people have hope. Hyun-soo believes that the creature's wishes will come true, but he is very dissatisfied with the connection between his brother and his interlocutor. God was embarrassed, justifying himself by saying that he had saved the boy. The death of his brother could have provoked the hero's suicide. It became clear that God had chosen man's destiny from the very beginning. The teacher indulged in dreams of living in the same place with his student. The hero, Isaac, and the third singularity will become the basis for salvation. Who wouldn't be surprised if a sword started talking? The demonic weapon left the guy stunned. It tempts with talk of potential revenge against those who killed the teacher. From the outside it may seem that everything seen is just a dream, but the desire to get even brings us back to reality. People at all times have desired to possess great power. The greater the power, the greater the consequences. The contract between beings is signed in blood. The young man had already decided everything for himself. He was overcome by a desire for revenge. Now his blood belongs to the demon. The man has become a mutant, but what will be the price for power? Conversion is necessary, otherwise man would not be able to master power. Burial events are scheduled for tomorrow. It is logical to ask a stranger who he is. Armand demands an answer to what happened to the guy. Isaac is in front of him, but the man does not believe this turn of events. Hyun-soo wants to end everything and then destroy God. They return to the real world. The creature was tired. The hero is worried about his brother, who is still recovering. However, muscle dystrophy will not allow walking for now. It takes time after the strong seal is applied. Brother's reaction to the outside world will now be unpredictable. Park Hyun-soo, as he was leaving, turned around and hissed at him to leave his brother's body immediately. As Aya walked down the corridor, she heard Park Hyun-soo whispering to his mentor that they had to tell everyone else about everything. Confined to his hospital bed, Mir thought bitterly that Park Hyun-tae had already played his role in this tragedy. The guild leader beamed with joy when she saw Park Hyun-soo. He complimented the guild leader, noting that her hair had regained its usual pink hue, and the leader confirmed with a smile that her powers had returned. Park Hyun-soo was stunned when he saw the portal created by the KDV. Together with the leader, they were about to step into this gaping abyss. Everyone froze in tense anticipation. Stepping into the portal, Park Hyun-soo said, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other." Odd Alexander, without wasting any time, extended his hand to Park Hyun-sun in greeting. The others, sitting around, voiced the reason for their emergency gathering. The hunter Park Hyun-soo managed to defeat the elephant, one of the king's minions. One of those present, his cheeks puffed out with displeasure, remained silent. Another, stunned, wondered where Park Hyun-soo got such inhuman strength from. Mir's memories came back to Park Hyun-soo. The king's gang resembled space pirates, ruthlessly capturing planet after planet. The king's favorite tactic is a surprise attack through a portal, unleashing hordes of monsters on unsuspecting victims. The most powerful of these creatures would then move on to the next planet, becoming the vanguard of the invasion. The reasons for these atrocities remained a mystery even to Mir. Park Hyun-soo confirmed that Mir is the god of Ares, the one who granted the inhabitants of his planet superhuman abilities. The Aresians fell in war with the king, but their gift seeped into Earth. The discovery that their abilities had an original source shocked everyone. Thoughts flashed through their heads about whether the ancient Arisians were stronger than them. According to Mir's recollections, Ares' people possessed the same strength as earthly hunters, but to a superior degree. Suddenly it dawned on him, he understood the king's true purpose on Earth. Park Hyun-soo promised to reveal the motives behind the king and his gang's invasion, and to explain why they do not use all their power to completely take over the Earth. A vivid picture of the battle between God and the devil unfolded before his mind's eye. Two of those present were skeptical about his story, calling it a biblical tale. Ignoring their doubts, Park Hyun-soo continued, even before Ares fell, it was decided that the next victim would be Earth. Even Mir didn't know what exactly the king wanted from the Dragon of Destruction, but it was obvious that they were seeking to resurrect him. He remembered that the only thing preventing the complete conquest of Earth was the contract with the hunter Choi Sunho. The guild leader was amazed to learn of his unique ability, strengthening seals. Hunter Choi, having learned of the sealed destruction dragon, retreated to the deserted mountains to prepare to strengthen the spell. News of this reached the king, and he proposed negotiations, since the strengthened seal would last for another 5 centuries. Hunter Choi demanded that the devil reveal his true purpose. The devil responded by threatening to immediately destroy the Earth if he dared to strengthen the seal. Hunter Choi foresaw the imminent appearance of the singularity. He wanted to get a swearing promise from the devil not to attack the Earth for the next 5 years. The devil only laughed, confident in the inability of the Earthlings to prepare and defeat him in such a short time. Hunter Choi proposed that if the devil agreed and made a verbal oath, he would immediately stop strengthening the seal. The devil's eyes widened in amazement. He could not even imagine that a mere mortal knew about the power of a verbal oath, the violation of which is punishable by the loss of a soul. The devil agreed, but put forward a counter-condition, considering the deal not fair enough. Upon hearing the additional condition, Hunter Choi froze in stunned silence. Park Hyun-soo finished his story. Hunter Choi accepted the condition, sacrificing himself to save the Earth, and the king was forced to keep his oath. One of those present asked in amazement if the horse hadn't used its true form against us. Park Hyun-soo replied thoughtfully that his immediate death probably prevented this from happening. Sitting around the round table, the group realized that they were finally beginning to understand what was happening. The Black Dragon Society representative rose to her feet and expressed her deepest respect to Hunter Puck for his tireless efforts on behalf of humanity. She stated that she and their entire Black Dragon Society had decided to follow him. The guild leader glanced around at the assembled group and said, "Now that the enemy's goal is clear, there's no point in acting alone." With fire in her eyes, she cried out, "We must unite and fight them back." In a single impulse, everyone supported her call. Suddenly, Haxin declares that he is against Park Hyun-soo being the leader. Hyun-soo says that it doesn't matter anymore who is stronger, and there is no need for more guilds. But Haxin doesn't care about guilds. He won't be able to recognize a leader if he's weaker than him. The old man sitting next to him smirks and tells Hyun-soo to show him who's boss. Hyun-soo asks Anderson if he has coordinates from his house. Using the portal, Anderson transports everyone to Hyun-soo's apartment. There is enough space for a fight, and Haxin is ready to begin. Hyun-soo tries to prevent the battle through dialogue, but Haxin tells him to shut up. He, unhappy with Hyun-soo lecturing him, attacks him. After the dust from the impact clears, Haxin sees that his attack has been dodged. He uses the 5 Mach technique, while Hyun-soo uses the heaven-destroying demonic fists. Haxin understands the danger of the situation, and sees that he will not be able to escape. Since he can't dodge, he tries to defend himself, but Hyun-soo's blow is too strong. His defense is broken, and a gaping hole remains in his arm from Hyun-soo's attack. Haxin is surprised by the enemy's strength and tries to use healing. However, at that very moment, the blow of Heaven's Fall falls upon him. He is hit by cutting blows from all sides. His entire body is covered in wounds. Haxin can't believe that his opponent has mastered such a technique in just a few months, while he uses Heaven's Lightning. In one moment, thousands of lightning bolts pierce him, and he is unable to say a word due to the pain. People around him notice that the rivals are on completely different levels. Haxin is far from being Hyun-soo's equal. The defeated Haxin tries to get up. He cannot believe that he, the strongest warrior, has been defeated. He jumps to his knees and orders Hyun-soo to moderate his insolence. Haxin tries to attack Hyun-soo again, but Hyun-soo stops him with one wave of his hand. Hyun-soo summons Heaven's Blast, which completely destroys his opponent. He looks at the battle-stricken Haxin and says he can continue. Watching from afar as Haxin is unable to move, the team understands exactly who their new leader is. Old man Hyun-soo's spirit says that Haxin should have been taught an even harsher lesson, but Hyun-soo thinks that this is enough. But suddenly Park Hyun-soo hears Haxin's voice behind him. He turns around and sees that the guy has somehow gotten up. Haxin tries to say something, but Hyun-soo stops him, holding out his hand. Hyun-soo says that Haxin has lost, grabs him by the shoulders and asks him to go with him to an interesting place in exchange. As the team watches Haxin struggle to free himself from Hyun-soo's grip, they realize that this man is definitely their leader. Hyun-soo takes his failed rival to the hot springs and offers him a bath. He takes off his clothes and Haxin's gaze falls on his body. He refuses to expose himself to strangers even when he learns that the bathhouse is reserved only for the two of them. Hyun-soo encourages his comrade not to be shy and, using magic, rips off all his clothes. He overdid it a bit, and discovered something he wouldn't mind making fun of. Hyun-soo invites his friend to enter the water, after which they both warm up in the warm water. The protagonist, sitting in the bathtub, shares that he doesn't really want to be a leader, because being strong and being able to lead are two different things. Although he admits that some problems can only be solved by force, Haxin admits that Hyun-soo's power is very important, as the unification of the awakened is necessary to defeat the king. But the guy warns that he will work with Hyun-soo, not for him. He will cooperate only to deal with the king and his henchmen. Hyun-soo accepts his position, and Haxan starts an unexpected conversation about how he is more than Haxan thought. He is embarrassed by such a conversation, but Haxan clarifies that he is talking about the portal in his comrade's house. While Hyun-soo assures the guy that monsters will definitely not appear from the portal, the spirits happily splash in the water. Haxan expresses a desire to leave, which surprises Hyun-soo, since they only just entered the water. When Haxan comes out of the water, Hyun-soo doesn't miss the opportunity to make a joke about his comrade's merits, which makes him very angry. Hyun-soo stands in the midday light of the church next to a photograph of Robin. He tells him that he has come to see him and says that he will do everything in his power to avenge him. The news reports that behind the portals threatening Earth, there is an organization led by a man named the King. The news broadcast revealed that a man named the King stood behind the portals threatening the land, and that all the guilds had now been united into one. The journalists wanted to know whether Hunter Park Hyun-soo really wanted Hunter Ha-Yu-rak to become the leader of the New World, and why he didn't take that position himself. In response, they heard that Hunter Pak is a strongest hunter, who does not like to be constantly under surveillance, and that solving organizational issues would take a lot of his time. These reporters asked too many questions, but the meeting with them went great. All pressing problems were resolved. 80% of the portals on Earth were closed. There was still an A-rank portal in Ethiopia, but Haxan had volunteered to handle it, so there shouldn't have been any problems. No one thought that he would be so accommodating. Perhaps after the last battle, something changed in him. Suddenly, Armand appeared in the studio. It turned out that a C-rank portal appeared over the Pacific Ocean. Work was in full swing in one of the laboratories. The King's men put new efforts into this. Rook appeared in the laboratory. They looked at the most powerful body found by the King himself in one of the countless dimensions. It was hard to believe that such powerful energy came from a corpse. Everyone greeted Rook. Some decided to ignore the greeting. But still, Kivan had to do it because he was a pawn and he was a Rook. He was a very famous magician in the Eastern universe. Since the King himself chose him, he could be trusted. The portal was found, and the formation of a squad for it was completed. 90% of the work to establish connections between the 7 portals has been completed, but there were only 4 of them, and it was unclear how they could be in 7 portals at the same time. The central portal was the last portal connecting the others, and with the exception of it, they had to enter 4 portals, and there were those who had to enter the 5th and 6th portals. The one who would deal with the Hunter Park Hyun-soo had to find it. They were given permission to fight in their true forms, and were required to fight at full strength in their portals. But there were restrictions due to the contract concluded with Paul. Rook took it upon himself using the causality clock. The portal was truly huge, but the ominous energy that the particle of paradise had was not felt at all. Suddenly, Hyun-soo appeared. He has changed a lot, and apparently the training was not in vain. Hyun-soo had reached the level of the reverse origin, and others were no longer able to sense his power. The portal was surrounded by a barrier, so it was inaccessible. The most powerful weapon of mankind is nuclear. The residual radiation from its use was detrimental to the planet, but there was someone who could negate the damage from at least one missile. It all happened on the Lake of Chaos. The energy of the Lord Demon covered the portal. As soon as the rocket explodes, communication with the outside world will be immediately interrupted, which means the radiation problem will be a matter of another dimension. But they didn't want to stand aside and press the red button. The nuclear missile headed towards the portal. He tried to absorb her energy. There was a powerful explosion. It was more powerful than expected. People were surprised that the explosion disappeared, and eventually disappeared without a trace. Now it was the turn of others. Everything around looked like some kind of ruins. The guy looked down at the sensor, which showed all the monsters nearby. They all flew together sharply towards the spider-like monsters. Without wasting a minute, the soldier killed the huge spider with one hand. Meanwhile, Lee Min-na rose into the air and said that compared to the monsters from the Fragment of Heaven, these ones looked absolutely cute. But she still rushed at them, screaming that she would fry them all to a crisp. Chinlan watched Lee Min-na's battle from the ground and noted that the entire sky was ablaze and Lee Min-na had become stronger. Without thinking twice, she launched an attack herself. Meanwhile, Chinlan asked if there was anyone here who could make her even younger. At this time, Hyun-soo analyzes the situation to crush the monsters. In the end, the 6 portals were connected by one portal in the middle. To attack the monsters, the hero used the Heavenly Demon mystic arts technique and conceptualization. People on Earth praised the Hunter Pak, because even 100 soldiers could not find such strength. The battle passed quickly, and Hyun-soo landed next to Lee Min-na. The guy said that he was just doing reconnaissance. He added that there are 6 portals in total, plus 1 connecting them in the middle. Lee Min-na was confused by the fact that 6 portals worked as one. They decided to leave the regular creatures to the squad members, and the S-ranks would take care of the portal bosses. After that, Hyun-soo said that it was time for him to go. The girl asked him to be careful, and the hero responded by stroking her cheek. But then he suddenly jumped into the portal and disappeared. Lee Min-na even got scared. A few seconds later, Park Hyun-soo found himself in an ordinary amusement park. But he doubted that this was the right place. The people there behaved absolutely normally, as if he had never entered any portal. His opponent could control this place with just his mind. Suddenly, he and his mentor found themselves on a roller coaster ride. He shouted that the slide was a lot of fun, but Hyun-soo didn't want to relax now. Suddenly, the teacher noticed that the slide had strange directions. A few seconds later, they saw that the slide ended at the most interesting moment. All the passengers fall along with the carriage, but Soo manages to escape. The protagonist noticed how the child again asked his mother to buy him cotton candy. A teacher appeared behind the boy and said that they had entered a cycle. Hyun-soo assessed the situation, assuming that time was closing in here, just like in the anthropic realm. To the left of the guy, the column started saying that Hyun-soo lost the roller coaster game. This made him very angry, and he immediately tried to find out who was speaking. The column said he didn't like fighting, so he recreated the spaces as soon as the guy got there. Bordex was afraid to fight Hyun-soo because of his enormous strength. But since the world was created by Bordex, the main character was powerless here. This made the guy angry and said that it was too many words for a coward. Bordex replied that it was better not to provoke him, because one could get stuck in the loop forever. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared and announced that it was time for the second game. Unexpectedly for Bordex, Hyun-soo refuses to play this. The villain threatened that he wouldn't be able to get out of here without playing the game. The hero realized that since Bordex was afraid to show himself, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him. He also stated that this place is an illusion, and everything is becoming too simple. At the same moment, Hyun-soo activated conceptualization and mind destruction. An incomprehensible giant eye appeared in front of Bordex. Using the seed strike, Hyun-soo easily smashed the spider. With this blow, Bordex's illusion was destroyed and he was returned to reality. Crawling out of the spider, the villain did not understand why this happened, because his illusion was perfect. Hyun-soo replied that he had already met a magician who was much stronger than him. Without thinking twice, the hero used Skyburst and quickly killed Bordex. But that wasn't enough, so he finished him off with his foot. A couple of seconds later, the mentor appeared nearby. Everything ended very quickly. The artifact ring that the teacher warned about flashes on Park Hyun-soo's finger. At this moment, the soldiers are holding the defense at the portal. Repelling the onslaught of demons, the fighters fired energy blasts and destroyed enemies. Soldiers from Park Hyun-soo and Chunyeon's group release energy slashes and destroy enemies. Underwater, Takeshi plunges his blade into the monster's eye. The monster throws him away with a jerk, and Park Hyun-soo and Cheon-young are already preparing a response. Following Park Hyun-soo and Cheon-young's plan, Takeshi slashes in the air. The monster's severed tail splashes into the water, marking a victory for Park Hyun-soo and Chunyeon. The bald masked fighter pulls his partner up, and he frowns darkly. Two armored soldiers, drenched in sweat, raise a barrier in front of the glowing portal. Yurik emerges from the flames and hovers smoothly above the ground. She calmly walks past two stunned fighters. Corpse-like monsters are moving around the hall, and tentacles are bursting out of their carcasses. A parasite on a throne with black tentacles smugly rules the hall. Takeshi walks arm in arm with two beauties, holding a sword behind his back. One of the girls feeds him a slice and he smiles contentedly. Jill examines the filter mask while her partner watches. Both fighters put on masks and are ready to operate among the fluttering butterflies. Takeshi makes a powerful chopping blow, turning his entire body. The winged figure with a black mask, who is the boss, spreads his feathers and smiles among the glowing butterflies. Jill and Takeshi rush forward, one pointing the target, the other raising his sword over the strange cocoon. The winged enemy dives swiftly, grinning predatorily. Jill gathers a sparkling ball of energy in her palms. Later he rests regally while his maids serve him food. The girl approaches him seductively, and the hero smiles shyly. Jill looks up, enchanted, at the rustle of feathers flying above her. Takeshi parries a long blade inside a shimmering barrier. The winged opponent suddenly loses confidence and widens her eyes. Yurak falls rapidly from above onto two knights. She surveys the blazing battlefield with a cool expression. The parasite says something smugly, as if everything is under control. Tentacles burst out of him and he lunges forward like a predator. Two knights stand by the defeated stone monster, ready to continue the fight. One knight gets angry and kicks the ground. The other checks his wounds. Yurak lifts his opponents into the air with a wave of fire. She rushes forward, leaving a tail of flame behind her. Ha-Yurak, on fire, goes into a frontal attack on the knight. Her power flares up stronger, and a fiery explosion rages around her. She flies down, looking intently at the target. Yurak grabs two armored fighters and pins them together with fire. Gloomy people with empty eyes emerge from the clouds of smoke. Yurak looks warily with a drop of sweat on his temple. Like a comet, she rushes into the sky while two soldiers watch from the cliffs below. The heroine rushes forward, surrounded by a fiery halo. The fair-haired enemy transforms into a snarling monster with fangs and scales. A huge explosion of red flame shatters rocks and earth. The monster flaps its long tail, throwing the enemy's silhouette upward. Yurak dives at the monster, releasing streams of fire from his hands. A huge magical fist crashes to the ground, and the man in the chair watches impassively as the red-haired girl ducks. The warrior calmly sips tea, while his red-haired companion stands silently next to him. Close-up of him bringing a white cup of drink to his lips. The red-haired woman remembers Iozan, whose ghostly image flickers behind her. A close-up of her eye, with its black diamond tattoo, reveals a cold determination. A hand places a hot white mug on the table, steam rising from it. The woman in the black cutout dress looks tired, as if she's about to confess. A man's stern gaze meets a woman's dull one in a split frame. She leans towards the man with a sly smile, which only makes him darken. The next moment, the man sharply lowers his hand, preparing a crushing blow. A guy with black hair and bright blue eyes screams in despair, gritting his teeth. The red-haired girl hangs powerlessly over the glowing cone of the portal. Ronbel appears in the sky with icy calm. Hyun-soo looks up in surprise when he notices the alien. Ronbel hovers on the horizon. The hero watches him warily from behind. The man's eyes flash with a scarlet light, and an ominous aura thickens around him. Hyun-soo stands next to his bearded mentor, preparing for battle under a clear sky. Ronbel arches forward in a whirlwind of speed. A shattered stage, a worried look, and then a blinding explosion of blue energy. The opponent's fist crashes into the boy's block, exploding the frame with flashes and striking lines. One of the men in black punches the hero in the stomach, while the other two hold him down. The red-eyed enemy rushes into the attack with a cry. Hyun-soo concentrates his strength, clenching his fists amidst the flashes. The hero raises a swirling ball of blue lightning above himself. The beaten opponent retreats, looking warily at his rival. He creates a giant blue wave of energy in front of him. The enemy explodes with power, clenching his fists and growling. At the bottom of the crater, One hero is surrounded by several identical attackers. Two clones attack the hero in sync. The hero reflects a hail of blows, covering himself and counterattacking. Shinran is entwined with thorny vines, lifting her into the air. The man receives a powerful blow to the jaw, throwing his head back in pain. Hyun-soo rushes forward, dodging the wave of attacks from his pursuers. A half-naked enemy hovers over the crater, gathering deadly energy. A cold determination flashes in his eyes, and a bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. The fighter roars into a rage mode, enveloped in a crimson aura of flame. The thug's clones form a ring around the hero, preparing for a synchronized attack. A huge blue fist crashes down onto the ground, scattering soldiers in all directions. Having freed herself, the girl rushes forward with black energy spheres in her hands. Giant green palms grasp the two knights and throw them aside. Shinran, sweating and with a clenched fist, resolutely prepares for battle. The pink-haired mage erects a shining rune shield on the green golem's shoulder. She, gritting her teeth and covered in scratches, rushes forward. The pink-haired opponent smirks smugly as he watches the fight. The girl looks up to the sky and smiles with relief. She explodes with scarlet energy, causing a furious surge of power. A massive green fist releases a shockwave, sending the figure flying into the distance. In the ruins, a golem looms, while a mage weaves new magic circles. The magician stands in the giant's palm and speaks down to his rival. The girl rushes towards the descending black blow, leaving scarlet traces in the air. The opponent delivered a precise punch. Gathering all his strength, he thrust his fist straight into Hyun-soo's stomach. Despite this, Hyun-soo still held on, enduring their blows. The enemy radiated unshakable self-confidence. It turned out that this guy was that very heavenly demon. With his powerful blow, he sent his opponent flying back. He then used a mental attack to find his target. He managed to locate the enemy among his numerous clones. On the other side of the battlefield, even in her strongest form, the girl was inferior to her opponent in strength. However, she was not so hopeless, since she was able to withstand the crushing blows of the enemy. She bravely confronted the enemy while protecting her friends. She even found it funny when her enemy complimented her on her resilience. But to her surprise, her opponent suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, in the battle on the other side, another opponent recognized the incredible abilities of the heavenly demon. In a desperate gesture, he tore his life vessel straight from his chest. Hyun-soo was stunned by such a selfless act. The enemy realized that his sister had been killed and lost the meaning of life. But he was glad that Hyun-soo was stronger than him. He gave him his life vessel. His last words were the hope that Hyun-soo would take revenge on the king. It was clear that it was unbearably painful for him to be just a weapon in the hands of his enemy. Hyun-soo couldn't believe what was happening. Holly, sensing an opportunity, wanted to absorb this precious vessel. He was very hungry after his sleep. Without thinking twice, he swallowed the vessel. And so, Hyun-soo's strength began to increase rapidly. Now he has acquired a new ability, Attraction. Hyun-soo was incredibly happy with his new power. The battle on the other side was finally over. Now Hyun-soo was ready to move on to the final confrontation. The opponent was annoyed because he wanted to play with Hyun-soo longer. Everything went exactly according to plan. All he could do was watch Hyun-soo's actions closely. Hyun-soo realized that it was impossible to simply pass through the barrier that had been erected. He noticed the unusual dampness of the place where he found himself. This mysterious forest seemed very familiar to the mentor. According to his recollections, there should have been a lake somewhere here. They successfully found the lake. The teacher was furious. After all, someone dared to copy his native land, his home. Suddenly a powerful whirlpool began. From its depths emerged So-il. This warrior was well known to the mentor. He was one of the favorites among the captains of the evil tiger squad. So-il sacrificed his life for his teacher. Now it became clear why he came to the mentor in a dream. The mentor was angry. He could not believe that someone could do such a thing to a noble warrior. He ordered Hyun-soo to protect So-il's honor. Hyun-soo followed the order without question. So-il radiated killing intent. Hyun-soo was surprised by such a strong desire to kill. So-il was overcome with anger. After all, Hyun-soo used the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon. He will never forgive him for this. So-il was proficient in 3 major martial arts, and he dealt a powerful blow with the Spear of Dark Fog. Hyun-soo listened attentively to his teacher's instructions. He used the Sky Demon flight technique, but So-il managed to dodge with lightning speed, and he dealt a second, even more powerful blow with his spear. Hyun-soo felt like his body was on fire. So-il was completely perplexed by the techniques he had never seen before. Hyun-soo told So-il that he had been dead for a long time. So-il became furious upon hearing this. He had a mission to help the heavenly demon recover, and Hyun-soo was just getting in his way. Hyun-soo's mission was to lay him to rest with honor. So-il recognized the technique that Hyun-soo used. He went on a rapid, explosive offensive, but Hyun-soo somehow miraculously survived. He couldn't believe that such an incredible monster existed, so I couldn't figure out who this guy was and where he came from. Hyun-soo's answer only made So-il more angry. He didn't understand why Hyun-soo knew the techniques of his respected teacher, and he demanded that Hyun-soo tell the truth. But Hyun-soo didn't expect him to believe him. He decided to try out his new, untested ability. He urgently needed to separate So-il from his deadly weapon. But Hyun-soo didn't see a single hole in his impenetrable defense. So-il launched a swift blow with the leaf, and their forces clashed in a fierce battle, but none of this helped. So-il decided to apply his final decisive blow. The mentor, in a panic, ordered Hyun-soo to immediately dodge the inevitable blow. So-il, overcome with rage, wanted to punish Hyun-soo for his impudent imposture, for daring to pretend to be his teacher's student. He could not forgive Hyun-soo for this unforgivable insolence. The mentor, watching what was happening, was in complete horror. Hyun-soo landed with a deafening thud, having withstood the force of the impact. At a critical moment, the mentor made a desperate decision to take possession of Hyunsu's body, but Hyunsu begged him not to do it. He was ready to part with his mentor without even having time to thank him. However, the mentor decisively shut him up, interrupting his words. So Il found Hyunsu pathetic because he felt like he was delirious. But Hyunsu wasn't done fighting yet. He had to find that tiny gap in So-il's impenetrable defense. Hyunsu activated his new powerful ability, Attraction. He managed to snatch the weapon from So-il's hands, and at that very moment, the silence of the battle was filled with the sharp rustle of falling steel. Now Hyunsu was eager to teach his elder a lesson, to show with his courage and determination that his humiliation would not go unnoticed. On the other side of the battlefield, one observer wondered if their king would dare to intervene and defy fate itself for the sake of his loyal subjects. Now the hero must accept the bitter consequences of the battle, pay for his bold choice, and learn valuable lessons from this brutal battle. A sharp, treacherous blow pierced his body, and the world around him dimmed for a moment, like an extinguished candle, plunging him into darkness. This demon must be finished off with one blow. An unusually powerful shockwave immediately followed from Hyunsu, and he assumed his strongest fighting form. Such power was unimaginable even for high-ranking demons. The monster did not wait for his death and began to attack in response. But to his horror, the spear had disappeared, and the demon had no time to look for it. The unfortunate man could only take the opponent's attack. From such a powerful attack, the demon literally began to crumble before our eyes. He accepted defeat, and, in the end, wanted to know the name of his opponent. In front of him stood the 34th disciple of the heavenly demon, and his name was Hyunsu. The demon recognized the teacher of this young man as his lord, and hastened to repent of what he had done. The heavenly demon did not hold a grudge against him and forgave So-il for all his sins before his death. Hyunsu had no more strength left, but he fulfilled his duty brilliantly. The honor of the elder was protected. Our hero's strength was so monstrous that even he himself was unable to cope with it. It burst out of Hyunsu's body in a huge, uncontrollable stream. The last portal was cleared of all evil spirits. The gray-haired old man rushed to save his precious disciple. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The damage to the internal organs was incompatible with life. Despite the dire situation, the old man spared no effort in regenerating cells, thereby challenging death itself. Someone had been watching the events from above the entire time and declared both participants in the fight dead. A draw in this duel would instantly turn into a victory for the king. Isaac became the last hope. At the same time, an unidentified male silhouette falls from the sky at great speed, and to his great surprise, this man was able to survive the fall from such an extreme height. A red-haired guy in strange clothes suddenly appears in front of this man. This strange man has been following the king himself for many years, and it seems that he knows something interesting about him. The man was enraged by such an impudent appearance and, in a rather rude manner, tried to find out who he saw in front of him. Meanwhile, the stranger continued his strange story about the king. He reproached him and at first glance ignored all the man's questions. But at some point he decided to take a break from the monologue and introduce himself. He called himself a creator, and the world around him his stage. For this psycho, all people were just his personal characters, and he, in turn, was going to correct them. He relegated the surviving man to minor characters, and at that very second he wiped the unfortunate man off the face of the earth with just one blow. The king lost to him, and in an extremely shameful manner. Despite his divine nature, the stranger was unable to change the roles of the main character. The self-proclaimed god intends to continue acting alone. Meanwhile, Hyunsu woke up in a very strange dimension. Suddenly, the silhouettes of the young man's long-dead parents appeared in a bright light. Hyunsu couldn't even dream of meeting them in this life. A lot of time has passed since their last meeting. The guy has grown up and noticeably matured. But no matter how many years pass, his parents still love and are proud of him. Hyunsu is not destined to stay with them. It is time for him to return to Earth. He is still needed there. This is not the end. Our hero has to become much stronger. On the ground, the young man's body had already begun to move. Things happened to him that the old man could not explain. Hyunsu was able to survive, which was an incredible event for his teacher. In addition to returning to life, the young man was able to increase the level of the heavenly demon body. The elder was incredibly happy about the return of his precious disciple. But even in this situation, he found the strength to scold Hyunsu, although the guy didn't really care about it right now. He recovered with incredible speed. The boy had long since gone beyond human capabilities. His unique ability also increased in level, making it more practical to use. Hyunsu didn't recognize the place around him. He had been transported here as soon as he came back to life. The master is wary. Someone moved them here. His guess was confirmed by a stranger who appeared out of nowhere. The blonde threatens that since he decided to act openly, the heroes have no chance. Hyunsu's body doesn't obey. It's turned to stone. The stranger is surprised. The guy is still standing on his feet. As long as the king was in the lead role, everything went just fine. There were difficulties, but the biggest problem was Hyunsu. The master is terrified. Their enemy is on a completely different level. The author does not have the habit of acting openly. Finally, it became clear to the master who had brought him to another world. The culprit was right in front of him. The author intended to completely erase the hero so that he would not spoil the script. The master shouts at the guy to get away from the blonde immediately, but the warning was too late. The author had already plunged into the young man's flesh. The end is closer than ever. Hyunsu's life is about to end. Suddenly, the hero's face changed, as if he had become a cyborg. Now it is the author's turn to be horrified. This is the body of the master's disciple. The blow was so powerful that the blonde man was sent flying. The enemy cannot believe that they were able to attack him. The master has met enemies much stronger than the author. The author is furious. The spirit got a young body. The enemy must kneel to have the right to speak. The dominant step of the heavenly demon fell upon the author. The blonde didn't expect such a turn of events. Plans go to hell. All that's left is to fight desperately. But the master is so strong that any attempt by the enemy will be useless. The blonde's eyes are full of helplessness. Such power is beyond his capabilities. The kick lands right on the chin, knocking the author back. Before the enemy could land, he was caught by the hair. It's so easy for the master that beating up the weakling has already become boring. The author refused to die just like that, without trying to resist. But the swing was so powerful that it managed to reach the blonde's head and reach the very ground. The impulse was so strong that other fighters heard it. The ancestral dragon, although the supreme being, was inferior in power to the king, and the author was even more majestic. So how could the battle turn in the other direction? The master is fired up. The enemy has very interesting possibilities. What's wrong with that bastard? He should have been crushed by that blow. Despair increasingly takes hold of the author's mind. There is simply nowhere to go. The blow from the tree split the blonde's body in half. But the author uses liquefaction. He is like a cockroach, which no matter how much you hit, remains intact. The author is furious. He is powerful, so he cannot be trampled by anyone. He calls himself God, the most powerful and omnipotent being. But how can someone personally assign this status to themselves? The master doesn't care about this either. He easily reaches the blonde's neck and begins to strangle him. He is glad that he managed to stop the author before he could create problems for the student. The blonde is at a dead end. He needs to run. Maybe the old man will take the bait of the deal offer. He promises that he will not touch the earth and will return the old man home. This is the author's last hope, whether the master will agree to such conditions. However, the master had already received notification that he would immediately return back when the possession of the body ended. The enemy is almost defeated. It's time for the master to finish what he started. The blonde was in death throes. He had so much left to do. Here it is, the end of the puppeteer. Around him there is only a shroud of dust. The obsession is coming to an end. It's time for the master to say goodbye to the student who reminded him what fun is. Hyun-soo has shown himself to be excellent. He has great potential and is a quick learner. Such a difficult and interesting path brought them so close that the boy practically became a son to his mentor. Finally, the master did not miss the opportunity to make an obscene joke. The elder advises the boy to never stop developing. Hyun-soo must protect those around him and his loved ones. Now the 35th heavenly demon was left alone with himself. Hyun-soo returned from the portal, his eyes full of tears and his chest tight with heartache. A month had passed since the S-rank portal was cleared, but the king had not shown himself in any way. Lee Mi-na from the association said the enemy has been virtually defeated. Ha-yu-rak doesn't know where Hyun-soo went, and she's worried about him. Chin-ran is also looking forward to the hero returning to them. At that moment, the guy's eyes resembled a child who had just lost his parents. Han-yu-rak is devastated that the girl is unable to help the inconsolable hero. Jin-ran is sure that when Hyun-soo gets here, Yurak will have to confess her feelings. A certain girl is fighting a huge monster. The sounds of battle reach the king, who is sitting on a chair. The girl changed her appearance and became even louder. This is the queen herself. She has just obtained the red sphere. The hero still hasn't come to his senses. Who knows how long it will take to recover from the loss. Someone tries to reach out to him, but Hyun-soo doesn't respond to him in any way. Hyun-tae entered the cafe. Yoon was glad that the guy came to visit. The girl asks to refrain from using formal language. Yoon doesn't know where Hyun-soo went, where he could disappear for so long. Brother says everything is fine. Hyun-soo is obviously very busy. Finally, Yoon asks how the guest is doing with work. Ha-yu-rak is considerate of his subordinates, so everything is quite simple. Yoon comes to the conclusion that connections make life much easier. The new world also helped Yoon herself thanks to the loan. She was able to open this establishment. Han-yu-rak and Lee Mi-na entered the cafe. Yoon is glad that the girls visited her. The hero still does not respond to the one who tries to stir him up. The annoying young man introduced himself. His name is Kayvon. He is the third singularity from the prophecy. But Hyun-soo doesn't care. He wants Kawan to leave him alone. Kayvon is disappointed. If he knew about the hero's weakness, he would have gone to Isaac. The bad news is that the king is still alive, which means the Dragon of Destruction will definitely appear. Hyun-soo simply waved away these words with a burst of energy, so it makes no sense for Kayvon to remain a spy in the enemy camp. However, the hero stands his ground. He doesn't care, and if they don't leave him alone, it will hurt next time. The interlocutor decides to rub salt into the wound. Isn't it shameful for the guy to be whining while being the master's apprentice? Hearing this, Hyun-soo immediately jumped up. How can anyone encroach on the honor of the master? Feeling that the hero is on the hook, Kayvon continues to provoke the guy. Kayvon didn't expect such a volume of energy. So far, the provocateur is able to neutralize Hyun-soo's attack. The hero came to his senses. The enemy was able to absorb the heavens of scattered clouds. Kayvon decides to pretend that the hero's strength is nothing to him. In order to finally suppress the hero, Kayvon announces that he can show where the master is. The interlocutor had shown signs of talent since infancy. His teacher was Carlyle, the greatest sorcerer in the Eastern universe. Kayvon has the ability to travel across dimensions. Mir used his life force to look at them through space and time. Hyun-soo is also a singularity created by Mir's life force. The hero remained silent and then declared that it did not concern him. However, Kayvon managed to hook Hyun-soo with the opportunity to see the master again. It is impossible to get to a specific place in the universe. Its paths have their own order. Kayvon promises that as soon as they deal with the king, they will go to the mentor. It's better to keep your word, otherwise nothing good will happen to Kavan. As was said, something is required from the hero, the condition being his training. Kawan is obsessed with the idea of developing Hyun-soo, who must exceed all expectations so as not to be embarrassed in front of the master. Time is running out. We must set out now to fight the mightiest beings throughout the universe. Hyun-tae returns from work. He is tired. There's a lot of work in the organization. Just as the idea of visiting Yoon came into his head, he was called out from behind. When he looked back, he was overcome with fear. What kind of fiery creature was this? The creature reports that it kept Hyuntae alive while he was in the hospital. The young man admits that he felt the presence of his interlocutor in his subconscious. He is grateful for the rescue, so he is ready to repay the creature in some way. For this, Hyuntae must play his role. Newman's power from Ares, which previously belonged to Robin. Now these abilities will be inherited by Hyuntae. The gift must serve the world in order to protect it. A bright flash lit up the area, and now Hyuntae had a great burden on his shoulders. The red soul stone has been mined. Only black remains, since blue is already in their hands. The king thought about something known only to him. Although he can no longer create portals, he has prepared several in advance for the future. A man in a cap who had been here a couple of times was killed. The queen is amazed. Could the singularity really do this? No. It was some idiot who did it, and he won't interfere with their plans anymore. In 2 months, a parade of planets is coming. Time to resurrect the Dragon of Destruction. If the king had previously planned the gradual destruction of the Earthlings, now the cards are mixed up, and he will have to act more actively. This means we need to go immediately for the Black Stone. But the king says that this is not necessary. Later, there will come a moment when the queen will understand everything. In the meantime, she should play and enjoy what is happening. People are running in panic, escaping from explosions and fire. This is Isaac in the form of a huge mutant, destroying everything around him. The demonic sword greedily absorbs blood and demands more. The winged monsters see how strong a person is. The mutant is unperturbed. Despite the multitude of opponents, they even annoyed him with their noise. The long sword meets no obstacles. The demonoid's cut is too powerful. Isaac quickly cuts through the flesh of the creatures, and they don't have time to do anything. A merciless master in the power of a demonic item. There are no strong creatures left nearby. These monsters are weak. Armand is confused. It has been too quiet lately. Why the king has gone into hiding. In addition, many were sent to the New World, so it became even quieter. Chan brought coffee to Anderson. He behaves politely and briefly. The man is interested in how the adaptation to the new life is going. Chan was accepted, although they had every right to kill, so he promises to serve until the end. Suddenly he started shaking. Something was happening. The whole building shakes. Someone loudly says that a handful of idiots have gathered to chat. What a pathetic sight. They stopped in horror as someone appeared right in front of them. A girl emerged from the cloud of dust. She was very angry. Chan and Anderson immediately realized that it was the queen. Chan fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. She mocked him. With one kick, the queen took off his head. Armand rushed into battle, but she was clearly no match for him. Yurak, Chinlan, Jill, Takeshi, and Armand were sitting in the office. The Fire Witch asked the latter how he was feeling. They asked where Anderson was. Armand said that he was training Isaac. Takeshi asked if Isaac was finally back. Yurak suggested pausing training to discuss a plan to combat the queen together. Armand said that Isaac was too stubborn and would not agree. Jill grabbed his head. He didn't understand where Haksan was, because he was the strongest of them. Armand thought Hyun-soo was the strongest, but he was on a completely different level. Suddenly, Lee Mina entered the room. Monk Lim came with her. He had news. Takeshi was skeptical about the monk, but Chin explained that he was known for his abilities. Lim grabbed the beads convulsively. He was scared. He had a vision on which the life of all humanity depended. A powerful monster was about to awaken on Earth, and everyone present was terrified. Haksan defeated all the monsters, including the strongest demonoid, but they were too easy opponents for him. The teacher standing behind him was confident in him. Haksan was strong enough. Haksan asked if he was as strong as Park Hyun-soo. The teacher confirmed this, but said that it was time for Haksan to return. He had gone too far. We need to return to Earth in 2 months. People walked peacefully along the streets. The king realized that the time had come, and a huge floating castle appeared over the Egyptian pyramid. The king and queen stood on a cliff, the king holding 2 glowing spheres in his hands. A beam of light from space struck the top of the pyramid. Kneeling down and holding the 2 eggs, the king told the Dragon of Destruction that they were here to revive him. The queen did not understand why he knelt down. The king explained to her that now she served another master, and that she would be a help to their lord. The king rose into the air, and he was the black stone that was needed for rebirth. She tried to shout to him. The queen did not understand what kind of new gentleman would appear. At the top, a pillar with 3 branches was visible. She looked up in amazement. The king was floating in space. Everything they did was for the master. At first, he wanted to use the dragon as a weapon. But the more he learned, the more he became convinced of his own insignificance. He waved his hands, preparing to perform the ritual, calling out to the dragon, asking him to be reborn. The king sacrificed himself for the glory of the dragon's revival. The eggs began to crack. The king evaporated before our eyes. He told the queen that his decision was truly correct. The light struck, and in his place, a completely different person appeared. He was majestic and strong. The queen was shocked by what was happening. She did not believe that this was possible. The Dragon of Destruction was truly powerful. He told her that she would stay with him until the end of time. She couldn't believe her eyes. The Dragon of Destruction had swallowed the king. With his head held high, he looked at her like a master. His energy was on a completely different level. The queen fell on one knee and swore allegiance to the new master. He was going to erase the entire existing world and build a paradise on the site of the ashes. The dragon called to his children. He ordered them to wake up and fulfill his will. All the monsters that had been defeated rose from the dead. One by one, they rose to the surface. People were horrified by what they saw. The monsters rushed towards them in crowds. Everyone ran, scattered, trying to save themselves. The city was ablaze, and a voice on the loudspeaker announced that this was not a drill. All soldiers and hunters were called to headquarters immediately. A giant snake appeared in the middle of the city. The serpent stood on its head, looking down on everyone. A wide smile adorned his face. He was glad that the king had not abandoned them. The elephant walked through the streets, praising her master, with crowds of dead people behind her. Mina and Armand arrived at the scene immediately. The horse stood on its feet again. Armand promised to kill it again. Mina fired several blasts in his direction. Armand connected, concentrating the energy. Having created a ball from the machines, he threw it at the horse. Mina thought that Armand had become even stronger. Big and strong. The horse stood on this street again. The blow had not brought him a scratch. He rushed at Armand, intending to finish him off with one blow. After a successful attack that pressed Armand into the asphalt, he turned his attention to Minu. Hyuntae came to the rescue in time. He fixed the horse, not allowing him to move. Taking aim at them, he surrounded them with a sphere and used a temporal reverse. The horse flew away from Mina to its previous position. She was amazed. Takeshi suddenly ran into the horse from behind. He was covered by Jill, using the Lake of Chaos spell. After a successful job, they loudly high-fived each other. They praised Hyuntae for a job well done. Mina was surprised that Hyuntae's Robin powers had awakened. He didn't have time to say it because they had awakened only recently. Takeshi and Jill had helped him with it. Yurak flew over the city like a fiery comet, burning crowds of the dead. An elephant appeared in her path. Clouds of the dead flew towards Yurak at her command. But the guild leader was not afraid. There was a fire burning in her eyes. She was anticipating the fight. She used a fire blast and burned the elephant alive, as much as it was possible for her to do. Soaring back into the air, she continued on her way. The soldiers fought bravely against the monsters on the city streets. Shinlan fought the serpent. He threw her back with a spell, but she got up and rushed into battle with renewed vigor. The snake pinned her to the asphalt with his huge fist. He was going to finish her off completely. A hand with a sword appeared out of nowhere. Isaac with his demonic sword finally showed up in battle. His weapon like the blood of the enemy. He asked for more. He didn't even shudder at the sight of the huge worm that burst out of the ground and flew towards him. In an instant, the vile monster was cut into pieces. Isaac was in the air, preparing to strike again. His opponent realized that he might have encountered a singularity. He clenched his fists, trying to crush Isaac. Two huge fists appeared from portals on either side of Isaac and closed in on themselves, attempting to crush the hero. Suddenly, Isaac was behind him. The blade pierced the body of the serpent, and when defeated, it evaporated before our eyes. Chin was shocked by what she saw. She had never seen Isaac before. Yurek flew up and asked about her condition. Armand finally saw Isaac. He was incredibly strong. Anderson emerged from the portal next to Isaac. Isaac reported that apparently only a few henchmen remained. Armand was alarmed by the energy coming from Isaac. It was surprisingly strong. Lan said that his strength was almost like Hyun-Soo's. Suddenly the queen appeared in front of them, ready to deal with everyone at once. Anger and thirst for revenge filled Yurak. Yurak entered into a fight with the queen. The queen's movements were too fast. She managed to plunge Yurak's blade into the abdominal area. The queen threw Yurak aside with one movement. Armand realized that their opponent was on a completely different level, and the question arose whether they would be able to cope with her. Anderson grabbed his opponent from behind and shouted at Takeshi to thrust his sword into her, meaning that Anderson would also suffer. He shouted he didn't care. They were too slow. The queen was stronger. She pushed Anderson back. The queen threw him onto the road like a toy, and he slid across the asphalt with his face and whole body. Takeshi rushed at the queen with his sword. He used the space-time sword spell. He and the queen met eyes, and she asked him what he was trying to do. She threw a spell at him and knocked it aside. Takeshi was caught by Isaac, who was standing nearby. He held his unconscious body. Isaac couldn't wait any longer. He had to get into the fight. He put Takeshi down. The queen sensed the power of the Demon King in him. Isaac's sword said that she was very strong since she realized who he really was. Isaac used a quick portal move, and his hand with the sword ended up near the queen's head. He reached for her, but couldn't reach her. The queen did not wait and struck. Isaac was not prepared for the force of the blow. The Demon King told Isaac that she was too strong and he couldn't handle her. Jill and Qinglan saw that even Isaac couldn't handle her. Limina approached the squad and said that it was time to unite. There was only one queen, and there were many of them. Hyuntae was scared. He thought about how brave Mina was. He understood that if the squad suffered too much, he would have to rewind time. Yurak joined the squad. She agreed with the idea of joining forces. She was harsh towards Mine. Jill said that if he had known how serious the battle was going to be, he would have gathered everyone. Qinglan said that the queen would not be able to withstand several combined attacks. They were all eager to fight. Jill told Takeshi, who had come to his senses, to rest. But Takeshi sternly asked him not to feel sorry for himself. He was not dead yet. Takeshi was ready to fight. Armand commanded that he and Mina would go first. The queen suddenly decided to strike. Armand used a tornado spell on her. Mina launched huge rocks into the tornado towards the queen. It was a powerful attack, but for the queen it was child's play. Jill and everyone standing nearby saw how Li Mina's attacks were strengthened by Armand's tornado. Reverse tornado spell used. Stones flew towards the queen, but she fought off the attacks. While she was distracted by this, Takeshi decided to strike from behind with his sword. He managed to inflict several cut wounds on her, but she didn't become weaker. Rather the opposite. The attacks of her opponents made her even more angry. Takeshi lay among a pile of rocks, glad that the attack had passed. The queen was angered by his laughter and rushed forward with a new attack. Qinglan used Moonstrike and cast a spell that slammed the queen into the ground. She was hovering in the air on her wings, and she was not going to let the queen go. The next blow was for the head. It fell from the sky like a burning meteor on the queen. She grabbed it and they rose into the sky. The queen struggled, trying to extricate herself from Yurak's deadly embrace. Yurak began to weaken. The queen raised her hand to strike her. She hit her. The flash lit up the sky. Yurak fell from the sky head first like a ragdoll. The queen also rushed down towards the rest of the squad. Suddenly, an explosion occurred next to her. There was a pillar of fire next to the building. Everyone looked at him in amazement. No one understood what was happening. The queen rushed towards the explosion, wondering who had arrived this time. Suddenly, Haxan appeared to her right. He hit her in the face. Haxan told her that he was the strongest here, and his entire body was now at her disposal. The squad was surprised by his appearance. Kinglan noted that he had become much stronger. A portal appeared behind Haxan, and someone laughed from it at Haxan calling himself the strongest. Isaac appeared from the portal and said that the title of the strongest was already taken by him. Haxan and Isaac greeted each other like old friends. They were glad to see each other. But there was no time for smiles. The queen had not yet been defeated. She said that the guy with the karaka was now different from the weakling who couldn't touch her before. Haxan looked down at her and told her that his name was Haxan, and she would die by his hand. The queen flew up. She instantly found herself next to Haxan. Her punch was aimed at his head, but he was strong enough to catch her fist with one hand. He sarcastically reminded her that he was the strongest here, and he used the lightning knuckles spell to strike her. He hit the queen with great force. But suddenly, something happened that no one expected. The queen grew in size and became even stronger. She hit Haxan, who was now like a fly to her. He flew through several buildings. The rest of the squad were shocked. They understood that at this rate, Haxan would simply be forced out. The queen was now even more terribly powerful. She turned to Haxan, wanted to give him a chance and have at least a little fun. Qinglan thought that now was a good time to strike and struck from above. The queen was engulfed in explosions, but it didn't do any good. There wasn't a scratch on her. Haxan fell at the queen's feet, and she smashed him into the asphalt with one blow. Hyun-tae knew they were finished. He was weak, walked leaning against the wall, and admitted to himself that he was afraid to fight such a monster. Hyun-tae remembered his brother and mentally asked him where he was when he was needed so much. Isaac told the demon in his sword that he was ready. The demon was going to consume him. He turned the sword towards himself and plunged it into his stomach. And he screamed, either from pain or in agony, as the flames engulfed Isaac. The queen became interested in the remaining squad and flew closer. She looked at them with a crazy look. Yurak appeared behind Jill, Mina, and Armand. She told them that they had to give it their all. They were going to die anyway, but if they lost, it would be the end of humanity. The queen spoke mockingly about their last strength. Yurak gathered all her strength and flew towards the queen. She swung, ready to end Yurak's dedication. An unexpected blow, and the queen lost her right arm, the severed limb falling nearby. Isaac, now even stronger, appeared next to him. The queen was amazed. She felt some kind of vile feeling of the devil's presence nearby. Mina, Jill, and Armand looked at the changed Isaac in amazement. The devil grinned and announced to everyone that he was not Isaac. He rushed towards the girl with crushing force, for his body was interpreted by the blood. The girl opened her arms and prepared to meet the devil. She said that her body had inherited the power of the 4 ancient kings. The devil approached her and shouted that it was a fake. He realized that although she was a fake, she had restored her severed hand thanks to the power of the 4 kings. The devil was about to attack again with a firm decision that he would make everything so that there would be nothing left to restore. Sprawled on the asphalt after the blow, she didn't understand what she was doing. The guy jumped up, activating all his power, and shouted that now we all needed to attack together. The devil extended his hand and ordered everyone to stand. He forbade them all to move while he was having so much fun with the girl lying on the ground. Her eyes were burning with fire, and the girl said that the devil had entered into a battle with her in which he would never win. The devil smirked in response and warned her that she shouldn't have said that. He threw her away with all his strength. Floating in the air, the guy asked her how good her time was. She responded rudely to him. The guy was not embarrassed by her answer and asked her to get up. She stood in front of him and asked if they were in Korea now. The guy just said that he looked like he liked it. She put her hand on his shoulder. It was still not time that the devil was resurrected. The female fighters were stunned by this bad news about the resurrection of the devil. The devil approached them, calling the hunter boys obscene names. The guy hugged the girl and threatened the devil to go away. A white ball of strength and power hung in the air. The guy said it was time to clean up this place. He directed all his destructive power in the form of a laser at this city. The power of his blow was such that the bright light of this power was visible even in the galaxy. He was pleased with his work, as it became quiet and clean around. The devil said that here he would create his eternal kingdom and rule the entire universe. He concluded that this world would be only his. Hyun-soo was indignant that the plan had been ruined like that. He was angry because this ship was very slow. They answered him that this ship was the fastest spaceship on their planet. The fiery red-haired beauty Iris was angry, but he ignored her. Hyun-soo apologized because he was in a hurry. Iris smiled and added that it would be great if they were the only ones left alive on Earth and could live together. The guy tried to crawl out of the rubble. He tried to find at least one living person from all this destruction. The guy fell to his knees, not believing that everything around him had disappeared. He cried, realizing that he was the only one who survived. He looked at his hands and quietly whispered for Yuna to forgive him. He had only one desire: to return everything to the way it was with his own hands. Iris noted that, as she approached, Earth looked good, but no better than her planet. Hyun-soo told her that he would go first, since it was unknown how Iris would feel in the Earth's atmosphere. He hurried out, as he was impatient to return to Earth again. Hyun-soo moved out into the open atmosphere and flew. The guy, kneeling, realized one important thing: he had lived for this very moment. He spread his arms and began to activate the time reverser. A wild power took hold of his body, and one desire moved him to bring all the people back. There were warriors behind him, guiding him forward. When the target was found, Hente used time reverse. His only wish was to turn everything back, and he actually managed to do it, and his friends were alive again. Hearing Robin's praise, Hente realized that he had done the impossible. But suddenly, an unknown force enveloped him and pulled him down. And having fallen straight to the ground, he lay there showing no signs of life. Trying to bring him to his senses, one of his friends encouraged him, saying that he had surpassed Robin. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from above, surprised by Hente's talent. The one standing behind them wanted to destroy them in a matter of seconds, despite all the guy's efforts. The devil himself was before them, but the devil's plans changed, and he decided to kill them one by one. It would give him great pleasure to see them experience the torments of hell. The first to fall into the monster's huge hands was Hentei. But the guy was not going to give up, but fought with all his might. For such a huge monster, a man was an ordinary bug. To begin with, the monster decided to tear off his arms, causing Hentei unbearable pain. Watching the torment he was experiencing gave the devil genuine pleasure. But suddenly, through the pain that enveloped him, Hentei felt Hen approaching. He seemed to appear out of nowhere behind the devil's back. Hen did not feel the presence of the devil, and did not know how long he had been there. The monster's hands loosened for a second, and he let go of his victim. Seeing the hunter Park Hyun-soo, everyone rushed towards him. Ben-soo patted Hyuntei's hair with genuine pride, thanking him for everything he had done. But everyone was wondering where the hunter had been all this time. After apologizing for such a long absence, Park Hyun-soo explained that he simply had to become stronger than he was, and he devoted all this time to training with his new friend. But the friend was not simple, it was the third singularity. The friends were amazed when they heard this, but there was no time to go into explanations. First, they had to deal with the person standing behind them. Park Hyun-soo promised to tell everything as soon as he dealt with this monster. The battle began. They dealt blow after blow to each other, but the previous attacks didn't work because she really had become stronger. The whole point was that the Lord endowed her with his power, and now such enemies were no match for her. Park Hae-soo rose into the air and said that the heaven-destroying demonic fists were created to counter truly powerful enemies. And he was a little disappointed that he would have to use them on her. The monster accepted this challenge with a grin and asked to start entertaining him as soon as possible. And down below on the ground, everyone was worried about Hyun-soo. He was the first to deliver the crushing blow to the seed. Its power passed through several towers, leaving only fragments behind. Having reached its target, the fist left a huge hole on the demon's body. Having come to his senses and realizing what had happened, the demon became furious. He could not bear it. But Park Hyun-soo used a tree strike, not giving him a chance. And then came the destruction of the mind and the fall of the heavens. Watching this battle from the ground, the others could not believe how much stronger the hunter had become, because now he could fight like that with the devil himself. But the devil still didn't have enough. Park Hyun-soo was definitely the strongest among those he had met in his life. The hunter was at least at the level of a demon, and it was commendable that he was able to achieve this while being a mere mortal. But now it's the demon's turn, and he dealt the hunter his strongest blow. Hyun-soo was sent flying to the ground by the devil's blow. During the flight, the devil caught up with Hyun-soo and dealt him a powerful blow. Due to the fighting of enemies, the city's buildings are collapsing. Landing on the ruins, the devil struck the debris, but Hyun-soo had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the enemy heard Hyun-soo's voice. Hyun-soo decided to use his new fast technique. He was surprised that his technique didn't knock the devil down. The unharmed enemy spoke to Hyun-soo. The devil offered Hyun-soo to come over to his side. Surprised by Hyun-soo's abilities, he recognized him as a worthy opponent. Hyun-soo did not accept the demon's offer and sent him far away for a long time. In response, the demon approached Hyun-soo with lightning speed and struck. Frozen in the air, the devil summoned all his energy. The devil rushed at Hyun-soo, hitting him with his elbow. Hyun-soo, weakened by several blows he received at once, flew away. The merciless demon, without waiting for Hyun-soo to come to his senses, attacked again. The arrogant devil threatened Hyun-soo with reprisals for refusing his offer. But Hyun-soo did not give up, and having recovered from the blows, stood in front of the enemy. The overconfident devil went on the attack against Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, a squad of 4 fighters and 1 wounded man sat in the ruins. The muscular brunette offers to do something to participate in this large-scale battle. An exhausted Hyun-tae lay on the fallen wall of the building. A small flying spaceship appeared out of nowhere above the heads of Min and the muscular guy. An angry fox girl appeared from the flying ship. Aiming at the devil, the girl gathered her strength in her right hand and struck. The devil watched the fox girl's attack emotionlessly. The fox girl discovered with annoyance that she had not inflicted any serious damage on the enemy. Suddenly the queen attacked the fox girl. The fox girl grinned slyly and drew the queen's attention to the fact that she had cut her hair. The angry demoness attacked the fox girl. In a rage, the queen smashed the fox girl into the concrete. Exhausted and bleeding, Hyun-soo prepared for the next attack. Leaning forward, Hyun-soo considered his next steps. Electrified by the power that fuels him, the devil decides to finish off Hyun-soo. Standing on his feet, Hyun-soo decides to summon his super powerful technique. The devil was confused when he felt a powerful flow of energy emanating from a mere mortal. A confident Hyun-soo advised the enemy to concentrate. Hyun-soo used the seed strike technique. Easily dodging the blow, the devil mocked Hyun-soo again. While the devil was hovering in the air, Hyun-soo caught him in a trap. Hyun-soo gained speed and delivered powerful blows to his enemy. Hyun-soo summoned his mighty heavenly power to attack the enemy. The discouraged demon lay on the concrete, waiting for Hyun-soo to attack further. The devil, taken by surprise, saw the blood. In defiance of Hyun-soo's attack, the queen managed to appear and shield her master, receiving a wound. Hyun-soo was upset that he didn't hurt the devil. Having increased in size several times, the devil swung to attack. The devil knocked out Hyun-soo. The devil watched the fallen queen. The devil took the queen's head to suck out all the energy from it. Abomination. The enemy has absorbed his subordinate. He is obsessed with an evil idea. The devil, having absorbed the queen's life energy, became even more powerful. Hyun-soo realized how vile the enemy was, someone who was alien to all humanity. The hero wants to know the name of the fiend from hell. The devil, having shrunk in size, ignored the question and invited the boy to attack. The swift throw was useless, as if the enemy had not been there. The devil was already on the side. He was too fast. Hyun-soo couldn't react in such a short period of time. The monster became even more violent after absorbing the queen. While the hero is disoriented, the enemy is already preparing a magical impulse. A series of rapid blows knocked Hyun-soo off balance. He was unable to avoid the beam. Iris became furious when she saw her master seriously injured. She intended to kill the devil, not thinking that she might get it too. Iris's attack is too weak. The monster only needs to brush it off. However, the fox is not one to give up after the first failure. The abilities differ too much to the girl's advantage. Despite the danger, you will have to use all 9 tails. The fox has changed her appearance. It's serious. There's simply no other choice. Jokes aside, Iris intends to fight to the end. This got the devil excited. The fight promises to be a little more interesting. Hyun-soo doesn't want the fox to fight the monster. Then Iris suggests joining forces. The creature understands that the guy has not fully recovered. The fox uses a magic grid to prevent the devil from acting. Here it is, the opportunity to strike the monster without hindrance. But the devil doesn't care. He's becoming increasingly interested in fighting the strong hero. The creature has recognized Hyun-soo's abilities and is not going to hold back. If you want to live, then you have to be able to turn around, or at least run away. Just as Hyun-soo was about to use magic, the enemy had already dodged it. The monster is so fast that it has already moved behind the guy. The devil's right hand comes down straight at the hero. Iris arrived just in time. A fall on the asphalt would have caused serious injuries. The monster is tired of fighting and is going to finish off the annoying couple. But not this time. The magic field neutralizes the beam. Kayvon's protective sphere saves the fox and the hero at the last moment. It would have been worth rushing much earlier. Otherwise, it would have been too late. Despite the cries that the heavenly demon could not leave, the master decided to escape. Someone said that the elder would not return, but this did not bother him. Hyun-soo can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? The master seemed to miss the polluted air of the earth. Although it is not the time for sentimentality, the young man cannot restrain himself. The devil doesn't care what's happening. He hasn't finished what he started yet. The elder does not like that his reunion with his disciple was interrupted. This is who trained the unyielding man. This means the master is the #1 target for elimination. The old man dodged, after which he began to gather energy in his hands. The air around was filled with electrical flashes. The master has become much more powerful, perhaps because he is no longer ethereal. Despite the use of newly invented technology, the monster survived. The master has returned to his body and there is no stopping him now. The student does not intend to remain a spectator. He uses a seed strike on the enemy. The teacher was pleased with Hyun-soo's strike. After the teacher hit him, something strange happened to Bes. The Bez's minion had recovered and was ready to assist him in battle. The demon became angry and stronger than ever. He promised to send everything to the next life. Suddenly, everyone who tried to fight him realized that they were in great danger. Kayvon flew up to Hyun-tae, who was lying in the rubble. The demon created an explosion that engulfed a huge portion of the planet and was visible from space. The demon was in space, looking at the exploded Earth. He was wounded by the teacher's blow. He didn't expect that teacher and Hyun-soo were standing behind him. The demon got angry. He didn't understand how they could get here. Kayvon contacted Hyun-soo and asked if the transfer was successful. Hyun-tae stood next to Kayvon in complete shock. They were on another planet. Kayvon told Hyun-soo that he could now go all out. The teacher also turned to Hyun-soo. He said that while the demon was weakened, it was necessary to show him what it was like to cross the path of a heavenly demon. The teacher and student joined forces to cast a heaven burst spell together. The demon was engulfed in magical flames and could not move. The heavenly spiritual body struck the place where the demon was with 2 beams. He lost his body and dissolved into thin air. The teacher and student looked at the defeated enemy, or rather, at the fact that he was no longer there. They also saw how, thanks to Hyun-tae, the Earth was being restored. Everything fell into place again. The squad that fought against the demon was back on Earth. Hyun-tae appeared and said that they were alive because Kayvon was able to carry him. Hyun-tae said he wanted to move the time even further, but unfortunately he ran out of steam. The girls of the squad were worried that if the devil was not killed, then all this was useless. Suddenly someone said that there was no need to worry about him. They turned around. Hyun-soo and teacher stood behind. They assured everyone that the devil was definitely dead. All the squad members were happy to hear this. Mina joyfully shouted a round of applause towards Hyun-soo. The squad stood together and rejoiced at the victory. Half a year passed. Humanity lived in peace. Seoul managed to recover. The news reported that the whole world thanks the hunters, and today is Hyun-tae's wedding. Everyone congratulated Hyun-tae on this significant day. Hyun-tae married the girl who looked after him while he was in the hospital. All the hunters were present at the wedding. They were happy for the newlyweds. Hyun-soo even shed a tear. Someone said that Hyun-soo and the fire lady are next. Iris hugged Hyun-soo very tightly, even too tightly, and told him to choose between her and that girl. Hyun-soo spoke with Kayvon and couldn't believe it took him so long to create the portal. Nevertheless, the portal was ready. Hyun-soo took a step, and Kawon called out to him and said that he had done well. Hyun-soo said that he would definitely come back. The teacher sat in a meditation pose under the streams of the waterfall. He heard that someone had appeared in this world. Hyun-soo, confident in his abilities, tried to hit the teacher, not seriously of course. The teacher noted that Hyun-soo had grown larger since their last meeting. Hyun-soo said that he was even larger than him. The teacher hit Hyun-soo in the forehead for his insolence. Hyun-soo got a bump, but for some reason he still smiled. He jumped towards the teacher, wanting to fight him. The teacher was not averse to assessing his student's abilities. A little time later, Hyun-soo, with even more bumps, lies on the ground. The teacher called Hyun-soo to come with him and said that he would show him a new movement. They walked next to each other. Hyun-soo asked if he could meet the masters with whom the teacher was friends. He said that of course he could, but he was stronger than all of them.